Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Muzan Kibutsuji and became the Demon King of Hogwarts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The blood that remembers the night Godric's Hollow died was cold enough to kill. Not metaphorically, either. The temperature had dropped so fast and so hard in the last hour that the puddles along the cobblestone streets had frozen into jagged little mirrors, and the jack-o'-lanterns sitting on doorsteps had thin crusts of frost crawling across their carved grins. October 31st, 1981. Halloween night. The kind of night where smart people stayed inside, where fireplaces crackled and children counted their candy and the world felt, for just a little while, safe and warm and small. The Potter's cottage sat at the end of a lane lined with bare-branched oaks, their skeletal arms reaching up toward a sky so clear you could see every star. The cottage had warm yellow light spilling from every window. Inside, a man with messy black hair and glasses was making a toy broomstick zoom around the living room while a baby with bright green eyes shrieked with laughter, chubby hands grabbing at the air as the broom swooped just out of reach. James Potter was laughing too. That big, reckless, full-body laugh that had gotten him into trouble 100 times at Hogwarts and would have gotten him into trouble 100 more if the world had been kinder. Lily. Lily, look at him, he's going to be a seeker, I'm telling you, look at those reflexes, he's one, James. Lily Potter's voice came from the kitchen, warm and exasperated and full of love. He doesn't have reflexes. He has pudgy arms and a death wish. That's basically what a seeker is. Lily appeared in the doorway, red hair pulled back, dish towel over one shoulder, and that look on her face, the one that was trying so hard to be stern but kept cracking into a smile. She watched her husband and son for a moment. Just a moment. The kind of moment you don't realize is precious until it's the last one you'll ever have. Come on, she said softly. It's past his bedtime. 5 more minutes. James. 2 more minutes. James Fremont Potter. 1 more minute. She crossed the room, scooped Harry up, and the baby immediately grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked with the casual brutality that only a 1-year-old can manage. Lily winced, laughed, kissed his forehead. You, she told her son, are a menace. Harry gurgled at her. Those green eyes, her eyes, sparkled with the kind of innocent, uncomplicated joy that exists only in the very young and the very lucky. James stood up, stretched, and glanced toward the window. Just for a second. Just a reflex. They'd been in hiding for months now, and the habit of checking, always looking, had burrowed into his bones like a splinter he couldn't dig out. The street was empty. The wards were intact. Peter's secret keeper charm held firm. Everything was fine. He turned back to his family. Lily was halfway up the stairs, Harry on her hip, humming something soft. James watched them go and felt something swell in his chest that was too big for words. Love. Terror. Gratitude. The bone-deep certainty that he would burn the entire world to ash before he let anything touch them. He didn't know that the world was about to burn anyway. He didn't know that the secret keeper had already broken. He didn't know that death was walking up the garden path right now, and it wasn't wearing a costume. The front door blew off its hinges like it was made of paper. James had his wand in his hand before the wood hit the floor. 12 years of Quidditch reflexes and 2 years of war had turned his body into a spring-loaded trap, and the second that door moved, every coiled inch of it released. Lily. His voice cracked through the cottage like a whip. Take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off, he didn't have his wand. He'd left it on the couch. That thought should have broken him. A wizard without a wand, standing between his family and the most powerful Dark Lord in living memory. It should have dropped him to his knees. Instead, James Potter squared his shoulders, planted his feet, and charged at Lord Voldemort with nothing but his bare hands and every ounce of stubborn, reckless, Gryffindor fury in his soul. Voldemort didn't even slow down. The killing curse hit James Potter mid-stride. Green light. A sound like tearing silk. And then James was on the floor, glasses askew, eyes open, that defiant snarl still frozen on his face. He'd bought Lily maybe 4 seconds. It wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough. Upstairs, Lily Potter was not running. She had put Harry in his crib, and she was standing in front of it, and she was not running because there was nowhere to run and nothing to run with, and the only thing left in the world that mattered was behind her, crying in a crib decorated with little golden snitches. The bedroom door opened. Not blasted, opened. Like Voldemort wanted her to understand that doors meant nothing to him. That barriers meant nothing. That her defiance was so small, so insignificant, that he didn't even need to acknowledge it with force. He stood in the doorway, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees, and the lights flickered, and Harry's crying hitched into silence because even a 1-year-old could feel that something fundamentally wrong had entered the room. "Stand aside," Voldemort said. His voice was cold and thin and empty, like wine through dead trees. "Stand aside, silly girl. Not Harry. Please, not Harry, stand aside. Take me instead. Kill me instead, this is my last warning, not Harry. Please, I'll do anything." Something shifted in Voldemort's expression. Not pity. Tom Riddle had cut pity out of himself like a tumor decades ago. But perhaps annoyance. Perhaps impatience. Perhaps the faintest ghost of curiosity at a woman who chose death so readily, so completely, without a single moment of hesitation. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Lily Potter fell. Her hand was still reaching backward, fingers stretched toward the crib, toward Harry, as if love alone could form a barrier between her son and oblivion. And here's the thing. It did. Voldemort stepped over Lily's body and looked into the crib. A baby looked back at him. Green eyes. Messy black hair. A face so small and unformed that it could have belonged to anyone. There was nothing remarkable about this child. Nothing visible, nothing obvious, nothing that screamed threat or prophecy or the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort raised his wand anyway, because he hadn't survived this long by ignoring prophecies, and pointed it at Harry's forehead. Avada Kedavra. What happened next broke the laws of magic so thoroughly that scholars would argue about it for decades. The green light hit Harry, hit him square in the forehead, and instead of passing through, instead of snuffing out that tiny life like a candle, it stopped. For one eternal, suspended heartbeat, the killing curse just hovered. Pressed against Harry's skin like it was trying to push through a wall that shouldn't exist. And then it bounced back. The curse reversed. Slammed into Voldemort with his own magic amplified by something ancient and terrible and beautiful, a mother's dying wish, a love so fierce it had carved itself into the fabric of reality itself. Voldemort screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It was the sound of a soul being ripped apart, of magic collapsing in on itself, of something that had cheated death for decades finally being presented with the bill. His body disintegrated, not died, not fell, disintegrated, into a cloud of dark smoke and agony, and the piece of his soul that tore free in that apocalyptic moment lodged itself into the only living thing nearby. A lightning bolt scar opened on Harry's forehead. He screamed. Blood ran down his face, into his eyes, mixing with tears. The cottage roof blew off. Walls cracked. The explosion of raw magical energy, killing curse, love protection, soul fragment, and infant accidental magic all colliding at once, sent a shockwave rippling out across Godric's Hollow that shattered every window within a quarter mile. And then silence. Harry sat in his crib, bleeding, crying, alone with the bodies of his parents, and the cold October air poured in through the ruined roof, and the stars looked down with the same indifference they'd shown for 1 billion years. That should have been the end of the beginning. Dumbledore should have come. Hagrid should have come on Sirius's motorcycle. Harry should have been wrapped in a blanket and left on a doorstep in Surrey with a letter that would change everything. But something else came first. He had been walking for a very long time. Not just tonight. Not just through Godric's Hollow's frostbitten streets with his polished shoes clicking against the cobblestones in a rhythm that was almost human. No. He had been walking for over 1,000 years, and in all that time, across all those centuries, through plagues and wars and the rise and fall of empires, he had never once felt anything as interesting as what he felt right now. Magic. Real, raw, unbridled magic, the kind that rewrote the rules of the physical world, exploding outward from a ruined cottage like a shockwave from a bomb. And not just any magic, this was something different. Something that tasted, even from this distance, like potential. Muzan Kibutsuji stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the empty street, immaculate in a white suit that hadn't existed when he'd started his walk, because he'd simply willed it into being when he decided he wanted to look presentable. He was, by any human standard, beautiful. Perfect features. Flawless skin. The kind of face that made people stop and stare and then immediately look away, because something in the back of their brain, some reptilian survival instinct left over from when humans were prey, screamed at them that this was not a man. This was a predator wearing a man's skin. Muzan's eyes were the color of sunset dipped in blood. Crimson irises with vertical slit pupils that dilated now as he turned toward the source of the explosion. The wind carried the scent of the detonation to him, stone dust, magical residue, death, and underneath all of it, something alive. Something that pulsed with a kind of energy he'd never encountered in 1,000 years of tireless, obsessive research. He'd come to this country following rumors. Whispers in the demon network about a hidden society of humans who could do impossible things, teleport, transform, conjure matter from nothing. A society that existed parallel to the mundane world, invisible and insular and swimming in power. Muzan had been investigating these wizards for the better part of a decade, trying to determine if their magic held any secrets relevant to his singular, all-consuming goal, conquering the sun. For 1,000 years, that had been the only thing that mattered. The sun was a prison sentence, a cage, a humiliation that turned the most powerful being on the planet into a nocturnal creature skulking in shadows like a rat. Muzan had created an entire race of demons, had pushed the boundaries of biology and blood to their absolute limits, had tried every approach science and supernatural power could offer, and still, the sun burned. Wizard magic was his latest avenue of research. And tonight, something had happened that made every previous lead look like a dead end. Muzan started walking again. Faster now. Not running, Muzan didn't run, running implied urgency, and urgency implied fear, and Muzan Kibutsuji did not fear anything on this earth except one star, but moving with a fluid, predatory grace that covered ground at inhuman speed while barely looking like he was trying. He reached the cottage in under a minute. The place was destroyed. Roof gone. Walls cracked and leaning. The front door was 20 feet from where it should have been, and there were scorch marks on the stone that pulsed with residual magical energy. Muzan could taste it, that energy. It sat on his tongue like copper and lightning. He stepped inside. The first body was the man. Glasses. Messy black hair. Dead, obviously. Killed by conventional means, magical means, but conventional in the sense that the body was intact. No interest there. Muzan went upstairs. The second body was the woman. Red hair spread across the floor like spilled wine. Dead the same way. The trace of magic around her was different, though. Stronger. There was something lingering in the air near her body, a resonance, a warmth that Muzan's demon senses recoiled from instinctively, the same way they recoiled from sunlight. Love. He recognized it the way someone recognizes a language they don't speak, by its shape, not its meaning. Love was not something Muzan had ever experienced or wanted to experience. It was a weakness. A vulnerability. A chain that bound people to each other and made them do stupid, irrational, self-destructive things. Like stand in front of a killing curse for a baby. Muzan stepped over Lily Potter's body and looked into the crib. The baby was alive. Not just alive, thriving. The lightning bolt wound on his forehead was bleeding sluggishly, but the baby's vital signs were strong. His heartbeat was steady. His breathing was even. And the magic. Muzan's eyes narrowed. The magic pouring off this child was extraordinary. It wasn't just the passive magical core that every wizard possessed. This was active, aggressive, defensive magic, a living shield woven from the mother's sacrifice that crackled around the baby like an invisible suit of armor. And underneath that, twisted into the scar tissue, was something else. Something dark and parasitic and familiar. A soul fragment. Wedged into the baby's forehead like a splinter of dark glass. Muzan had existed for 1,000 years. He had seen things that would make the bravest humans lose their minds. He had experimented on thousands of bodies, pushed the boundaries of life and death and transformation farther than any being in history. He recognized a soul fragment when he saw one, or rather, when he sensed one. The dark magic radiating from that scar was unmistakable. Someone had torn their soul apart and a piece had landed in this child. Fascinating. But that wasn't what made Muzan reach into the crib. What made him reach in was the blood. When his fingers made contact with Harry's skin, Muzan felt something that stopped him cold for the first time in 500 years. A jolt. An electric shock that ran from his fingertips up his arm and into his chest and detonated there like a silent bomb. The baby's blood, the baby's magic-infused blood, was reacting to Muzan's demonic presence, and instead of rejecting it, instead of recoiling the way normal human biology did when confronted with demon cells, it was resonating. Muzan pulled his hand back. Stared at his fingers. Stared at the baby. The baby stared back. Green eyes. Lily's eyes. Wet with tears, this child had survived a killing curse, had bonded with a soul fragment, and was currently radiating enough magical energy to level a city block while being 1 year old. If Muzan could turn this child, if he could create a demon-wizard hybrid, if the magic in this boy's blood could be bent and shaped and weaponized toward the singular goal that had consumed Muzan for a millennium. Muzan picked Harry up. The love protection flared. Muzan felt it, felt Lily's dying sacrifice push back against him like invisible fire, trying to burn his hands, trying to force him to let go. His skin blistered, healed, blistered again. The pain was significant. Not enough to make him drop the child, but enough to make him understand that this baby was protected by something profound. Muzan didn't care. He'd endured worse than burns. He'd endured the sun. Harry stopped crying. That was the strange thing. The moment Muzan held him, firmly, clinically, like a researcher handling a specimen, Harry stopped crying. Those green eyes blinked up at Muzan's crimson ones, and the baby's tiny hand reached up and grabbed Muzan's tie, and he just stopped. Muzan told himself it meant nothing. He walked out of the ruined cottage with Harry Potter in his arms, and by the time Hagrid arrived on a flying motorcycle 20 minutes later, the crib was empty, and the boy who lived had vanished from the wizarding world like smoke. Years passed. Not slowly, either. When you live with Muzan Kibutsuji, time doesn't crawl, it compresses. Every day is a test. Every night is training. Every moment that isn't dedicated to becoming stronger, faster, smarter, more useful is a moment wasted, and Muzan did not tolerate waste. Harry was 3 years old the first time Muzan introduced demon blood into his system. It was a careful process. Muzan had spent 2 years studying the boy first, running tests, taking samples, probing the interaction between Harry's magical core and his biological makeup with the obsessive thoroughness of a scientist who'd had 1,000 years to perfect his methodology. He discovered that Harry's magical blood was fundamentally different from normal human blood at the cellular level. The magic woven into every red cell, every platelet, every molecule of hemoglobin created a kind of biological armor that resisted transformation far more effectively than anything Muzan had encountered. In normal humans, demon blood was binary. You either turned, fully, irreversibly, into a demon, or you died. There was no middle ground. Muzan had turned thousands of humans over the centuries, and it was always one or the other. Harry was different. The magic in his blood didn't reject the demon cells. It didn't accept them either. Instead, it did something unprecedented: it negotiated. On a cellular level that Muzan observed with growing fascination, Harry's magical blood and the demon cells engaged in a kind of biological diplomacy, each one adapting to the other, compromising, finding equilibrium. The process took months. Harry was sick for most of it, feverish, thrashing, crying in the night. Muzan watched impassively. If the boy died, he died, and the experiment was a failure. Muzan would move on. Find another approach. He'd been at this for 1,000 years. He could afford patience. Harry didn't die. What emerged on the other side of that transformation was something that had never existed before. Not a full demon. Harry's heart still beat, his body still functioned on the biological principles of a living human, and sunlight, while painful and draining, didn't annihilate him the way it would a pure demon. But not fully human either. His senses had sharpened to supernatural levels. His physical capabilities, strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, had multiplied exponentially. He could regenerate from injuries that would kill a normal child in seconds. His eyes, when his emotions spiked, shifted from green to crimson red with vertical slits, Muzan's own eyes staring out from Lily Potter's face. A hybrid. The first and only demon-wizard hybrid in history. Muzan was satisfied. Not pleased. Satisfaction and pleasure were different things, and Muzan experienced the former frequently and the latter almost never. But satisfied, yes. His hypothesis had been correct. Wizard blood could integrate with demon biology in ways normal human blood could not. This was progress. Now came the hard part. Harry was 5 when Muzan started training him properly. Again. The word cracked through the underground training chamber like a gunshot, and Harry, small, bruised, bleeding from a cut above his eye that was already knitting itself shut, pushed himself up from the stone floor and raised his fists. The chamber was vast. Cathedral-sized, buried 50 feet beneath one of Muzan's many properties, this one a sprawling estate in the Japanese countryside that had been in his possession for 3 centuries. The walls were reinforced concrete lined with enchantments that Harry's growing magical senses could feel humming in his bones. Muzan had hired wizards, and subsequently killed them, naturally, to ward the entire compound against detection. No sunlight reached this place. No outside sound. No evidence that a world existed beyond these walls. It was tomb and training ground and home all at once, and it was the only world Harry had ever known. Muzan stood on the far side of the chamber, immaculate as always, not a hair out of place, watching his creation with those blood-red eyes. He hadn't moved during the entire training session. Hadn't needed to. The opponent Harry was fighting wasn't Muzan himself. Muzan would have killed the boy in under a second, and dead experiments produced no data, but a lower demon, one of Muzan's many creations, who had been instructed to push Harry to his limits without quite exceeding them. The demon lunged. Harry dodged, barely. The demon's claws raked the air where his throat had been a split second earlier, and Harry felt the displaced wind tickle his skin. He dropped low, rolled, and came up behind the demon with his right hand blazing green. Not demon energy. Magic. This was the thing that fascinated Muzan most. Harry's combat abilities weren't purely demonic. His wizard magic had begun manifesting at age 4, accidental bursts at first, objects flying across the room, lights flickering. One memorable incident where Harry had gotten so frustrated during a training exercise that he'd accidentally set the demon opponent on fire with a burst of raw magical energy that had nothing to do with blood demon art and everything to do with the magic coursing through his hybrid veins. Muzan had immediately adjusted the training protocol. Harry slammed his palm into the demon's back, and a shockwave of combined magic and demonic energy erupted from the point of contact. sending the demon flying across the chamber to crash into the far wall hard enough to crater the reinforced concrete. The demon slid to the floor. Twitched. Went still. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, breathing hard, green eyes flickering between their natural color and demon red. The cut above his eye had fully healed. The bruises on his arms were fading in real time, yellow-green gone in the span of seconds. Adequate, Muzan said. It was the closest thing to praise Harry had ever received, and he hated, how much it meant to him. How the word adequate from Muzan's lips sent a warm spike through his chest that felt like sunlight. Not that Harry knew what sunlight felt like. He'd been told about it. Told it was dangerous. Told it was the one thing that could truly hurt him if he wasn't careful. Your left side is still open when you transition between demon speed and magical attacks, Muzan continued, approaching the center of the chamber. His footsteps didn't make sound. They never did. An opponent who noticed that pattern would exploit it on the third exchange. I know, Harry said quietly. I'll fix it. You've said that before. I'll fix it faster. Muzan stopped in front of Harry and looked down at him. Even at 5, Harry was tall for his age, the demon blood accelerated his physical development, but Muzan was an adult, and an impossibly tall one at that, and the difference in their heights was a physical manifestation of the difference in their power. Come, Muzan said. We have other matters to discuss. He turned and walked away, and Harry followed, because that was what Harry did. That was what Harry had always done. Muzan walked, and Harry followed, and the distance between them never changed. Other matters turned out to be dinner. This was one of the strange contradictions of living with Muzan Kibutsuji. The Demon King, the progenitor of all demons, the most terrifying creature walking the earth, a being who had personally murdered more humans than most natural disasters, insisted on sitting down at a proper table for meals. He ate human food, because maintaining his human disguise required it, and he ate it with perfect table manners, and he expected Harry to do the same. Harry sat across from Muzan at a long dining table in a room that was too large for 2 people, eating rice and fish that one of Muzan's human servants had prepared. The servant was gone now. They were always gone by the time Muzan and Harry sat down. Nobody lingered in Muzan's presence voluntarily. Your magical abilities are progressing, Muzan said, cutting his fish with surgical precision. The integration of wizard magic and blood demon art is occurring faster than my projections indicated. Harry didn't respond. He'd learned by age 3 that Muzan wasn't making conversation. Muzan didn't make conversation. He delivered information, issued instructions, and occasionally asked questions that were really commands. Everything else was silence, and in Muzan's world, silence was safer than words. I've decided to accelerate your education in certain areas, Muzan continued. Your magical core is developing rapidly, and it would be wasteful to let it grow undirected. Harry looked up from his plate. What kind of education? The wizarding world has institutions. Schools where young wizards are trained. Muzan's expression didn't change, it never did, not really, just subtle micro-shifts that Harry had learned to read like a foreign language. Right now, there was a flicker of something behind those crimson eyes that Harry had come to recognize as strategic interest. There is one in Britain called Hogwarts. You will attend it when you turn 11. Harry blinked. Britain. Your country of origin. Muzan took a sip of water. You were born there. To wizard parents. This was the first time Muzan had ever mentioned Harry's biological parents. Harry's chopsticks went still. Something lurched in his chest, that organ he kept forgetting he had, the heart that beat like a drum when he was fighting and went quiet as a grave in Muzan's presence. My parents? They're dead. They were killed the night I found you. Muzan said this with the same emotional inflection he'd used to describe the weather. Their deaths are irrelevant to your development. What is relevant is that their world, the wizarding world, contains knowledge and power that may be useful to our goals. You will attend their school, learn what they teach, and report your findings to me. Our goals. Harry almost laughed. There was no our. There was Muzan's goal, conquering the sun, and there was Harry's role, which was to serve that goal. Harry had understood this dynamic since before he could properly articulate it. He was a tool. A weapon. An experiment that happened to have legs and a name. What if I don't want to go? Harry asked. He didn't know why he said it. The words were out before he could stop them, and the second they hit the air, he felt the temperature in the room drop by 5 degrees. Muzan's chopsticks paused. Those crimson eyes locked onto Harry's with an intensity that a normal human would have found paralyzing. Excuse me. Harry's demon instincts were screaming at him. Every cell in his body recognized Muzan's shift in mood the way prey recognizes a predator's tensing muscles. I was just asking. Hypothetically. Silence. 3 seconds. 5. 10. You will go, Muzan said softly, because I have told you to go. And if I tell you to do something, Harry, what do? I do it. Good. Muzan resumed eating. The temperature normalized. Harry stared at his plate and focused on breathing steadily and keeping his eyes from shifting to red, because showing emotional disturbance in front of Muzan was the kind of weakness that got punished. But later that night, alone in the sparse room that served as his quarters, a bed, a desk, nothing personal, nothing soft, nothing that said a child lives here, Harry lay on his back in the dark and thought about the word parents. He tried to picture them. Drew blanks. He'd been 1 year old when Muzan took him. He had no memories of them, no photographs, no stories. All he had was a scar on his forehead that ached sometimes in ways that felt like someone else's pain, and a pair of green eyes that Muzan had once told him, in a rare moment of something that wasn't quite sentiment, were not mine to give you. Parents. Dead parents. Wizard parents from Britain. Harry touched the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Traced its jagged shape with his fingertip. And for the first time in his young life, he wondered, who were you? And would you have liked who I've become? The scar pulsed. Not painfully, just a flutter, like a second heartbeat. As if something inside it was listening. Harry pulled his hand away and rolled over and didn't think about it again for 6 years. He thought about a lot of other things instead. Between 5 and 11, Harry's life was a gauntlet. A relentless, grinding, meticulously designed crucible that Muzan had constructed with the same cold precision he applied to everything. Physical training consumed 3 hours every day. Combat, hand-to-hand, weapons, demon versus demon sparring with Muzan's lower creations who were instructed to push harder each week. Harry broke bones that healed in minutes. Took hits that would have killed human fighters twice his age. Learned to move like smoke, strike like lightning, and take pain without flinching because flinching in front of Muzan was an invitation for more pain. Demon ability development consumed another 3 hours. Blood demon art, the unique supernatural ability that every demon possessed, shaped by their nature and personality. Harry's was unusual. In normal demons, blood demon art manifested as a single theme, ice, threads, drums, whatever. Harry's manifested as something that didn't have a clean category because it was tangled up with his wizard magic in ways that made it unpredictable and devastating and, on more than one occasion, terrifying. He could manipulate his own blood into solid constructs, weapons, shields, tendrils, that crackled with magical energy. He could sense the life force of living things within a 100-meter radius through a kind of hybrid echolocation that combined demon senses with magical perception. He could, when pushed to extremes, emit a shockwave of combined demon energy and raw magic that destroyed anything within range with brutal, indiscriminate efficiency. That last one scared him. He'd used it once, at age 8, during a training session where 3 demons attacked him simultaneously and he'd panicked. The shockwave had vaporized all 3 and cracked the training chamber's reinforced walls. Muzan had watched the aftermath, said, interesting, and doubled the intensity of the next session. Academic education filled the remaining hours. Languages: Harry spoke Japanese, English, and Mandarin fluently by age 9. History, mathematics, science, strategy. And, most importantly, magic theory. Muzan had accumulated a staggering library of wizarding texts over his decade of research, stolen, purchased, pried from the cold dead hands of the wizards he'd killed, and Harry devoured them. Charms theory. Transfiguration principles. Dark arts. Defense. Potions. Herbology. Every branch of magical knowledge that Muzan could get his hands on, Harry studied. He was hungry for it. Not because Muzan demanded it, although Muzan did demand it, but because magic was the one thing in Harry's life that felt like his. Demon abilities were Muzan's gift, imposed from without. But magic? Magic was in Harry's blood. In his bones. It had been there before Muzan, before the demon transformation, before everything. It was the one piece of himself that had nothing to do with the creature who'd raised him. Harry clung to that distinction like a lifeline in a storm. He was 7 when he first disobeyed a direct order. Not in a big way. Not in a way that Muzan noticed, which was the entire point. It was a small act of rebellion, tiny, secret, absolutely meaningless in the grand scheme of things, and it mattered more to Harry than anything else he'd done in his short life. Muzan had ordered him to kill a rabbit. Not a demon. Not an enemy. A rabbit. A small, brown, soft thing that had somehow gotten into the compound's underground garden. Yes, Muzan maintained a garden. Certain plants were useful for experiments, and the garden had UV spectrum artificial lighting that simulated sunlight for the plants but was tuned to wavelengths that didn't trigger demon photosensitivity. The rabbit had probably gotten in through a ventilation shaft. It was sitting in the garden, nibbling on a leaf, completely oblivious to the fact that it was in the lair of the most dangerous creature on the planet. "Kill it," Muzan said. He was standing behind Harry, observing. "Use your demon speed. Make it clean." Harry looked at the rabbit. The rabbit looked at Harry. Its nose twitched. Its eyes were dark and round and completely, utterly innocent. "Why?" Harry asked. "Because I told you to. And because a weapon that hesitates is useless." Harry walked toward the rabbit. His footsteps were silent, demon reflexes made stealth as natural as breathing. The rabbit didn't move. Didn't flinch. It just sat there, chewing its leaf, unaware that it was about to die. Harry reached down. Picked the rabbit up. Held it against his chest. "It's done," he said, turning back to Muzan. His hands were behind his back. The rabbit was tucked against his stomach, hidden by his body. His demon heartbeat, slower and more controlled than a human's, didn't change. His expression didn't change. He'd learned to lie without tells by age 5. Muzan had taught him that, ironically. Muzan looked at him for a long moment. Those crimson eyes were unreadable, as always. Then he said, "Dispose of it," turned, and walked away. Harry kept the rabbit. He hid it in a ventilation shaft near his room, smuggled food to it, and named it Machi because he'd read about Machi in one of his Japanese language texts and thought it sounded soft and round and nice, like the rabbit. Machi lived for 3 years. Harry visited every night. He'd sit in the ventilation shaft with Machi on his lap and talk to it, not about anything important, just talk. About the training. About the books he was reading. About what he imagined the sky looked like during the day, since he'd only ever seen it at night through compound windows. "Muzan says the sun is the enemy," he told Machi once, stroking the rabbit's ears. "But I don't think the sun has ever actually done anything to me. It just exists. And he hates it for existing." Machi's nose twitched. "Yeah," Harry said. "I think that's kind of messed up too." When Machi died, of old age, peacefully, in Harry's hands, Harry cried for the first time since infancy. Silently, of course. In the dark. In the ventilation shaft. With his demon senses cranked to maximum to make sure no one was nearby. He buried Machi in the garden. Muzan never mentioned the rabbit again. Harry never knew if Muzan had known the truth the entire time, or if the Demon King's attention had simply been elsewhere. Either way, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Harry had made a choice. A small one. A tiny, insignificant, meaningless choice to keep something alive instead of killing it. And that choice had shown him something that Muzan's entire training regimen hadn't: he wasn't just a weapon. Weapons don't keep rabbits. On the morning of Harry's 11th birthday, July 31, 1991, a letter arrived. This was notable for several reasons, not least of which was that Muzan's compound did not have an address. It did not appear on any map. It was warded against detection by every magical and mundane means that Muzan's considerable resources could provide. Postal carriers, magical or otherwise, should not have been able to find this place if they'd searched for 1,000 years. The letter found it anyway. It arrived via owl, a tawny barn owl that somehow bypassed every ward, every trap, and every demon sentry, landed on the windowsill of Harry's room, and tapped the glass with an insistence that bordered on aggression. Harry, who had been doing push-ups at 3 in the morning because his demon biology required minimal sleep and there was nothing else to do, opened the window and stared at the bird. The owl stared back. Hooted once, impatiently, and extended its leg. A thick envelope was tied there, sealed with a wax crest that showed a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Harry untied the letter. The owl hooted again, almost smugly, and flew off into the night. The envelope was heavy. Parchment, not paper. Harry turned it over. Mr. H., Potter, the Underground Room, 3rd Corridor, Kibutsuji Compound, Undisclosed Location, Japan. Harry's blood went cold. Not because of the letter. Because of what the letter meant. Someone, some institution, knew exactly where he was. Knew his name. Knew his room. In Muzan's world, being found meant being vulnerable, and being vulnerable meant being dead. He opened the envelope anyway. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he sat on his bed in the dark and held it against his chest and felt something crack open inside him, something that had been sealed shut for so long he'd forgotten it was there. A way out. Not permanently. Not really. Muzan would never let him go. But a school. A wizard school. In Britain, where his parents had lived. Where other children, wizard children, learned magic in classrooms instead of underground chambers. Where there might be people who smiled at him for reasons other than cruelty. Harry pressed the letter harder against his chest and refused to name the burning sensation behind his eyes. Muzan's reaction was not what Harry expected. I am aware of this school, Muzan said, examining the letter with the same detached interest he'd show a mildly noteworthy lab result. They were in his study, a vast, dark room lined with bookshelves, the desk surface covered in notes and diagrams related to his ongoing research. I had planned to broach this subject with you today, in fact. The timing of this letter is convenient. You knew they'd contact me. I knew the school tracked magical births in Britain. Your name has been on their enrollment list since before you were born. I had expected them to make contact when you turned 11. The fact that they located my compound despite the wards is... A micropause. The barest flicker of what might have been irritation crossed Muzan's perfect features. Noteworthy. Wizard tracking magic is more potent than I'd estimated. Harry waited. He knew better than to push. When Muzan was processing, you stood still and quiet and let him arrive at his conclusion on his own time. You will attend, Muzan said finally. Harry's heart kicked. He kept his face neutral. Yes, sir. This is not a gift, Harry. This is an assignment. Muzan set the letter down and fixed Harry with those crimson eyes. The wizarding world contains knowledge that I need. Spells, enchantments, magical theory, any of it could hold the key to overcoming my limitation. You will embed yourself in this school. You will learn everything they have to teach. You will gather intelligence on their society, their defenses, their weaknesses. And you will report to me regularly. Understood? You will also maintain your cover. No one can know what you are. You are a wizard. An orphan. Raised by a distant relative in Japan. Nothing more. And if they ask questions, deflect. Charm. Lie. You are proficient at all three. Muzan stood. We will acquire your school supplies tomorrow night. The letter mentions a location called Diagon Alley. I have a contact in London who can provide access. He walked toward the door, then stopped. Turned halfway. The study's dim lamplight caught his profile, that perfect, inhuman beauty, the face of a predator masquerading as a god. Harry. Yes. Do not forget what you are. Do not forget who made you. And do not, under any circumstances, develop the impression that this school, or the people in it, matter more than the mission I have given you. Something in Harry's chest tightened. That same something that had cracked open when he'd read the Hogwarts letter, a feeling he didn't have a name for, a warmth that felt dangerous and forbidden. I won't forget, Harry said. Muzan searched his face for 3 seconds. Then he left. Harry stood alone in the study and let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. His hands were shaking. His eyes had shifted, he could feel it, the burn of crimson bleeding into green, and he closed them, pressed his palms against his eyelids, and forced himself to breathe. A school. Other kids. Magic learned in daylight. He pressed harder. Don't hope. Don't you dare hope. Hope is weakness. Muzan said, but Muzan wasn't here right now. And the letter was in Harry's pocket, warm against his chest, and for the first time in 11 years, the walls of the compound felt less like home and more like a cage. Diagon Alley hit Harry like a punch to the senses. They went at night, obviously. Muzan in his human disguise, a tall, elegant man with dark hair and a pleasant, forgettable face that was nothing like his true appearance, and Harry beside him, wearing normal clothes for the first time in memory. Jeans. A hoodie. Sneakers. He felt absurdly exposed without training gear, like walking around missing a limb. Muzan's London contact turned out to be a nervous, sweating little wizard named Borgin who ran a shop in a place called Nocturne Alley that smelled like old blood and dark magic. Borgin took one look at Muzan, went completely white, and practically fell over himself, providing access to the main shopping district. Harry walked into Diagon Alley at 11 p.m. on a warm August night, and the world exploded. It wasn't the magic. Harry had lived with magic his entire life. It was the people. Even at this hour, the alley wasn't fully asleep, shop windows glowed with enchanted displays, a few late-night witches and wizards hurried along the cobblestones, and the sheer density of magical signatures made Harry's hybrid senses ring like a bell. He could smell everything. The sweet, yeasty aroma from a closed ice cream shop. The metallic tang of potion ingredients wafting from an apothecary. The sharp, green scent of magical plants. The warm, complex, living smell of dozens of wizards, each one carrying a unique magical signature as distinctive as a fingerprint. He could hear everything. Heartbeats. Footsteps. The rustle of owl feathers from a shop called Elop's. The low, almost subsonic hum of ancient wards woven into the alley's cobblestones. He could feel everything. The magic in the air pressed against his skin like a living thing, warm and electric and welcoming in a way that made his chest ache. This is where I came from, Harry thought, and the realization nearly buckled his knees. This is my world. My parents' world. Muzan placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The grip was light but unmistakable, a leash, not a comfort. Focus, Muzan said quietly. We're here for supplies, not sightseeing. Harry nodded. Swallowed the ache. Followed. They moved through the alley efficiently. Muzan had gold, he always had whatever currency was needed, because wealth was another weapon and Muzan maintained arsenals, and they acquired robes from a half-asleep assistant at Madame Malkin's, books from Flourish and Blots, potion supplies from Slug and Jiggers, and various other necessities from shops that Harry tried to memorize and Muzan treated like assembly line stations. Then came Ollivander's. The wand shop was narrow, dusty, and crammed floor to ceiling with thin boxes stacked in precarious towers. It smelled like old wood and ozone and something Harry couldn't identify, a scent that was both ancient and alive, like a forest compressed into a single room. A man materialized from the shadows between the shelves. Elderly, with wild silver hair and eyes that were pale and enormous and slightly unsettling. Garrick Ollivander. Wand maker. And the second those strange, moon-colored eyes landed on Harry, something in them shifted. "Ah," Ollivander breathed. "I've been expecting you." Harry felt Muzan tense beside him. Not visibly, Muzan was far too controlled for visible tension, but Harry had spent 11 years calibrating his senses to Muzan's moods, and the molecular-level stiffening of muscles, the infinitesimal increase in body heat from blood pressure rising, was as loud as a shout. "My name is," Harry began. "Harry Potter." Ollivander's voice was soft, reverent. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your mother's, willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Lovely wand for charms work. Your father's, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." Those pale eyes flicked, for just a moment, toward the scar on Harry's forehead. "And the wand that gave you that scar, you, 13½ inches. I sold that wand. I regret it." Harry said nothing. He could feel Muzan's attention boring into the back of his skull. Don't react, don't engage, get the wand and leave, but something about Ollivander's voice, about the way this old man spoke about his parents like they were real people and not just data points in Muzan's files, made Harry's throat tight. "Well then," Ollivander said briskly. "Let's find you a wand." "Which is your wand arm?" "Both," Harry said, because Muzan had trained ambidexterity into him before he could write his own name. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. How unusual. What followed was the strangest 30 minutes of Harry's life, and given that his life included being raised by a 1,000-year-old demon lord, that was saying something. Wand after wand failed. Not the gentle, anticlimactic failures that most customers experienced, where the wand simply felt wrong and was set aside. These were violent rejections. The first wand Harry touched detonated, shooting a jet of red sparks that scorched the ceiling. The second turned ice-cold and frost crawled up Harry's arm. The third emitted a sound like a screaming animal. The fourth shattered. With each failure, Ollivander grew more interested. And with each failure, Muzan grew more still. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured after the 14th wand had done something that Harry could only describe as weeping, producing a sound of pure, distilled sadness that made his hybrid senses recoil. "Very tricky indeed. Your magical signature is, complex, Mr. Potter. More complex than any I've encountered." "It's the demon blood," Harry thought but didn't say. His magic and his demon nature were braided together at a fundamental level, and the wands were reacting to the whole package, the magic, the demon, and, judging by the way some of them responded to his scar, the Horcrux. "I wonder." Ollivander disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a single box, dusty and old, held in his hands with a care that bordered on reverence. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." Harry took the wand. The world stopped. Not metaphorically. For one suspended, infinite, crystallized moment, everything, the dust motes, Ollivander's breathing, the ticking of a clock somewhere in the shop, even the ever-present hum of Harry's own heartbeat, went silent. And then the wand erupted. Gold and crimson sparks fountained from the tip, filling the shop with light so intense that Harry had to squint. But the sparks weren't just light, they were warm. Warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with something Harry had never felt before. Something that reached into his chest and wrapped around the cold, hard, lonely core of him and squeezed. The wand knew him. Not just his magic, him. Every part of him. The wizard blood. The demon cells. The soul fragment. The boy who kept rabbits. The weapon who killed on command. The orphan who lay awake at night and touched his scar and wondered about parents he'd never known. The wand took all of it, the entire impossible contradiction of Harry Potter, and said, "Yes. You. Mine." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly and blamed the sparks. "Curious," Ollivander whispered, staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts awe and fear. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry managed. "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave one other feather, just one. And that other feather is in the wand that gave you your scar." The shop went cold. Not Muzan cold, this was different, older, the cold of fate settling over a room like a shroud. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It is not always clear why. But I think we can expect great things from you." Ollivander's pale eyes were luminous. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry felt the Horcrux in his scar pulse. A throb of dark recognition, of hunger, of whispered promise. And underneath it, braided into it, his demon blood surged in response, not fighting the Horcrux but harmonizing with it, the two dark forces inside him finding a temporary, terrifying equilibrium. He pocketed the wand. Paid. Left. On the street outside, Muzan stopped walking. Harry stopped too. "That man knew your parents," Muzan said. "Yes." "He recognized you on sight." "Yes." "You are famous in this world." Harry looked up at Muzan. The Demon King's disguised face was unreadable, but his real eyes, visible only to Harry, who knew what to look for behind the glamour, were calculating. "Yes," Harry said. "I think I am." Muzan said nothing for a long moment. Then, "Good. Fame can be useful. People trust the famous. They let them close." He resumed walking. Harry followed. But something had shifted. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, in the lingering warmth of a wand that had chosen him, in the echo of a dead man's words about parents he'd never meet, something had shifted, and Harry knew with absolute certainty that whatever Muzan had planned for him at Hogwarts, whatever spy mission or intelligence-gathering operation this was supposed to be, it was going to become something else entirely. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, and Harry loved every second of it. September 1st, King's Cross Station. Muzan wasn't here. He'd arranged transport to London via a demon subordinate and instructed Harry to find the platform on his own, because independence is a survival skill, not a luxury. Harry had located the magical barrier between platforms 9 and 10 by following the scent of wizard families, that distinctive magical signature, dozens of them, all converging on the same patch of brick wall. He'd watched a family of redheads disappear through the barrier one by one, a large, warm, bustling family with a harried mother and too many children, all of them loud and laughing and shoving each other with the easy violence of siblings who loved each other too much for politeness. Something in Harry's chest clenched at the sight. He pushed through the barrier. And there it was. The Hogwarts Express. A massive scarlet steam engine billowing white clouds into a platform packed with hundreds of wizarding families. Owls hooting. Cats yowling. Children screaming. Parents crying. Trunks being loaded and dropped and crashed into each other. The noise was incredible, the smells were overwhelming, and the sheer life of it, the messy, chaotic, beautiful humanness of it, hit Harry so hard that he had to stop walking and just breathe. This was what the world looked like when people weren't afraid. Harry shouldered his trunk and waded into the crowd. His demon senses were both a blessing and a curse. He could track individual conversations across the platform, smell the fear on the first years and the confidence on the older students, hear the rhythmic thump of the train's idle engine like a heartbeat, but the sensory overload was intense enough that he had to consciously dial down his hearing to avoid a migraine. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled into a seat by the window. The cushion was worn and soft. Sunlight, morning sunlight, warm and golden, streamed through the glass. Harry pulled his hood up and shifted away from the direct beam. It wasn't lethal. Not for him. But it burned in a low, persistent way, like standing too close to a fire. His skin prickled. His demon cells protested. He could endure it, had been training his tolerance for months, on Muzan's orders, because a spy who can't walk in daylight is useless, but enduring and enjoying were different things. The compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. Harry looked up and saw a boy his age with red hair, freckles, and a smudge of dirt on his nose. One of the red-headed family from the platform. The boy was carrying a battered trunk and looking at Harry with the kind of open, unguarded friendliness that Harry had literally never experienced from a person his own age. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy grinned and dragged his trunk in. "Cheers. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." "Harry." "Just Harry." Harry hesitated. 1 heartbeat. 2. The name would mean something here. It would bring attention, scrutiny, questions. Muzan had told him to use it. Fame is a tool, but using it felt like stepping off a cliff. "Potter," he said. "Harry Potter." Ron's jaw dropped. "Blimey," he whispered. "Are you really? I mean, do you have the—" His eyes darted to Harry's forehead. Harry pushed his hair back and showed the scar. It tingled under Ron's wide-eyed stare, but not painfully, more like a recognition, a hello. "Wicked," Ron breathed. And then, with the absolute tonal whiplash that Harry would come to learn was peak Ron Weasley, he said, "D'you want a chocolate frog? Mom made me sandwiches but they're corned beef and I hate corned beef." Harry blinked. "You're not going to ask me about Voldemort?" Ron flinched at the name, a full body wince that was almost comical, but recovered quickly. "I mean, I want to, but Mum says it's rude to interrogate people before lunch, so." "Chocolate frog?" Something happened in Harry's chest. Something unfamiliar and warm and slightly terrifying. Like a muscle being used for the first time, stiff and painful and oddly wonderful. "Yeah," Harry said. "Sure. They ate chocolate frogs." Ron explained wizard candy with the passionate intensity of a tenured professor lecturing on their life's work. Harry listened and nodded and asked questions that he didn't need to ask. He'd studied wizarding culture extensively, because listening to Ron talk was nice. It was just nice. The way sunlight through the window was nice, despite the burn. The way the rhythm of the train was nice. The way existing in a space where no one expected him to fight or train or produce results was nice. Nice was a revelation. Halfway through their third chocolate frog, the compartment door opened again. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." The girl who appeared in the doorway was about their age, with bushy brown hair and front teeth slightly too large for her face and the kind of energy that filled a room like a physical force. Her eyes were sharp, her voice was bossy, and her Hogwarts robes were already on even though they were hours from arriving. "Haven't seen one," Ron said through a mouthful of chocolate. The girl's gaze swept the compartment, past Ron, past the candy wrappers, and landed on Harry. Specifically, on the book poking out of his bag. Advanced Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. "Oh." Her eyes lit up. "I've read that. It's not on the first-year reading list, but I wanted to get ahead." "What did you think of the chapter on spell intent integration?" Harry stared at her. In 11 years of existence, no one, had ever asked him his opinion on a book. Muzan assigned reading. Muzan tested comprehension. but asked what he thought. Asked as if his thoughts mattered. I thought the author undervalued the role of emotional resonance in spell casting, Harry said slowly. He treats magic like a purely intellectual exercise, but that doesn't match my experience. The girl's eyes went wide. Not with fear, with interest. The exact same expression Harry had seen in his own reflection when he discovered a new magical technique. Recognition. Kinship. The look of someone who'd found a fellow explorer. That's exactly what I thought. She actually stepped fully into the compartment, sitting down across from Harry with the casual decisiveness of someone who had already decided this conversation was more important than the lost toad. I wrote a 3-page analysis on that chapter and my parents thought I was mental. They're muggles, dentists, they don't really get it, but the emotional resonance theory is so obviously supported by the evidence in Wentworth's Principles of Practical Enchantment, Harry finished. Yes. She was practically vibrating. Chapter 14. The section on Patronus theory. Where he argues that the spell's power is directly proportional to the caster's emotional investment rather than their raw magical ability. Ron looked between them like he was watching a tennis match conducted in a foreign language. I'm Hermione, the girl said, extending her hand. Hermione Granger. Harry took it. Her grip was firm, surprisingly firm for someone her size. Her hand was warm. Human warm, in a way that made his demon senses catalog the difference between her temperature and his own. She was 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. He was 93.2. The gap between them was small in numbers and enormous in what it represented. Harry Potter, he said. Hermione's eyes went to his scar. Unlike Ron, she didn't gape or gasp. She just looked at it for a moment, then back at his eyes, and said, I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. The accounts are contradictory and the sourcing is terrible. I'd love to hear the actual story sometime. Harry almost laughed. Almost. The sound got caught somewhere between his demon-controlled composure and the genuine, startled delight that this girl, this brilliant, ferocious, unintimidated girl, had just critiqued the academic rigor of the books written about him instead of fawning over his fame. The actual story, Harry said, is complicated. The best ones usually are. Hermione smiled. It transformed her face, softened the sharp edges, made the two large teeth look endearing instead of awkward, lit up her brown eyes like sunlight through amber. Harry felt something click into place. Not dramatically. Not with fireworks or prophetic significance. Just a quiet, internal click, like a puzzle piece finding its slot. He didn't know what it meant yet. Wouldn't know for months. But the click happened, and it was real, and some deep, demon-enhanced instinct told him, this person matters. Pay attention. Want a chocolate frog? Ron offered Hermione. I really should keep looking for Neville's toad, the toad will turn up, Harry said. Something about his voice, calm, certain, the voice of someone used to tracking living things through dark corridors, made Hermione pause. Sit down. Tell me about the other books on the reading list. Hermione sat down. And just like that, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter had friends. The castle rose from the darkness like a dream. Harry was in a boat on a black lake, surrounded by other first-years, and he was looking up at Hogwarts, and he was not breathing. Not because he didn't need to, his demon biology could sustain him without oxygen for extended periods, but because the sight had literally stolen the air from his lungs. It was massive. Ancient. Towers and turrets rising against a sky full of stars, windows glowing with warm amber light, the entire structure radiating a magical signature so vast and complex that Harry's hybrid senses couldn't even process it all at once. It was like trying to look at the sun, not the real sun, which would burn him, but a metaphorical sun, a source of light and warmth and power so intense that it overwhelmed the senses. This is where my parents went to school. The thought hit him without warning, and with it came a wave of emotion so strong that his eyes shifted, green to crimson, just for a second, a fraction of a second, before he clamped down with every ounce of control Muzan had beaten into him. Ron, sitting beside him in the boat, didn't notice. He was too busy staring at the castle with his own brand of wide-eyed wonder, a different kind from Harry's, the wonder of a boy who'd grown up hearing about this place from older brothers and was finally seeing it for himself. Hermione, in the boat behind them, was telling another first year about the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall, her voice carrying across the water with an excitement that made Harry's lips twitch toward a smile. The boats docked. They climbed stone steps. A tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes met them at the top, Professor McGonagall, Harry knew from his research, and explained the sorting. "What house d'you reckon you'll be in?" Ron whispered as they filed into an anteroom. "Dunno," Harry said, which was a lie. He knew exactly what houses existed, what they represented, and what his chances were. Slytherin was the obvious pick: ambition, cunning, a willingness to do whatever it took. Muzan would want Slytherin. Muzan would expect Slytherin. Something in Harry's chest, that stubborn, warm, defiant thing that had kept a rabbit alive for 3 years, didn't want Slytherin. The doors to the Great Hall opened, and Harry walked into a room that made every underground chamber he'd ever trained in look like a closet. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. Thousands of candles floated in midair. And the ceiling, Hermione had been right, was enchanted to mirror the sky outside, a vast, velvet expanse of stars. Harry's name was called. "Potter, Harry." The whispers started immediately. A tidal wave of sound crashing across the Great Hall. "Potter. The Harry Potter. Where's he been? Look at his eyes, they're so green, did you see? I swear they flashed red for a second." Harry walked to the stool. Sat down. McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. And then there was a voice in his mind, and it was terrified. "Oh, oh my. Oh dear. This is, what are you?" Harry kept his face neutral. "I'm a student." There's, Mr. Potter, there are 3 distinct magical signatures in your head. Your own, which is formidable. A piece of a very dark soul that's been here for a decade. And something else. Something I've never, in 1,000 years of sorting, I have never. Can you just sort me? Into where? Your mind is a labyrinth, child. You have the ambition of a Slytherin, the intellect of a Ravenclaw, and the, oh, there it is. Underneath everything. Under the demon blood and the dark soul and the 1,000 years of cold. Harry's chest tightened. What? Courage. Not the loud kind. Not the reckless, charging into battle kind, though you have that too. The quiet kind. The kind that keeps a rabbit alive when you've been told to kill it. The kind that hopes even when hoping is dangerous. The kind that sits in a compartment full of strangers and decides to try. Mr. Potter, you have your mother's heart. Nothing that has been done to you has killed it. Harry's eyes burned. Please, he thought, and he wasn't sure what he was asking for. The hat seemed to understand anyway. Gryffindor. The table on the far left exploded. The Weasley twins were standing on their bench chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Ron was pounding the table. Hermione, already sorted into Gryffindor, was beaming. Harry took off the hat and walked toward the cheering table, and his legs were unsteady, and his eyes were threatening to shift, and Muzan's voice was in his head saying fame is a tool, detachment is survival, do not forget what you are, but another voice was louder. A newer voice. A voice that sounded like warm compartments and chocolate frogs and a girl who criticized the sourcing on books about him. Maybe, that voice whispered, what I am, is more than what he made me. Harry sat down between Ron and Hermione. Ron clapped him on the back. Hermione said something about the Sorting Hat's history that he didn't hear because all his senses were focused on cataloging this feeling, this warmth, this belonging, this terrifying, wonderful, unprecedented experience of being wanted. At the staff table, Albus Dumbledore watched Harry Potter with very old, very blue, very troubled eyes. Beside him, Severus Snape stared at the boy who had his mother's eyes and something else behind them, something that made Snape's blood run cold. And at the far end of the table, a man in a turban met Harry's gaze across the crowded hall. Harry's scar blazed with pain. His demon blood surged in response. Two kinds of darkness, Voldemort's and Muzan's, collided in his veins like tectonic plates. Harry gripped the edge of the table hard enough to leave finger-shaped dents in the wood. Smiled at Ron. Laughed at something one of the twins said. And underneath the smile and the laugh and the warmth of belonging, the demon in him opened one crimson eye and started watching. Hogwarts had no idea what had just walked through its doors. But it was going to find out. That night, in the Gryffindor first-year dormitory, Harry lay in a four-poster bed with scarlet curtains and stared at the ceiling and didn't sleep. Not because he couldn't, he could, in the demon's version of sleep, a shallow, watchful rest that kept his senses active. But because the bed was soft. The blankets were warm. The sound of four other boys breathing filled the room, Ron snoring like a chainsaw 2 beds over, Neville mumbling in his sleep, Seamus turning over, Dean dead silent. People sleeping near me, Harry thought. People who aren't afraid of me. People who don't know. He touched his wand. Holly and phoenix feather. It hummed against his skin like a living thing, warm and loyal and his. He touched his scar. Lightning bolt. Horcrux. Someone else's soul fragment sharing space in his head like an unwanted roommate. He thought about Muzan. About the compound. About the training chamber and the garden and the ventilation shaft where Machi was buried. About the letter he'd need to write, the intelligence report, the mission update, and how he'd frame these first impressions in language cold enough to satisfy the Demon King. They sort children by personality traits. Gryffindor values courage. The staff includes multiple powerful wizards. The castle's wards are ancient and complex. The school contains a significant repository of magical knowledge. All true. All accurate. All completely missing the point. The point was that a boy named Ron had shared his chocolate without being asked. The point was that a girl named Hermione had asked Harry what he thought. The point was that a sentient hat had looked into the deepest, darkest, most monstrous parts of Harry's mind and found, underneath everything, a heart that still worked. Harry rolled over, pressed his face into the pillow, and let himself feel, just for a moment, just in the dark, where no one could see, the full, overwhelming, terrifying weight of what he'd found today. A home. The word was foreign on his tongue, even silently. He'd never had one. The compound wasn't a home, it was a facility. His room wasn't a bedroom, it was quarters. Muzan wasn't a father, he was a handler. But this castle full of ghosts and moving staircases and a ceiling that showed the stars. This dormitory with its scarlet curtains and sleeping boys. This world where children learned magic in classrooms instead of underground chambers and no one, was afraid. Home, Harry thought, and the word tasted like hope, and hope tasted like the most dangerous thing Muzan had ever forbidden him. From somewhere deep inside the castle, he heard an owl call. From somewhere deep inside his scar, he felt the Horcrux stir. From somewhere deep inside his chest, the demon blood pulsed with an ancient, hungry rhythm. 3 forces. 3 legacies. 3 futures, all pulling in different directions. Harry closed his eyes and chose to sleep. Tomorrow was his first day of classes. His first real day as a Hogwarts student. His first day in the world his parents had loved and died for. The Demon King of Hogwarts was just getting started. And he had absolutely no idea how much trouble he was in. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Fangs in the Tower. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts started with sunlight trying to murder him. Not literally. Not the way it would have murdered a full demon, the instant, cellular-level disintegration that Muzan feared more than anything in existence. For Harry, Sunlight was more like a persistent assault. A slow burn. The magical morning light of the Scottish Highlands poured through the dormitory windows in golden sheets, and the second it touched Harry's skin, every demon cell in his body screamed. He'd prepared for this. Months of exposure training at the compound, standing under UV lamps calibrated to mimic solar wavelengths, building tolerance the same way you'd build muscle, through repetitive, controlled damage. But the artificial lights in the compound were one thing. Real, actual, unfiltered sunlight was another beast entirely. Harry gritted his teeth, swung his legs out of bed, and crossed to the window. The grounds of Hogwarts spread out below him like a painting, rolling green hills, the dark mirror of the lake, the edge of an enormous forest, and above it all, a sky so blue and vast that it looked fake. Like someone had hung a massive canvas overhead and forgotten to add clouds. It was beautiful. It also felt like standing inside a low-grade oven. "Mate, you alright? You look like you're about to be sick." Ron was sitting up in bed, red hair sticking out at 17 different angles, squinting at Harry with the bleary concern of someone who'd been woken up by the sound of another person hissing through their teeth. "Fine," Harry said, stepping back from the window. The shade helped immediately, the burn receded to a dull itch. "Just not a morning person." "Oh, brilliant, me neither." Ron flopped back onto his pillow. "Mum always says I'd sleep through the apocalypse." "What time is it?" 6:30. 6, Ron bolted upright again, looking personally offended. "Harry. Mate. It's the first day of term. Breakfast doesn't start for an hour. Why are you even awake?" Because Harry's demon biology required roughly 3 hours of sleep per night, and he'd been awake since 4 a.m. cataloging every sound in the castle, footsteps, conversations, the creak of moving staircases, the distant murmur of ghosts, the deep, almost subsonic heartbeat of the castle itself, which pulsed with ancient magic like a sleeping giant. "Couldn't sleep," Harry said instead. "New place." "Fair enough." Ron yawned so wide his jaw cracked. "Well, since I'm up, we might as well get dressed. I'll show you where the Great Hall is. This castle's mental. I got lost 3 times yesterday just trying to find the loo." They got dressed. Harry pulled on his Hogwarts robes, black, trimmed with Gryffindor scarlet and gold, and caught his reflection in the dormitory mirror. A pale boy with messy black hair and green eyes and a lightning bolt scar stared back at him. He looked normal. Young. Like any other 11-year-old getting ready for school. The reflection was a lie, obviously. Underneath the robes, Harry's body was a map of Muzan's training, lean muscle packed onto a frame that moved with predatory fluidity, skin that healed too fast to scar, and a resting heart rate of 42 beats per minute that would have concerned any Muggle doctor. But the robes covered all of that, and the face in the mirror was just a boy's face, and for one strange, disorienting moment, Harry let himself pretend. "This is who I am today. Not a demon. Not a weapon. Just a kid going to breakfast." Ron appeared behind him, still fighting with his tie. "Come on, I'm starving." Harry followed him out of the dormitory and into the chaos of Hogwarts. The castle was alive. Harry had known this intellectually, his research on Hogwarts had been thorough, but knowing that the staircases moved and experiencing the staircase you were standing on suddenly deciding to redirect you to a completely different floor were very different things. The portraits talked. The suits of armor shifted when you weren't looking. Doors that were doors yesterday were walls today. And the ghosts, translucent, luminous, casually floating through solid stone like the laws of physics were more suggestions than rules, were everywhere. Harry's demon senses were going haywire. Every new corridor brought a cascade of sensory data that his hybrid brain struggled to process. He could smell centuries of magical residue layered into the stone walls like geological strata, ancient enchantments, old potions, the faint trace of 1,000 years of adolescent drama. He could hear conversations happening 3 floors away. He could feel the wards that protected the castle pressing against his skin like invisible hands, ancient and powerful and curious, as if the castle's magic was examining him the same way he was examining it. And underneath all of that, constant and nagging, the sunlight pouring through every window poked at him like a persistent headache. "You sure you're okay?" Ron asked as they navigated a corridor on the 3rd floor. "You keep flinching." "The light's bright in here," Harry said, which was technically true. "Yeah, the enchanted windows are mental. Fred says they actually amplify the sunlight to mess with people who oversleep." Harry filed that information away under "things that are trying to kill me," and adjusted his position to walk in the shadow of a suit of armor. They reached the Great Hall. Breakfast was already underway, hundreds of students packed around 4 long tables, the ceiling overhead showing a perfect blue sky dotted with white clouds, and the aroma of food hitting Harry's enhanced senses like a tidal wave. Bacon. Eggs. Toast. Porridge. Sausages. Pumpkin juice, and that was new. Harry had never smelled pumpkin juice before, and it was sweet and sharp and oddly comforting. Ron made a beeline for the Gryffindor table and started loading his plate with the single-minded focus of a demolition crew. Harry sat across from him and ate more conservatively. His demon biology could process human food, it was one of the advantages of being a hybrid rather than a full demon, but his appetite was strange. Some days he ate like a normal boy. Other days, the demon in him wanted something else, something raw and primal that Harry kept chained in the basement of his consciousness and never, ever let out. Today was a normal day. He ate toast and bacon and tried the pumpkin juice and decided it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. Morning. Hermione materialized beside them with her bag already packed, her hair already tamed into a bushy ponytail, and a class schedule already memorized. She sat down, poured herself pumpkin juice, and immediately began a review of their first day timetable with the organized intensity of a military commander briefing troops. "We've got double potions with Slytherin first, that's in the dungeons, which I hear is cold, so you might want an extra layer, then Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, then lunch, then Charms with Professor Flitwick, and, Hermione," Ron said through a mouthful of sausage. "Breathe." Hermione shot him a look that could have curdled milk, but Harry caught the corner of her mouth twitching. "I'm just trying to be prepared. First impressions matter." "First impressions of what?" "It's school, not a job interview." "Education is the job interview for the rest of your life, Ronald." Harry watched them bicker and felt that warm click again, the one from the train. Not the click of recognition or attraction or anything as specific as that. Just the click of fitting. Of being in a space where people talk to each other instead of issuing orders. Where disagreements were loud and harmless instead of quiet and dangerous. The morning post arrived. Hundreds of owls swooped into the great hall in a feathery, hooting avalanche, delivering letters and packages and newspapers. Harry watched them and wondered, briefly, if he should expect anything from Muzan. The Demon King had said he'd make contact, but Muzan's methods rarely involved something as traceable as owl post. No owl came for Harry. That was fine. He wasn't disappointed. He wasn't. Potions was a disaster. Not the academic kind. Harry had studied potions theory extensively under Muzan's regime, and the actual brewing process came naturally to someone whose demon senses could detect ingredient freshness by smell and whose enhanced fine motor control made precise measurements trivially easy. No, the disaster was named Severus Snape. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, and Harry had to admit, it was the most comfortable he'd felt all day. Underground. Cool. No sunlight. The persistent burn that had been nagging him since dawn finally faded, and his demon cells settled into a contented hum. He actually relaxed for the first time in hours, which turned out to be a mistake, because the second he dropped his guard, Snape walked in. The man swept into the classroom like a black-robed thunderstorm, robes billowing, dark eyes scanning the rows of first-years with the expression of someone who just discovered rats in his kitchen. He was tall, thin, hook-nosed, and radiated a cold authority that Harry's demon instincts recognized instantly. This is a predator. Not the physical kind. Snape was human, ordinary human. Harry could have broken him in half without trying, but the psychological kind. The kind who controlled a room through presence alone. Harry respected that. Muzan did the same thing. Snape reached his desk, turned, and his eyes found Harry immediately. Locked onto him like heat-seeking missiles. And something happened in those dark eyes, a flash of emotion so intense that Harry's enhanced perception caught it frame by frame. Shock. Pain. Grief. And then, slamming down like a portcullis, cold, burning fury. "Ah," Snape said softly. "Our new celebrity." The classroom went still. Every student, Gryffindor and Slytherin alike, felt the shift in atmosphere. The temperature seemed to drop. Beside Harry, Ron's heartbeat accelerated. On his other side, Hermione's pen tightened in her grip. "Potter." Snape's voice could have etched glass. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry met Snape's eyes. And here was the thing, Harry knew the answer. He also knew that Snape wasn't really asking about potions. Those dark eyes were searching Harry's face with a desperate, almost frantic intensity that Harry had seen before, in the eyes of Muzan's subordinates when they reported failure, the look of someone confronting something they hadn't been prepared for. "The draught of living death, sir," Harry said calmly. "A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. The asphodel and wormwood combine to create a soporific effect that shuts down higher brain function while maintaining baseline. I did not ask for a textbook recitation," Snape cut him off. His voice was quiet now, dangerously quiet. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a stone-like mass that acts as a universal antidote to most poisons." "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant. Also known as aconite." Silence. Every student in the room was staring. Hermione, who had shot her hand into the air at the first question and been summarily ignored, looked torn between indignation and admiration. Ron's jaw was on the floor. And Snape. Snape was staring at Harry with an expression that Harry's demon senses could smell as clearly as ink and parchment, grief so raw it was practically bleeding. Harry's green eyes. Lily's eyes. Staring back at Snape from a face that was James Potter's, from a body that reeked of something dark and wrong, something that Snape's trained senses could detect even if he couldn't identify it. "Adequately prepared," Snape finally said, in a tone that suggested adequate was the worst insult in his vocabulary. 1 point to Gryffindor for answering correctly. And 1 point from Gryffindor for Mr. Potter's insufferable smugness. "That's not fair," Ron blurted. "Life rarely is, Mr. Weasley." Another point from Gryffindor for speaking out of turn. The rest of the lesson was a controlled exercise in hostility. Snape circled the classroom like a shark, criticizing every Gryffindor's work while praising, or at least not savaging, the Slytherins. Harry's potion was perfect. Flawless. His demon senses made the brewing process almost trivially easy. He could smell when the temperature was right, detect ingredient quality by scent alone, time each step with the precision of an atomic clock. Snape examined Harry's cauldron, found nothing to criticize, and said absolutely nothing before moving on. After class, as students filed out, Harry lingered. Something in him, the same instinct that had kept Mochi alive, the instinct to understand rather than just react, wanted to know why Snape looked at him like he was seeing a ghost. But Snape caught him lingering and said, "Get out, Potter," in a voice that left no room for curiosity, and Harry left, filing the encounter away in the growing mental cabinet labeled, "Things about Hogwarts that don't match the mission brief." Transfiguration was better. Professor McGonagall was stern, precise, and impressed by competence, which Harry could provide in abundance. She demonstrated turning a match into a needle, then set the class to attempting it themselves. Harry picked up the match, focused his magic, his wizard magic, carefully separated from the demon energy that coiled underneath, and transformed it on the first try. The needle gleamed silver and perfect on his desk. The classroom went quiet. "Well," McGonagall said, and was there the faintest ghost of a smile on that stern face? "It seems Mr. Potter has a natural affinity." 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Not with jealousy, with determination. She spent the rest of the class period attacking her match with such focused ferocity that by the end, she'd produced a needle nearly as perfect as Harry's. McGonagall awarded her 5 points too, and the look of fierce satisfaction on Hermione's face made Harry's lips twitch. "She's competitive," he noted. Not in the petty, zero-sum way that Muzan's subordinates competed, backstabbing and sabotage and the constant fear of being found replaceable. Hermione competed the way a runner competed, wanting to be the best, yes, but also wanting the race to be good. Wanting worthy opponents. Wanting the excellence to be real. Harry could work with that. He'd never had an intellectual rival before. The idea was exciting. "How did you do that?" Hermione demanded as they left the classroom. She was walking at that brisk, purpose-driven pace that Harry was learning was her default speed. "First try. I've read the theory cover to cover and it still took me 15 minutes. "Practice," Harry said, which was an absurd understatement. He'd been channeling and controlling magical energy since age 5. Turning a match into a needle was like asking a concert pianist to play chopsticks. "Practice with what? You've never been to a wizarding school before, have you had private tutoring?" "Something like that." Hermione gave him a look. That sharp, searching, "I know you're not telling me everything" look that Harry was beginning to realize was her default setting when confronted with incomplete information. She was like a detective, he thought. A tiny, bushy-haired, relentless detective who would not rest until every puzzle was solved and every mystery was filed in the correct cabinet. "Dangerous," a voice in his head whispered. A voice that sounded like Muzan. "People who ask questions find answers. People who find answers become threats." Harry ignored it. "I'll tell you about it sometime," he said. Not a lie. Not a deflection. A genuine, honest promise that surprised him as much as it seemed to surprise her. Hermione studied him for a moment. Then she nodded, accepting the promise, and launched into a comparison of transfiguration theory between Gamp's Law and the more recent work by Dr. Elara Montague, and Harry listened, and the warm feeling in his chest spread a little further. The first truly dangerous thing happened during the flying lesson. It was Thursday afternoon, and the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were standing in 2 lines on the grounds, broomsticks on the grass beside them, Madam Hooch barking instructions about grip and posture and, "Not dying on my watch, do you understand me?" Harry stood in line and tried not to think about the sunlight. It was a clear day, the Scottish sky a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the UV assault on his demon cells was the worst it had been since arriving at Hogwarts. His skin prickled. His eyes watered behind a subtle squint he was trying very hard to make look natural. The other students didn't notice, but Hermione, standing beside him, gave him a sidelong glance. "You're squinting again," she said quietly. Not accusatory. Observational. "Bright out here. You should see Madame Pomfrey. It might be photosensitivity, there are potions for that." Harry filed that away as a very useful piece of information and made a mental note to research light sensitivity potions as soon as possible. "Up!" Madam Hooch commanded, and 22 students yelled "up" at their broomsticks. Harry's broom snapped into his hand so fast it left a red mark on his palm. No hesitation. No wobble. The broom practically lunged upward, responding to his magic, to all of his magic, demon-enhanced and wizard-pure, both flavors combined, with a eagerness that startled even him. Ron's broom flopped over. Hermione's rolled sideways. Neville Longbottom's didn't move at all. Then everything went wrong. Neville, nervous and shaking and clearly terrified of heights, somehow kicked off too early. His broom shot straight up like a cork from a champagne bottle, carrying a shrieking Neville 30 feet into the air in under 2 seconds. The boy's grip slipped, he tumbled sideways, and Harry watched in demon slow motion as Neville Longbottom fell. Time dilated. Harry's enhanced perception kicked in automatically. It always did in moments of danger, his brain shifting into a mode where everything moved at half speed and he could count the individual droplets of sweat on Neville's forehead from 20 feet away. He should have stayed still. That was the strategic move, the Muzan move. Don't reveal your abilities. Don't draw attention. A broken arm was survivable, and no 11-year-old should be able to react fast enough to. Harry was on his broom and in the air before the thought finished forming. It wasn't a decision. It was reflex. The same reflex that had kept a rabbit alive, that had reached for a wand in Ollivander's shop, that had sat down in a compartment with a boy who shared chocolate and a girl who asked what he thought. Something deeper than strategy. Something older than training. He caught Neville 15 feet above the ground. One hand on the broom, one hand fisted in the back of Neville's robes, decelerating from a dead sprint to a hover in a move that should have been aerodynamically impossible. The G-forces should have torn his arm out of its socket. They didn't, because Harry's demon-enhanced musculature could handle forces that would hospitalize a professional Quidditch player, and his reflexes operated on a timescale that made the human nervous system look like a dial-up connection. He lowered Neville gently to the ground. The boy was shaking, tear-streaked, clutching something small and round, a remembrall that must have fallen from his pocket during the ascent. "You're okay," Harry said quietly, and his voice came out in that calm, measured tone that Muzan had trained into him for high-stress situations. It was, he realized, the first time he'd ever used that voice to comfort someone instead of intimidate them. Neville looked up at him with huge, wet eyes. Thank you. Potter." Harry turned. Madame Hooch was running toward them, her expression caught between fury and astonishment. The entire class was staring. Ron's mouth was hanging open. Hermione had both hands over her mouth. And a blond boy across the field, Malfoy, Harry recalled, Draco Malfoy, who tried to introduce himself on the train with the oily confidence of someone who'd been told he was important since birth, was staring at Harry with an expression of naked, complicated jealousy. "Never, in all my years," Madame Hooch sputtered. "That was, you could have been," she stopped. Took a breath. And then, in a voice that had shifted from angry to incredulous, "Potter, how long have you been flying?" "That was my first time." Dead silence. "Wait here," Madame Hooch said, and she marched back toward the castle with a stride that suggested someone was about to get a very interesting conversation. Harry stood on the grass and felt the sunlight burn his skin and felt the adrenaline drain from his muscles and felt the Horcrux in his scar pulse with something that might have been amusement, and he thought, so much for keeping a low profile. 20 minutes later, Harry was standing in Professor McGonagall's office, being told he was the new Gryffindor seeker. "The youngest in a century," McGonagall said, and there was definitely a smile this time, small, controlled, fiercely proud. "Your father was a brilliant Quidditch player too. Chaser. I suspect the talent runs in the blood." "You have no idea what runs in my blood," Harry thought, but what he said was, "Thank you, Professor." The news spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. By dinner, every student in the school seemed to know that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Vanisher, the kid who'd been missing for 10 years, was not only at Hogwarts but had made the Quidditch team as a first year. Ron was ecstatic. "Do you know how rare this is? First-year students never make the team. You're going to be brilliant." Hermione was concerned. "Quidditch is incredibly dangerous, Harry. The injury rate is, Hermione, if you cite a statistic right now, I swear on Merlin's beard, I was going to say the injury rate is manageable with proper safety protocols, Ronald, I'm not a monster." Harry sat between them and ate dinner and let their bickering wash over him like warm water, and he thought about his father. James Potter. Quidditch player. Chaser. Muzan had never mentioned that. Of course he hadn't. Personal details about Harry's biological parents were irrelevant to the mission. Knowing that James Potter had been a Quidditch player served no strategic purpose. It didn't advance the goal of conquering the sun. But it mattered to Harry. It mattered in a way he couldn't articulate and didn't fully understand. Knowing that his father had loved flying, had been good at flying, made the thing Harry had done today feel less like a display of demon reflexes and more like an inheritance. Like something that connected him to a person he'd never known through the air itself. He touched his scar. It was quiet. For now. Days turned into weeks, and Harry settled into Hogwarts like a key sliding into a lock he didn't know existed. Mornings, classes. Charms with Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books and squeaked with delight when Harry's levitation charm lifted a feather on the first attempt. Herbology with Professor Sprout in the greenhouses, where the sunlight was a constant battle but the fascinating taxonomy of magical plants kept Harry's mind occupied. History of magic with Professor Binns, a ghost so boring that even Harry's demon-enhanced focus couldn't prevent his attention from drifting. Defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell, whose stammer and turban and garlic-scented classroom should have been comical but instead set every alarm in Harry's body screaming. Quirrell was wrong. Harry couldn't explain it more precisely than that. The man smelled wrong. His heartbeat was wrong, uneven, arrhythmic, as if there were two hearts beating out of sync behind his ribs. The turban radiated a magical signature that Harry's hybrid senses identified as dark, deeply dark, the kind of dark that made the Horcrux in Harry's scar sit up and pay attention. Every time Harry entered that classroom, his scar blazed. A hot, sharp, stabbing pain that shot from his forehead down to the base of his skull, and underneath the pain, a pull. Like something inside Quirrell was reaching for something inside Harry. Like two magnets with the wrong polarity, repelling and attracting simultaneously. Harry didn't tell anyone about this. He filed it in the mental cabinet, right next to the Snape encounter and the growing list of things he couldn't explain. Afternoons, Quidditch practice with the Gryffindor team, where Harry's demonic speed and reflexes made him look like a prodigy and he had to actively restrain himself to avoid catching the snitch too quickly. Oliver Wood, the team captain, was in tears after the first practice. "Where have you been?" he kept saying. I don't have words. We're going to win." Evenings, the common room. This was the part that Harry hadn't planned for. The part that no amount of Muzan's training had prepared him for. Socializing. The Gryffindor common room was warm, loud, chaotic, and packed with people who wanted to talk to Harry. About Quidditch. About classes. About where he'd been for 10 years. About the scar. About Voldemort. About everything and nothing and whatever floated through their minds, because apparently this was what teenagers did. They talked, constantly, about things that had no strategic value whatsoever, and they expected Harry to talk back. It was overwhelming. Harry's first instinct, Muzan's instinct, the survival instinct, was to deflect, control the conversation, reveal nothing, and establish social dominance through strategic vulnerability. The playbook was second nature: share a small, harmless personal detail to create the illusion of openness. Ask questions that make the other person feel important. Mirror their body language to build unconscious rapport. Never give a straight answer to a personal question. He caught himself doing it automatically with the Weasley twins, who cornered him one evening to ask about his mysterious past. Raised by a distant relative in Japan, Harry said smoothly. Easy smile. Relaxed posture. Every word calculated. Boring, really. No magic schools there, so I studied on my own. On your own. Fred, or George, looked impressed. No wonder you're top of every class. Top of almost every class, the other twin corrected. Hermione's got charms. I'm letting her have it, Harry said with a grin that felt natural but wasn't. The twins laughed. Conversation moved on. Harry had successfully deflected without revealing anything. He felt hollow. This was what Muzan had made him. A social machine. A charm offensive in human skin. Every interaction was a chess game, every smile was a tool, and somewhere underneath all the strategy and deflection, an 11-year-old boy was screaming for someone to actually see him. The scream got louder every day. It was Hermione who heard it. Not literally, Harry's self-control was far too good for literal screaming. But Hermione Granger, for all her academic intensity and social awkwardness, had something that Harry's demon senses couldn't replicate: emotional intelligence. The intuitive, empathetic kind that came from being the weird girl, the outsider, the one who didn't fit in. She recognized loneliness because she'd lived it. And she saw it in Harry the way a veteran sees combat in another veteran's eyes, by the things that weren't said, the silences that lasted a beat too long, the way his smile never quite reached those green eyes. It happened 2 weeks into the term, during a late-night study session in the common room. The other students had gone to bed. Ron had lasted until midnight before his snoring drove them from the dormitory to the fireside, and then he'd fallen asleep on a couch around 1 a.m., leaving Harry and Hermione alone in the amber glow of dying embers. Hermione was working on a transfiguration essay. Harry was reading ahead in their defense textbook, not for the class, which was a joke. Quirrell couldn't teach his way out of a paper bag, but because dark arts theory was one of the few areas where his compound education had gaps. Muzan had focused on practical combat magic, not academic theory. Harry. He looked up. Hermione's quill had stopped moving. She was watching him with that analytical expression, the one that meant she'd been processing data and had reached a conclusion. Yeah. You don't sleep, do you? Harry's heartbeat didn't change. His expression didn't shift. But something inside him, something behind the armor, behind the training, behind 11 years of Muzan, went very, very still. What do you mean? I mean you're always the last one in the common room and the first one awake. Ron says you're already dressed when he gets up, and Ron gets up early for him, which is still late by normal standards, but, she paused. Reorganized. I mean that I've been keeping track, and the math doesn't work. You'd have to be sleeping fewer than 3 hours a night, and no human being can function on that amount of sleep for weeks without cognitive decline, and your academic performance isn't declining. It's improving. Harry stared at her. Also, Hermione continued, with the careful precision of someone laying out evidence in a courtroom, you flinch in sunlight. You don't eat at regular intervals. Your reflexes in flying class are far beyond anything that natural talent explains. And sometimes, when you think no one's looking, your eyes change color. The common room was silent except for the crackle of embers and the distant clock ticking somewhere in the tower. Change color how? Harry asked, and his voice was steady, perfectly steady, the voice of someone who'd been trained to remain composed while a 1,000-year-old demon lord tested his pain tolerance. Green to red, Hermione said quietly. Just for a moment. Like a flash. I've seen it 3 times. Twice in potions and once when Malfoy made that comment about your parents in the corridor. Harry said nothing. I'm not trying to, I'm not going to tell anyone, Hermione said quickly, and her voice shifted. Softer now. Less analytical, more human. I'm not. You can talk to me. If you want. About whatever this is. Harry looked at her. Really looked, with every sense he had, demon, wizard, and the plain human sense of sight that didn't need enhancement. Hermione Granger, 11 years old, bushy hair and 2 large teeth and fierce brown eyes, sitting in a firelit common room at 1 in the morning and offering him something nobody had ever offered him before. Trust without conditions. It's complicated, Harry said. And for the first time, the words weren't a deflection. They were an honest statement of fact. I know, Hermione said. Complicated is kind of my thing. Harry almost smiled. The real kind. The kind that started somewhere deep and worked its way up. He caught it before it reached his face, but only barely. I'll tell you, he said. Not tonight. Not all of it. But, yeah. I'll tell you. Hermione nodded. Picked up her quill. Resumed her essay. But something in the air between them had changed. A wall had cracked, not fallen, not crumbled, just cracked, a single fissure in the fortress that Muzan had built around Harry's capacity for trust. And through that crack, something warm and golden leaked in, and it felt like the dangerous, wonderful thing that the Sorting Hat had found underneath everything else. Courage. Not the killing kind. The kind that lets someone in. October came, and with it, the cold. Harry didn't mind cold. His demon biology regulated temperature with mechanical efficiency, he could walk through snow barefoot and barely notice. But October at Hogwarts brought something better than cold, clouds. Thick, grey, glorious clouds that sat on the Scottish sky like a blanket, filtering the sunlight into something diffuse and tolerable. Harry's demon cells stopped their constant low-grade complaining, and for the first time since arriving, he could stand near a window without flinching. October also brought Halloween. Harry hadn't thought about the significance of the date until Ron mentioned it at breakfast on October 31st, massive feast tonight. Ron said, attacking his eggs with enthusiasm. Fred says they get live bats and everything. Pumpkins the size of people. It's supposed to be brilliant. Harry nodded. Ate his toast. Didn't mention that October 31st was the anniversary of the night his parents died. The night Voldemort came. The night Muzan found him in the rubble and decided that a bleeding baby was worth stealing. Hermione, sitting across from him, didn't mention it either. But she caught his eye, briefly, and something passed between them, a silent acknowledgement, an understanding that cost no words and meant everything. The day proceeded normally until charms. Professor Flitwick had them practicing the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, in pairs. Harry was paired with Seamus Finnegan, who promptly set his feather on fire. Ron was paired with Hermione, and the resulting interaction was, in Harry's demon-enhanced hearing, a masterclass in mutual irritation. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione told Ron for the third time. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosa." "You do it then, if you're so clever." Hermione did. Her feather rose smoothly into the air, rotating gently, glowing with the warm light of perfectly executed charm work. Flitwick clapped his tiny hands and awarded Gryffindor 5 points. Ron's ears went red. After class, Harry was walking with Ron toward the Great Hall when Ron's frustration boiled over. "It's no wonder she hasn't got friends," Ron muttered to Seamus. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Something small and fast brushed past them. Harry caught a whiff of salt water, tears, and a flash of bushy brown hair, and Hermione was gone, hurrying past with her head down and her shoulders shaking. Harry stopped walking. "What?" Ron said, oblivious. "She heard you." Ron's face went through a complicated series of expressions, confusion, realization, guilt, and then a defensive bristle. "Well, it's true though, isn't it? She is bossy. Being right about something doesn't mean saying it can't hurt someone." Harry's voice was quiet. The same quiet he used in the training chamber. The quiet before the strike. "She was trying to help you, Ron." Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I was a bit. She didn't come to dinner, a first-year girl told them when they reached the Great Hall. Parvati said she's been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Ron's guilt deepened into genuine distress. Harry could smell it on him, that sour, acidic scent of remorse that sat on the skin like sweat. Ron was a good person. Harry had known that since the first chocolate frog. Good people didn't enjoy hurting others, they just sometimes did it by accident, and the accident ate at them afterward. "We should go get her," Harry said. "I'll go after the feast," Ron muttered, staring at his plate. "She probably doesn't want to see me right now." Harry was about to argue when the Great Hall doors burst open. Professor Quirrell came sprinting in, turban askew, face white, robes flapping. He skidded to a halt in front of the staff table and screamed, "Troll! In the dungeons! Troll in the dungeons!" He paused. Swallowed. "Thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed. Pandemonium. Absolute, total, screaming pandemonium. Students jumped to their feet, chairs crashed, someone started crying, and the noise level spiked so high that Harry had to clamp down on his enhanced hearing to prevent physical pain. Dumbledore stood. Silence. The room obeyed. Even the candles seemed to stop flickering. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons." Order descended. Prefects started shepherding students toward the exits, and Harry fell into line with the Gryffindors. His mind, however, was somewhere else entirely. Two things hit him simultaneously. First, Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts professor, the man who was supposed to be an expert on trolls and dark creatures, had just collapsed in theatrical terror at the mention of one. Harry had spent enough time around actual predators to know what real fear looked like, and Quirrell's performance had all the authenticity of a school play. The man wasn't afraid. He was acting afraid. Which raised a very interesting question about why. Second, Hermione. She didn't know about the troll. She was in the bathroom. Alone. Harry grabbed Ron's sleeve and yanked him out of the moving crowd of Gryffindors. "Hermione doesn't know." Ron went white. All the color drained from his freckled face in under a second, a physiological response so extreme that Harry's medical training, another gift from Muzan's comprehensive education, flagged it as near syncope. "The bathroom," Ron whispered. They ran. The troll found Hermione before they did. Harry smelled it first, a stench so overpowering that his demon senses recoiled like he'd been punched. Unwashed flesh, rotting food, and something thick and organic that his brain categorized as swamp. Then he heard it, massive footsteps, each one shaking the floor, and underneath the footsteps, a smaller sound. A whimper. They rounded a corner and Harry saw the girl's bathroom door in splinters. Inside, visible through the demolished doorway, a mountain troll filled the room like a nightmare stuffed into a box. It was 12 feet tall, granite gray, and holding a wooden club the size of a telephone pole. And in the corner of the bathroom, pressed against the wall with nowhere to go, was Hermione. Her face was white. Her eyes were huge. She wasn't screaming, she'd gone past screaming into the silent, rigid paralysis of genuine terror, the kind that locks your muscles and empties your mind. The troll raised its club. What happened next took approximately 1.3 seconds in real time. In Harry's demon-accelerated perception, it lasted an eternity. Ron was already pulling out his wand, shouting something about confusing it, throwing a metal pipe that clanged off the troll's shoulder. Brave. Stupid. Effective, in the sense that it drew the troll's attention for a critical moment. The club paused mid-swing. The troll turned its tiny, stupid eyes toward the red-haired boy who'd just hit it. And Harry moved. Not wizard fast. Not even human fast. Demon fast. He crossed 20 feet of destroyed bathroom in a blink. One moment he was in the doorway, the next he was between Hermione and the troll, and the displacement of air from his movement sent broken tile shards skittering across the wet floor. The troll swung its club down. Harry caught it. One hand. Palm open, fingers wrapping around the rough wood of the club, and the impact drove him 6 inches into the tile floor, his sneakers shattering the ceramic, his arm absorbing a force that would have turned a normal human skeleton to powder. His muscles screamed. His demon cells surged. And his eyes, he felt it happen, couldn't stop it, didn't try, shifted from green to blazing, burning crimson. The troll stared at him. Harry stared back. For one frozen moment, a 12-foot mountain troll and an 11-year-old boy locked eyes, and the troll saw something in that crimson gaze, some ancient, predatory recognition, some deep brain understanding that the small creature holding its club was not prey, and it flinched. A 12-foot mountain troll flinched. Harry wrenched the club sideways. The troll, still gripping the other end, was yanked off balance and stumbled. Harry let go of the club, grabbed the troll's wrist, pivoted, using momentum, leverage, and about 30 times the strength a human his size should have possessed, and threw the troll into the opposite wall. The impact shook the entire bathroom. Sinks shattered. Pipes burst. Water sprayed everywhere. The troll hit the stone wall hard enough to crack it, slid to the floor in a heap of grey flesh in confusion, and didn't get up. Harry stood in the center of the destroyed bathroom, breathing hard, fists clenched, eyes red as blood. Water from the burst pipes rained down on him, soaking his robes, plastering his hair to his forehead. The scar was visible. Glowing, faintly, with a light that wasn't just magical. The bathroom was silent except for running water and the unconscious troll's breathing. Harry. He turned. Hermione was still pressed against the wall, but her expression had changed. The paralysis of terror was gone, replaced by something more complex, fear, yes, but also awe, and confusion, and a dozen other emotions cycling across her face too fast to catalogue. Her eyes were locked on his. On the red. Harry's demon instincts screamed, "She's seen too much, this is a threat, contain the situation," Muzan would say. He shut the instincts down. Physically forced them silent, like slamming a door on a screaming room. Closed his eyes. Breathed. When he opened them again, they were green. "Are you okay?" he asked, and his voice was steady, and his hands were not shaking, and the adrenaline in his system was being metabolized by his demon biology at roughly 10 times the human rate. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "Your eyes," she whispered. Before Harry could respond, the door, what was left of it, burst open, and Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell spilled into the bathroom. McGonagall took one look at the unconscious troll, the demolished room, and the 3 soaking wet first years, and her face went through an expression that Harry's enhanced perception catalogued as, shock, fury, grudging respect, fury again. "What on earth?" Hermione stepped forward. "It was my fault, Professor." Harry and Ron turned to stare at her. "I went looking for the troll because I'd read about them and thought I could handle it," Hermione said, and her voice was shaking but firm, and she was lying beautifully, with a conviction that Harry recognized because it was the same kind of lie he'd been trained to tell. The kind that protects the people you care about. "Harry and Ron came to find me. If they hadn't, I'd probably be dead." McGonagall stared at Hermione with an expression that suggested she didn't believe a single word but respected the audacity. "Be that as it may, Miss Granger, you are incredibly foolish. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment." Hermione hung her head. "As for you two." McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. "Not many first-year students could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck." She turned and left. Quirrell hurried after her, throwing a glance back at Harry that lasted exactly half a second, but in that half second, Harry's demon senses caught something. The flash of another magical signature behind Quirrell's eyes. Something separate from Quirrell himself. Something old and cold and desperately hungry that reached toward Harry's scar like a drowning man reaching for a life preserver. The Horcrux pulsed in response. A throb of recognition that made Harry's vision swim. Then Quirrell was gone, and Snape was the only teacher left. The potions professor stood in the doorway, wet from the burst pipes, dark robes clinging to a frame that, Harry noticed for the first time, was favoring one leg. There was a bloodstain on Snape's ankle. Something had bitten him. Recently. Snape's eyes were on Harry. Specifically, on Harry's hands. They were still clenched into fists, and the knuckles were red, and one of them was dented, the shape of the troll's club pressed into the flesh, already healing, bone and tissue reforming in real time. Snape watched the knuckle heal. His face went very, very still. Extraordinary, Snape whispered, and the word was not a compliment. It was a diagnosis. He turned and limped away. Harry unclenched his fists. The healing was complete. The evidence was gone. But Snape had seen it. They walked back to the common room in silence that lasted 2 corridors before Ron broke it. Harry. Mate. Ron's voice was careful, the way you talk to someone standing near a cliff. What you did in there, that wasn't normal. I know. You caught a troll club. With your hand. And then you threw the troll. A 12-foot troll. You threw it. I know. Is this the complicated thing? The thing you said you'd tell Hermione about? Harry glanced at Ron. The redhead was walking beside him with an expression of deep concentration, brow furrowed, jaw tight, processing. Not afraid. Harry's senses confirmed it. Ron's heartbeat was elevated, but it was excitement, not fear. Adrenaline, not cortisol. Ron Weasley had just watched his friend do something impossible, and his first reaction wasn't what is he but is he okay? Yeah, Harry said quietly. It's part of it. Right. Ron nodded slowly. Okay. Well, when you're ready to tell us, you tell us. In the meantime, he clapped Harry on the shoulder. That was wicked. Can you teach me to throw trolls? Because if you can teach me to throw trolls, I'll never ask for another Christmas present. Harry laughed. A real one. Short, surprised, startled out of him by the sheer rawness of the response. It felt strange in his throat, rusty, like a hinge that hadn't been used in years. They reached the portrait hole and found Hermione waiting. She was standing by the entrance, still damp from the bathroom, arms wrapped around herself. When she saw them, something in her face crumpled, not into tears, but into relief so intense it was almost indistinguishable from grief. I'm sorry I lied to McGonagall, she said. You saved my life, and I couldn't let you get in trouble for, Hermione, Harry said. She stopped. Thank you. 2 words. That was all. But Hermione heard what was underneath them, the weight, the rarity, the fact that Harry Potter did not say, thank you, lightly because gratitude was something he'd had to learn in secret, like keeping rabbits. She nodded. Once. Firm. And then they walked through the portrait hole together, and from that moment forward, they were 3. Not Harry and his classmates. Not Potter and Weasley and Granger. 3. Inseparable. Bound by shared danger and mutual trust and the quiet, radical act of choosing each other. Some things, the important things, the real things, the things that change you, happen exactly like that. Not with grand speeches or dramatic revelations. Just a troll in a bathroom and a lie to a teacher and 2 words that meant more than any mission briefing Muzan had ever given. After the troll incident, things changed. Not at the surface level. Harry still attended classes, still played Quidditch, still maintained the cover story of a mild-mannered orphan raised in Japan. But underneath the surface, tectonic plates were shifting. Hermione stopped dancing around Harry's strangeness and started studying it. She didn't interrogate him, she was smarter than that. Instead, she observed. Made notes. Cross-referenced his abilities with every magical creature textbook in the library. Harry caught her reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them with a focus that suggested she was looking for something specific, and when their eyes met across the library table, she just raised an eyebrow and went back to reading. Ron, for his part, adjusted to the new normal with the flexible pragmatism that Harry was learning was a Weasley family trait. Harry was strong. Cool. Harry's eyes sometimes went red. Weird but manageable. Harry had secrets. Everyone had secrets. As long as Harry still wanted to play chess and talk about Quidditch and eat too many chocolate frogs, Ron was fine. The dynamic worked. The 3 of them fell into a rhythm that felt natural, studying together in the library, eating together in the Great Hall, spending evenings in the common room where Hermione corrected Ron's essays and Ron made Hermione laugh despite herself, and Harry sat between them and soaked in the warmth like a plant starved for light. The irony wasn't lost on him. Light. The thing that burned him most was the thing he wanted most. Draco Malfoy became a problem in early November. Not a dangerous problem. Harry had trained with actual demons. A snooty 11-year-old with a platinum card and daddy issues didn't register on his threat assessment. But an annoying one, persistent and escalating, the way a mosquito bite gets worse the more you scratch it. It started after the flying lesson. Malfoy had watched Harry catch Neville, had watched the impossible reflexes, had seen the way Harry moved with a fluidity that no first year should possess. And it had fascinated him. Potter. Harry was walking through a corridor between classes when Malfoy materialized from a side passage, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, two boys whose combined IQ was roughly equal to a troll's but whose combined mass was roughly equal to a small car. Malfoy. Impressive catch the other day. With Longbottom. Thanks. No, I mean it. Really impressive. Too impressive for a half-blood orphan raised by muggles. Harry's pace didn't change. His expression didn't shift. But his demon senses catalogued the subtle changes in Malfoy's body language, the lean in, the predatory curiosity, the way his grey eyes tracked Harry's movements with an intelligence that his cronies completely lacked. Malfoy was observant. More observant than Harry had given him credit for. I wasn't raised by muggles, Harry said. No. Then who? Because you weren't in the wizarding world. My father would have known. The ministry searched for you for years. A relative. In Japan. Japan doesn't have a wizarding school. I didn't say they were a wizard. Malfoy stepped closer. Lowered his voice. You're different, Potter. I can tell. I've grown up around powerful wizards, my father, his associates, and you move like them. Like someone who's been trained. Not tutored. Trained. Harry stopped walking. Turned. Looked at Malfoy with eyes that were green and steady and absolutely, completely unreadable. What do you want, Malfoy? The same thing I wanted on the train. Alliance. You don't have to slum it with blood traders and mudbloods, Potter. My family can offer you connections, resources, a future, don't. One word. Quiet. But something in the way Harry said it, some subharmonic, some frequency that his demon vocal cords could produce and human ears couldn't consciously detect but could feel, made Malfoy step back. An involuntary step. A reflexive retreat from a sound that his brain processed as danger before his conscious mind could catch up. Don't call her that, Harry said. Still quiet. Still calm. His eyes hadn't shifted, he had that much control. But something in them had hardened, gone cold and flat like the surface of frozen water, and for just a moment, Draco Malfoy saw something behind Harry Potter's green eyes that made his blood run cold. Malfoy's composure cracked. Just a hairline fracture, a tightening around the eyes, a micro-flinch, but Harry caught it. Filed it. Understood it. He's scared of me now. Good. And also not good, because scared people are unpredictable. I'll remember that, Malfoy said, and his voice was tight, controlled, a parody of his father's aristocratic poise layered over genuine unease. He turned and walked away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Harry watched him go and thought, that's going to be a problem. He was right. November brought the first Quidditch match and with it, the first time Harry truly feared for his life at Hogwarts. Not because of the opposing team, Slytherin was good but not dangerous, not in any way that Harry's demon abilities couldn't handle. But because of what happened 70 feet above the pitch when his broomstick suddenly, violently, and unmistakably tried to throw him off. It started mid-match. Harry had been circling the pitch, scanning for the snitch with demon-enhanced vision that could track a golf ball-sized golden blur from 300 feet away. The match was going well, Gryffindor up 60-20, the Weasley twins batting bludgers with synchronized precision, the crowd roaring. Harry was almost enjoying himself. The wind in his face. The freedom of flight. The sheer, unadulterated joy of moving through the air at speeds that made his demon reflexes sing. Then his broom bucked. A violent, jarring lurch, like the broom had been hit by an invisible force. Harry gripped harder, his demon strength kept him seated when a normal rider would have been flung off, and the broom bucked again. And again. Each time harder, more insistent, the magic in the broom twisting and fighting against itself as if an external force was overriding it. Someone was jinxing his broom. Harry's demon senses exploded outward, scanning the stadium in all directions simultaneously. Thousands of spectators, hundreds of magical signatures, and somewhere in that chaos, one person was maintaining a jinx powerful enough to override a brand new Nimbus 2000. His scar blazed. Not the usual ache, a scream. White-hot agony spiking from his forehead through his skull, and with it came the Horcrux, surging like a wave, feeding off the pain, and underneath all of that, his demon blood reacting to the external magical assault with a fury that turned his vision red. The broom was now spinning violently, trying to throw him with every rotation. Harry held on with demon strength, his fingers denting the handle, his arms locked, his body fighting both the jinx and his own internal war as the Horcrux and the demon competed for control. Below, the crowd was screaming. He could hear Ron's voice, "Harry! Harry!" And Hermione's sharp intake of breath, and somewhere in the stands, a rapid muttering that his superhuman hearing isolated from the chaos, oculus fixus immobilis totalis, Quirrell. The muttering was coming from Quirrell. And it wasn't a stutter. It was a jinx, spoken in a rapid, fluent stream of dark magic that Quirrell's usual stammering persona couldn't have produced. But another voice was muttering too. Different location. Different tone. Snape. Harry's demon hearing triangulated both sources simultaneously. Two professors, both staring at him, both muttering. One jinxing. One, counter-jinxing. His enhanced perception caught something else. Hermione, moving through the stands with Ron behind her. Moving toward Snape. No. Not Snape. Harry couldn't shout. Couldn't warn them. The broom bucked again, and this time, his grip slipped. For one terrifying moment, he was hanging by one hand, 70 feet above the pitch, and the crowd gasped as one, and his demon cells were screaming at him to let go and land. He could survive the fall, probably, the regeneration would. Hermione reached Snape. From Harry's vantage point, he saw a flash of blue light, heard Snape yelp, saw the man's robes catch fire. Snape broke eye contact, stumbled, and the counterjinx shattered. But something unexpected happened. Quirrell also broke concentration, startled by the commotion, by Snape's robes catching fire 2 seats away. His jinx faltered. The broom stabilized. Harry pulled himself up with demon strength, swung back onto the broom, and in the same fluid motion, dove. The snitch, he'd seen it, his demon eyes tracking the golden glint even through the chaos of the jinx, was hovering 3 feet above the grass. He caught it. Not with his hand. He was falling too fast, and the angle was wrong, and his human arms couldn't have reached it in time. So instead, he opened his mouth, and the snitch flew in, and he landed on his feet with the golden snitch between his teeth and a crowd of 700 people losing their collective minds. Gryffindor won. 170 points to 60. Harry spat out the snitch, held it up, and grinned, and the grin was real, adrenaline and relief and the wild, reckless joy of surviving something that should have killed him. Later, much later, after the celebrations, after Lee Jordan's commentary, he caught it in his mouth. In his mouth. I love this game. After Oliver would burst into tears for the second time that month, Harry sat in a common room with Ron and Hermione and told them what he'd heard. Quirrell, he said flatly. Quirrell was jinxing the broom. What? No, it was Snape. Hermione's face was flushed with conviction. I saw him muttering, Harry. He had eye contact, he wasn't blinking, Snape was counter-jinxing. He was trying to save me. How could you possibly? I heard them. Both of them. Snape's incantation was defensive. Quirrell's was the attack. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. She knew about Harry's hearing by now, or suspected, at least. She'd been compiling her mental file on his abilities for weeks, and enhanced auditory perception was clearly in the dossier. But Quirrell's terrified of everything, Ron said, frowning. The man faints at the mention of trolls. He fakes it, Harry said. The stammer, the fear, it's all performance. I've known people like that. People who pretend to be weak because it makes them invisible. He didn't say Muzan has been pretending to be human for 1,000 years. I know what a performance looks like because I was raised by the greatest performer alive. But the implication hung in the air, and Hermione's brown eyes sharpened with that detective-focused intensity that Harry was beginning to find equal parts terrifying and admirable. If it's Quirrell, she said slowly, then what's under his turban? Because that turban radiates more dark magic than any piece of clothing has a right to. Harry's scar throbbed. The Horcrux stirred. And underneath it all, his demon blood hummed with the hunting instinct of a predator who just identified another predator in his territory. I don't know yet, Harry said. But I'm going to find out. That night, Harry wrote his first report to Muzan. He sat cross-legged on his bed, curtains drawn, silencing charm in place, and penned a message on enchanted paper that Muzan had provided, paper that would burn itself after being read, leaving no evidence. The report was clinical. Factual. Everything Muzan expected. Hogwarts Castle, ancient, heavily warded, significant magical repository. Staff includes multiple powerful wizards. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, extremely powerful, sharp, politically connected. Suspect he is monitoring me. Defense against the dark arts Professor Quirrell, harboring a secondary magical presence. Nature unknown. Further investigation required. The school possesses a hidden object of significant magical power, guarded by multiple protections on the third-floor corridor. We'll investigate further. My cover remains intact. No one suspects my true nature. Harry stared at that last line. The ink was still wet, glistening in the wand light. No one suspects my true nature. He thought about Ron sharing chocolate frogs without being asked. He thought about Hermione studying him with those fierce, caring, relentless eyes. He thought about the way the Sorting Hat had found his mother's heart underneath everything, and the way this castle full of ghosts and moving staircases had started feeling like the first word he'd ever been afraid to say. Home. Harry signed the report, folded it, and placed it in the enchanted pouch that would transport it to Muzan. The paper vanished with a soft hiss, and Harry was left alone in the dark, staring at the empty space where the letter had been. He was spying on his friends. Not directly. Not in any way that hurt them. But the report, the clinical, factual, Muzan-approved report, included information about the school's defenses, its layout, its staff. Information that Muzan could use. Would use, probably, in ways that Harry couldn't predict or control. He was betraying the first people who'd ever been kind to him, and the worst part was that the betrayal was so small, so indirect, so deniable that he could almost pretend it wasn't happening. Almost. Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the canopy and felt the scar pulse and the demon blood hum and the guilt, a new emotion, sharp and unfamiliar, like touching a bruise you didn't know you had, settle over him like a weight. He thought about Machi. About the choice to keep something alive instead of killing it. About the way that choice had felt, terrifying and right in his. He was going to have to make more choices like that. Bigger ones. Harder ones. And soon. Hogwarts was changing him, and Harry could feel it happening, and it scared him more than any troll or jinxed broomstick or potions professor ever could. It was changing him in small ways. The way he laughed more, Real laughs, surprised out of him by Ron's jokes or Hermione's rants or the twins' pranks or the sheer absurdity of living in a castle where the stairs moved and the paintings gossiped and a poltergeist named Peeves dropped water balloons on your head when you least expected it. It was changing him in medium ways. The way he'd started defending people who couldn't defend themselves, stepping between Malfoy and Neville in corridors, a quiet word here, a look there, using the social skills Muzan had given him not to manipulate but to protect. The first years had started gravitating toward him, not because of the scar or the fame but because Harry Potter made them feel safe. Safe. Him. The demon's weapon. Making children feel safe. And it was changing him in large ways. Ways that he could barely articulate. Ways that showed up in the gaps between his mission parameters and his actual behavior. Muzan had said, learn their magic. Harry was learning. But he was also learning chess from Ron and debating ethics with Hermione and discovering that library books could be read for pleasure, not just intelligence. He was learning the names of every ghost in the castle, the favorite dessert of every house elf in the kitchen, the best spot to sit by the lake when the clouds were thick enough to block the sun. Muzan had said, gather intelligence on their weaknesses. Harry was gathering. But the weaknesses he kept finding were not the kind Muzan wanted. The weakness of Mrs. Norris for chin scratches. The weakness of Hagrid for dangerous animals. The weakness of Dumbledore for lemon drops. The weakness of Hermione for someone who took her seriously. The weakness of Ron for someone who made him feel like more than the youngest brother. The weaknesses of people who cared, who let others in, who built connections that made them vulnerable and brave simultaneously. These weren't military weaknesses. They were human ones. And Harry was cataloging them not to exploit but because they fascinated him. Because every human weakness he discovered was a window into a world he'd never known, a world where vulnerability wasn't punished, where caring wasn't dangerous, where being weak for someone else was considered a form of strength. Muzan had said, do not develop the impression that this school, or the people in it, matter more than the mission. Too late. Harry knew it was too late the evening he sat in the common room, a Transfiguration textbook open on his lap, Ron and Hermione arguing about Quidditch across from him, the fire crackling, the November wind howling outside, and he felt something settle in his chest like a key turning in a lock. Not warmth. Not happiness. Something more fundamental. Something structural. Belonging. The feeling of being exactly where you were supposed to be, not because someone put you there but because you chose it. Chose the castle and the classes and the moving staircases. Chose the boy with chocolate frogs and the girl with too many books. Chose the warmth over the cold, the light over the dark, the messy, chaotic, terrifying vulnerability of connection over the safe, sterile loneliness of Muzan's compound. Harry closed his textbook. Looked at his friends. Felt the scar pulse and the demon blood hum and the guilt settle and the hope rise. I'm in trouble, he thought. And for the first time, the thought didn't make him afraid. It made him smile. The smile lasted exactly 3 days, which in retrospect was probably a new personal record, before the universe decided to complicate things further. It started with a midnight walk. Harry couldn't sleep, or rather, didn't need to, but on this particular November night, even his demon-calibrated rest period wasn't working. The Horcrux was restless, pulsing with a rhythm that felt like someone else's heartbeat, and the scar ache had shifted from its usual dull throb to something sharper, more directed, like a compass needle pointing toward something. He slipped out of the dormitory. Threw on his invisibility cloak, a Christmas present that hadn't happened yet, so scratch that. He didn't have an invisibility cloak. What he had was demon stealth, the ability to move without sound, without scent, without the faintest disturbance of air. Muzan could walk through a room full of sleeping mice without waking a single one. Harry wasn't that good yet, but he was good enough for a castle full of sleeping teenagers. He followed the scar. It pulled him through corridors and down staircases, past sleeping portraits and through moonlit galleries. The castle at night was a different creature from the castle by day, quieter, darker, the ancient magic in the walls settling into a slow, deep rhythm that felt like breathing. Harry's demon senses were in their element. The darkness was his natural habitat. The silence was his canvas. He moved through the sleeping school like a ghost, and the castle's wards let him pass without protest, as if they recognized him. As if Hogwarts itself had accepted him as one of its own. The scar led him to the third-floor corridor. The forbidden one. The one Dumbledore had warned about at the opening feast. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Harry had been curious about it since day one. His demon senses had detected something behind the locked door from the very first week, a massive magical signature, powerful and sleeping and guarded. He'd resisted the urge to investigate because the risk-reward ratio was unfavorable. But tonight, with the scar pulling him forward like a fish on a line, resistance felt pointless. He opened the locked door with a whispered Alohomora and stepped inside. And came face to face with Fluffy. A three-headed dog. Massive. The size of a small elephant, wedged into the corridor like a living barricade, three sets of yellow eyes blinking open as the door creaked shut behind Harry. Any normal 11-year-old would have screamed. Would have run. Would have done literally anything other than what Harry did, which was stand perfectly still and meet all six of those yellow eyes with his own. The demon in him surged to the surface. Not aggressively, instinctively. The way a wolf's hackles rise when it encounters another predator. Harry's eyes shifted to crimson. His posture changed, subtle shifts in weight and stance that Muzan had drilled into him, the body language of an apex predator. Not a threat display. A recognition. One dangerous thing acknowledging another. Fluffy growled. Three throats, three frequencies, the combined sound deep enough to vibrate in Harry's chest. One head snapped forward, teeth bared. Harry didn't move. The head stopped inches from his face. Hot breath washed over him, rank with raw meat and dog saliva. Yellow eyes stared into crimson ones. Harry raised his hand, slowly, and placed it on the head's snout. Easy, he murmured, and his voice carried that subharmonic demon frequency, the one that had made Malfoy step back, the one that communicated directly with the brainstem. I'm not prey. I'm not a threat. I'm something else. Something that understands. Fluffy's growl faded. The head he was touching, leaned into his palm. The other two heads watched, wary but calming, their yellow eyes dimming from alert to curious. Harry scratched behind Fluffy's ear. The middle head's tail, they shared one tail, apparently, started wagging. Good boy, Harry said. Good boys. He stepped past the calmed Cerberus and looked down. A trapdoor. Just as the rumor suggested. And underneath it, his hybrid senses detected layer upon layer of magical protections, different signatures, different styles, a gauntlet of enchantments so complex and varied that it would take weeks to map them all. And at the center of it all, deep beneath the castle, something small and impossibly powerful pulsed with a steady magical heartbeat. The Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. The only object in magical history worth this level of protection. The stone that could produce the elixir of life, a liquid that granted immortality. Immortality. Harry's blood went cold. If Muzan learned about this, if Muzan discovered that there was an object at Hogwarts that could grant eternal life, the Demon King would burn this entire castle to ashes to get it. Every student. Every teacher. Every ghost and house elf and three-headed dog. Muzan would destroy them all without hesitation because that was what Muzan did. That was who Muzan was. A 1,000-year-old predator who had murdered his own creator and built an empire of demons and never once, in 10 centuries, considered the possibility that other lives might have value. Harry stared at the trapdoor. He could include this in his next report. The castle contains a powerful magical artifact, likely the Philosopher's Stone, guarded on the third-floor corridor. It would be easy. It would be exactly what Muzan expected. It would be the mission. Harry turned around, walked past Fluffy, scratched all three heads on his way out, and returned to his dormitory. He didn't include the stone in his next report. He didn't include it in the report after that, either. Or the one after that. Some choices are loud, dramatic, obvious, impossible to miss. But the choices that actually change you are quiet. Small. Made in the dark, alone, with no one watching. Harry chose to keep a secret from Muzan. His first real secret. It felt like keeping a rabbit alive. It felt like the beginning of everything. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, What moonlight reveals November bled into December, and Hogwarts wrapped itself in winter like a castle pulling a blanket over its shoulders. Snow came first, thick, heavy, relentless Scottish snow that buried the grounds under 3 feet of white and turned the lake into a mirror of ice. Then the frost, crystalline patterns crawling across every window, turning the corridors into galleries of frozen art. Then the wind, howling off the mountains with a ferocity that rattled the tower windows and made the fire in the Gryffindor common room the single most valuable piece of real estate in the entire school. Harry loved it. Not the cold itself, his demon biology maintained a constant internal temperature regardless of external conditions, so cold was more of a concept than an experience. What he loved was the sky. December in Scotland meant clouds so thick and persistent that the sun became a rumor. Days were short, grey, and dim. The light that filtered through the overcast was diffuse, gentle, almost tender, the photonic equivalent of someone turning down a lamp. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry could walk across the grounds without flinching. Could stand by a window without squinting. Could sit in the courtyard during lunch and not feel like his skin was staging a mutiny. "You seem different lately," Hermione observed one afternoon. They were in the library, their library, the table in the back corner near the restricted section that had become their unofficial headquarters. Ron was supposedly researching an essay on goblin rebellions but was actually sleeping with his head on a copy of A History of Magic, drooling gently onto the chapter about the Treaty of 1523. Different how? Harry asked without looking up from his book. He was reading about Nicholas Flamel for the 3rd time, because the name kept appearing in tangential references across multiple texts and his demon-trained instincts were screaming that it mattered. More relaxed. Less. Hermione searched for the word. Coiled. Harry looked up. She was watching him with those brown eyes, warm, analytical, caring in a way that she probably didn't realize was obvious. Hermione Granger, for all her intellectual firepower, had a terrible poker face when it came to emotions. Everything she felt showed up in her eyes about 3 seconds before she was aware of feeling it. "The weather helps," Harry said. It was honest. Not the full truth. The full truth involved demon cells and UV sensitivity and the fact that overcast skies were the closest thing to Muzan's underground compound that the natural world could offer, but honest. The weather. Hermione's tone was flat. "You're more relaxed because of the weather. I told you, I'm photosensitive." Photosensitive people wear sunglasses, Harry. They don't flinch away from windows like the light is attacking them. And their eyes don't, she caught herself. Glanced around. Lowered her voice. Their eyes don't change color. Ron snorted in his sleep. A line of drool extended from his lower lip to the Treaty of 1523. Harry set his book down. "You're still working on your theory about me?" "I don't have a theory. I have data and insufficient explanatory frameworks." Hermione leaned forward. "I've been through every magical creature textbook in this library. Twice. The photosensitivity combined with enhanced physical ability combined with accelerated healing combined with the eye color change, those symptoms don't match any documented magical condition or creature. The closest analogues are vampires and werewolves, but you don't match either profile. Vampires are killed by sunlight, not just weakened. Werewolves transform on the full moon, and your changes happen regardless of lunar cycle." Harry stared at her. She'd been thorough. More thorough than he'd expected, and he'd expected a lot, because this was Hermione Granger and thoroughness was her religion. "There's no book in this library that explains what I am," Harry said quietly. "I can promise you that." "Then explain it yourself." Silence. The library hummed with the ambient magic of 10,000 books breathing on their shelves. Ron's drooling intensified. "Not yet," Harry said. "But soon. I promise." "You keep saying that." "I keep meaning it." He held her gaze. Let her see, just for a moment, something real behind the composure. Not the demon. Not the weapon. The boy who kept rabbits and was afraid of the sun and was learning, slowly and painfully, that trusting someone might be worth the risk. Hermione's expression softened. Not much, she was too fierce for dramatic softening, but the analytical sharpness in her eyes diluted into something warmer, and she nodded once, accepting the promise the same way she'd accepted it on the train and in the common room and every other time Harry had asked for patience. "Fine. But I want the full explanation, Harry. Not a sanitized version. The actual, complete, probably terrifying truth. You might not like it. I don't need to like it. I need to understand it." She picked up her quill and returned to her notes, and Harry watched her for a moment, the way she bent over her parchment with that total, consuming focus, the way a strand of bushy brown hair fell across her face and she blew it away without breaking stride, the way her free hand tapped the table in a rhythm that matched the pace of her thinking, and he felt something shift in his chest. Not the warm click he'd felt on the train. This was different. Deeper. A settling, like sediment finding the bottom of a river. The feeling of something important being laid down in the bedrock of who he was. He didn't have a name for it. Wouldn't have one for months. But it was there, and it was growing, and it was the most dangerous thing in his life that didn't have fangs. The Nicholas Flamel breakthrough came 3 days later, at 2 a.m, in the restricted section. Harry had been sneaking into the library after hours since October. His demon stealth made it trivially easy. He moved through the sleeping castle without triggering a single ward, bypassed the library's after-hours enchantments with a combination of magical lockpicking and the brute force approach of simply being quieter than the detection threshold, and the restricted section had become his personal research lab. The restricted section smelled like power. Old power, dark power, the kind of knowledge that had been locked away not because it was wrong but because it was dangerous, and Harry's demon instincts, the predatory curiosity that Muzan had cultivated in him, the hunger for every scrap of information that might provide an edge, drank it in. Tonight, he was following a thread. Nicholas Flamel. The name had appeared in a footnote of an essay on alchemical transmutation, and Harry's trained mind had flagged it the way a hunting dog flags a scent. He found the book at 2:17 a.m. Alchemical Achievements of the 14th Century, wedged between a tome on blood rituals and a cookbook that was almost certainly cursed. Nicholas Flamel, born in 1326, is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. Mr. Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year, enjoys a quiet life in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, born in 1333. Harry read the passage 3 times. The Philosopher's Stone. The elixir of life. Immortality. He'd been right. The object hidden beneath the trapdoor, the object that Fluffy and who knew how many other protections were guarding, was the most valuable magical artifact in existence. A stone that could make you live forever. Harry closed the book and sat in the dark of the restricted section and thought about Muzan. Muzan didn't need the elixir of life. Muzan was already immortal, demons didn't age, didn't sicken, didn't die of natural causes. What Muzan needed was the ability to walk in sunlight. But the Philosopher's Stone wasn't just about immortality. It was about transmutation. About changing the fundamental nature of things. Metal into gold. Mortal into immortal. What if it could change a demon into something the sun couldn't burn? The thought was ice water in Harry's veins. If Muzan discovered the stone's existence, if he even suspected that an object capable of fundamental transmutation was sitting under a school full of children, nothing in the world would stop him from coming to get it. Not wards. Not Dumbledore. Not fluffy or flame puzzles or chess games or whatever else the teachers had devised to protect it. Muzan would come with the force of a natural disaster. He'd tear through every protection like tissue paper. He'd kill everyone in his path without hesitation, without remorse, without a single millisecond of moral consideration. Because that was what Muzan was. That was the fundamental truth of the creature who'd raised Harry. Other people's lives had exactly zero value to him unless they served his purpose. Harry had to protect the stone. Not for Dumbledore. Not for Flamel. Not even for the abstract principle of the right thing, which was a concept Harry was still learning to navigate. For Ron, asleep in the dormitory with his chest set on his nightstand and his rat curled on his pillow. For Hermione, bent over books at 2 a.m. because understanding was her way of loving the world. For Neville, who was terrified of everything and still showed up every day. For the castle that had become his home and the people inside it who had become his family, messy and imperfect and infinitely more valuable than anything Muzan had ever given him. Harry replaced the book, left the restricted section, and padded silently through the sleeping library. As he passed the checkout desk, something caught his enhanced hearing, a sound so faint that even his demon senses almost missed it. A heartbeat. Behind him. Close. Harry spun around. Nothing. Empty library. Dark shelves. The faintest trace of lemon drops. He could smell lemon drops. Dumbledore. Harry stood very still and scanned the shadows with every sense he had. Nothing visible. No heat signature, no breathing, no magical aura. But the scent was unmistakable. Dumbledore had been here. Recently. Watching. He knows I come here at night, Harry realized. He knows, and he lets me. That was either very reassuring or very troubling. With Dumbledore, Harry was learning, the two were often the same thing. He told Ron and Hermione about Flamel the next morning, carefully editing out the sneaking into the restricted section at 2 a.m. part and framing the discovery as a research breakthrough from the regular shelves. Hermione saw through the edit immediately, her eyes narrowed in that "I know you're lying but I'll allow it" way, but she let it pass because the information was more important than the method. The Philosopher's Stone, she breathed. They were huddled in their corner of the library, voices low, Ron's essay on Goblin rebellions now serving as camouflage for the actual conversation. That's what Fluffy's guarding. That's what's under the trapdoor. And that's what Quirrell wants, Harry said. Ron's freckles stood out against his suddenly pale face. You think Quirrell's after the stone? He's a teacher. He's something else pretending to be a teacher, Harry said flatly. I've told you, the stutter's fake, the fear's fake. Something is wrong with him, and whatever's wrong is focused on that stone. But why? Hermione's analytical engine was spinning at full speed, her eyes darting back and forth as she assembled pieces. Quirrell isn't old enough to need the elixir of life. And if he wanted gold, there are easier ways for a Hogwarts professor to. What if it's not for him? Both of them looked at Harry. What if Quirrell's working for someone else? Someone who does need the stone. The silence that followed was heavy. Harry could hear their heartbeats, Ron's accelerating with fear, Hermione's steady with concentration. He could smell the shift in their body chemistry, cortisol spiking in Ron, adrenaline building in Hermione. Voldemort, Hermione whispered. Ron flinched. Even Harry's scar twinged, a brief, sharp pulse that the Horcrux sent through his nervous system like a reminder that the name still had power. Think about it, Harry said. Voldemort didn't die that night. Everyone says he disappeared, but the body was never found. If he survived, if he's out there, weakened, barely alive, the elixir of life would bring him back. And Quirrell, Whatever's under that turban, Hermione's voice had dropped to barely audible, and Harry's demon hearing had to strain to catch it. Do you think Voldemort is possessing him? Harry's scar throbbed again. Harder this time. The Horcrux inside it squirmed with an eagerness that felt parasitic, hungry, desperate. Yes, Harry said. I think that's exactly what's happening. Ron's sandwich lay forgotten on his plate. So let me get this straight. Our defense against the dark arts professor is being possessed by the most dangerous Dark Lord in history, and said Dark Lord is trying to steal an immortality stone from underneath a three-headed dog, and we're the only ones who know about it. Dumbledore knows, Harry said. He has to know. The protections are his. But he's watching. Waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know. And that was what bothered Harry most. Dumbledore's approach, patient, calculated, strategic, reminded him too much of someone else. Someone who watched and waited and moved pieces on a board and never explained the game. But we need to know more about the stone's protections. If Quirrell, Voldemort, makes a move, we need to know what he's up against. Hermione's jaw set. That was her war face, the expression that meant she'd accepted a challenge and was going to throw the full weight of her considerable intellect at it. I'll research the stone itself. If there's a way to destroy it or move it or hide it, I'll talk to Hagrid, Ron said, finding his courage. He let slip about Fluffy, he might know more about the other protections. Harry nodded. And I'll watch Quirrell. Be careful, Hermione said, and the way she said it, quiet, serious, her eyes holding his with an intensity that had nothing to do with academic curiosity, made something in Harry's chest tighten. I'm always careful, he said. No, you're not. You caught a troll club with your bare hand. That was careful. The alternative was letting it hit you. Something flickered across Hermione's face, a micro-expression too fast for Ron to catch but perfectly clear to Harry's demon perception. Surprise. Warmth. And underneath both, a vulnerability that she immediately locked away behind her academic armor. Just, be careful, she repeated, softer. Harry held her gaze for one beat longer than necessary. I will. Ron looked between them with the expression of someone who just noticed a draft but couldn't find the open window. The investigation consumed the next 2 weeks. Hermione buried herself in alchemical research with a fervor that impressed even Harry. She cross-referenced 12 different texts on the Philosopher's Stone, compiled a comprehensive dossier on Nicholas Flamel and his work, and produced a timeline of known historical attempts to steal or replicate the stone that stretched back to the 1400s. Her notes were meticulous, color-coded, and contained footnotes that had their own footnotes. Ron's approach was less organized but equally effective. He visited Hagrid's hut 3 times, bringing rock cakes, which he didn't eat, and casual questions, which he delivered with all the subtlety of a bludger to the face. Hagrid, who was constitutionally incapable of keeping secrets, let slip several crucial details. The protections included contributions from multiple teachers, Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, Snape, and Dumbledore himself. Each had designed a challenge reflecting their expertise. So Quirrell designed one of the protections, Harry said when Ron reported back. Meaning Quirrell knows at least one of the obstacles and how to get past it. That's really bad, isn't it? Ron said. Spectacularly bad, Hermione confirmed. Harry's contribution to the investigation was less visible but more concerning. He shadowed Quirrell. Not physically, even demon stealth had its limits in a castle full of magical detection systems, and Harry suspected that Dumbledore's tolerance for after-hours wandering might have its own boundaries. Instead, Harry used his enhanced senses. His demon hearing could isolate Quirrell's footsteps from 50 meters away, tracking the man's movements through the castle by the distinctive arrhythmic double heartbeat that confirmed what Harry already knew: 2 beings shared that body. At night, when the castle slept, Quirrell prowled. Harry lay in bed and listened to the man's footsteps, 3rd-floor corridor, back and forth, like a predator pacing before a cage. Some nights, Harry caught fragments of whispered conversation, two voices, one Quirrell's stammering tenor and one, something else. Something high, cold, and thin, speaking from a place that wasn't quite inside Quirrell and wasn't quite outside him. A voice that made the Horcrux in Harry's scar writhe with recognition. Master, the stone, patience, the boy. The boy. They were talking about him. Voldemort's fragment, the bodiless spectre riding Quirrell like a parasite, had noticed Harry. Of course he had. The Horcrux connection worked both ways. If Harry's scar burned near Quirrell, it was because the soul fragment in the turban was reacting to the soul fragment in the scar. Two pieces of the same broken soul, calling to each other across a crowded castle. Harry kept this information to himself. Not out of the strategic secrecy that Muzan had trained into him, but out of a protective instinct that surprised him with its ferocity. Ron and Hermione were already worried. Telling them that Voldemort was specifically interested in Harry, that the darkest wizard in living history was thinking about him by name, at night, in whispered conversations with a possessed professor, would push their worry into territory that Harry wasn't prepared to navigate. He was still learning how to handle people caring about him. Adding fear to the mix felt like trying to juggle while learning to walk. Christmas arrived with the subtlety of a brass band. The castle transformed. Suits of armor were enchanted to sing carols, badly, enthusiastically, and at all hours. Hagrid dragged 12 enormous Christmas trees into the great hall, each one decorated with live fairies and enchanted icicles and golden ornaments that hummed festive melodies. The common room was strung with garlands, the corridors smelled of cinnamon and pine, and the house elves produced enough food to feed a small nation. Most students went home for the holidays. The castle emptied, corridors growing quiet, the usual chaos settling into a warm, lazy hum. Ron was staying, his parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, and Hermione was going home to her parents, and the prospect of 2 weeks without her left a gap in Harry's daily routine that he refused to examine too closely. "I've left you a reading list," Hermione said on the morning of her departure, handing Harry 3 pages of closely written notes. Alchemical references, cross-indexed by relevance to the stone. "And I've marked the books I couldn't get to, they're in the restricted section, so you'll need to," she paused. "Actually, you'll probably manage." "Probably," Harry agreed, and something in his tone made her mouth twitch. "And, Harry." She hesitated. Standing in the entrance hall with her trunk at her feet and her scarf wrapped 3 times around her neck, she looked smaller than usual. Younger. The fierce academic armor was down, and the girl underneath, the one who'd cried in a bathroom because a boy said she had no friends, was visible. "Yeah. Happy Christmas." She said it simply, directly, with no performative cheer. Just a statement of genuine goodwill from one person to another, and the quiet honesty of it hit Harry harder than any of her analytical observations or academic challenges. "Happy Christmas, Hermione," he said, and meant it with every atom of his hybrid body. She smiled, that full smile, the one that lit up her whole face, picked up her trunk, and walked out into the snow. Harry watched her go and felt the December cold seep through the open doors and thought, "I'm going to miss her." The thought was so normal, so ordinary, so breathtakingly human that it almost hurt. Christmas morning. Harry woke to Ron's voice shouting, "Presents," with the unbridled enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting for this moment since approximately January 2nd of the previous year. Harry opened his eyes. Blinked. Stared. At the foot of his bed was a pile of wrapped packages. He had never, in 11 years of life, received a Christmas present. Muzan did not observe holidays. The concept of giving someone a gift, an object freely offered, with no strategic purpose, no expectation of return, motivated entirely by the desire to make another person happy, was so foreign to the world Harry had grown up in that he might as well have woken up to find a live unicorn sitting on his duvet. He sat up. Stared at the packages. Didn't touch them. Come on. Ron was already tearing into his own pile with the precision of a controlled demolition. Wrapping paper flew. "Mum sent you one too," she always knits jumpers, these are, for me. Ron paused mid-tier. Looked at Harry. And something in Harry's voice, some note of genuine, bewildered disbelief, made Ron's expression shift from excitement to something gentler. Course they're for you, mate. It's Christmas. Harry reached for the first package. His hands were steady, demon-controlled, as always, but something behind his sternum was not steady at all. Something was shaking. The first package was from Ron. A box of chocolate frogs, I know you like them, and the card inside is a holographic Dumbledore, those are dead rare, and Harry held the box and felt the weight of it, the physical reality of a gift given freely, and the shaking behind his sternum got worse. The second package was from Hermione. A book. The Theory and Practice of Defensive Magic, a comprehensive guide. Inside the front cover, in her neat handwriting, Harry, I thought you'd find this more useful than the textbook Quirrell assigned. And yes, that is a criticism of his teaching. Happy Christmas. Hermione. P.S. I expect a full analytical review by term start. Harry's lips twitched. He ran his thumb over her handwriting, the precise, slightly cramped letters, the way she dotted her I's with small, decisive dots, and the shaking spread from his sternum to his throat. The third package was soft and lumpy. He unwrapped it and found a hand-knitted jumper in emerald green, Gryffindor trim, thick wool, slightly lopsided in the way that handmade things always are. A note from Molly Weasley, Ron mentioned you might not have many presents this year. Everyone deserves a jumper on Christmas. Happy Christmas, dear. Harry held the jumper. Pressed it against his face. It smelled like wool and home cooking and the particular warmth of a house full of people who loved each other, and the smell hit his demon senses like a wrecking ball because it was the exact opposite of everything he'd ever known. Muzan's compound smelled like stone and chemicals and the faint, metallic tang of demon blood. This jumper smelled like family. You alright, mate? Ron asked, because Harry had been sitting very still with a jumper pressed against his face for an uncomfortably long time. Yeah. Harry's voice was rough. He cleared his throat. Yeah, I'm good. He put the jumper on. It was slightly too big. Molly had estimated his size based on Ron's description, and Ron's description had apparently included the phrase, kind of skinny, but it was warm. Warm in a way that had nothing to do with wool. There was one more package. It was wrapped differently from the others, silvery cloth, no ribbon, no tag. Harry picked it up and felt magic, strong, old, complex magic, hum against his palms. His demon senses catalogued the object's magical signature, ancient, layered, imbued with centuries of enchantment work. Whatever this was, it was powerful. He unwrapped it. Fabric. Silvery, fluid, shimmering like liquid moonlight. It slipped through his fingers with the texture of water, and when it pooled in his lap, it seemed to absorb the morning light rather than reflect it. A note fluttered out, your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Harry held the fabric up. Draped it over his arm. His arm vanished. Invisibility cloak. Ron's eyes went dinner plate wide. That's an invisibility cloak. Harry, those are really rare, really, really rare. Harry stared at the space where his arm should be. The cloak was extraordinary, his demon senses confirmed that it wasn't just a standard invisibility garment. The enchantment went deeper than light bending. It felt alive, in the way his wand felt alive, as if the cloak recognized him, accepted him, wanted him. His father's. This had been James Potter's. Harry brought the cloak to his face. Pressed it against his skin the same way he'd pressed the jumper, and searched with every sense he had, demon and wizard and human, for any trace of the man who'd worn it. Any scent, any residual magical signature, any ghost of a person who died trying to buy 4 seconds for his family. There. Faint. Almost gone, buried under decades of storage. The barest trace of a magical signature that was familiar in a way that ached, because it was similar to Harry's own. Not identical. Not the same. But related. Father and son, sharing the same magical bloodline, the way green eyes shared a shade. Harry folded the cloak carefully and placed it under his pillow. "Best Christmas ever?" Ron asked, watching Harry with a softness that the redhead would have denied under interrogation. Harry looked at the chocolate frogs, the book, the jumper, the cloak. 4 gifts from 4 different people, a friend, a girl who drove him crazy, a woman he'd never met, and a ghost. "Yeah," he said. "Best Christmas ever." It was, by a margin so vast that second place wasn't visible from the summit. He used the cloak that night. Not for the investigation. Not for the mission. Just, to walk. Harry drifted through the sleeping castle like a ghost, invisible and silent, the cloak wrapped around him and his father's residual magic humming against his skin. The corridors were empty, the few students who'd stayed for the holidays were all in their common rooms or dormitories, and the castle at Christmas midnight was a cathedral of silence and moonlight. He found himself, eventually, in a room he'd never seen before. It was empty. Unused. Dust on the floor, cobwebs in the corners, the kind of forgotten classroom that a castle this size accumulated like pockets of still air. In the center of the room, standing upright and alone, was a mirror. It was tall, taller than Harry, taller than Muzan, taller than anyone had a right to make a mirror. The frame was gold, ornate, carved with symbols that Harry's hybrid senses identified as a combination of Old English and alchemical notation. At the top, inscribed in flowing script, were words, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Harry read it backward, his demon-enhanced cognitive processing made pattern recognition near instant, and the translation clicked into place, I show not your face but your heart's desire. He looked into the mirror. And the world stopped. At first, he didn't understand what he was seeing. The mirror showed the room behind him, the dusty classroom, the cobwebs, the moonlight slanting through the window. Normal. Expected. Then the image shifted. A man appeared. Standing behind Harry's reflection, close enough to touch. Tall. Messy black hair. Glasses. A face that looked like Harry's face aged 20 years, with the same jaw, the same cheekbones, the same wild hair that refused to lie flat. James Potter. Harry's breath caught. His demon-controlled heartbeat, steady at 42 BPM for 11 years, spiked to 60. 70. 80. The cloak slipped from his shoulders and pooled at his feet and he didn't notice. A woman appeared next. Standing on James's other side, her hand on his shoulder. Red hair. Green eyes. His green eyes. The exact shade, the exact shape, the exact warmth. Lily Potter. They were smiling at him. Not the frozen smiles of photographs, these were living smiles, dynamic, full of movement and emotion and the particular radiance of people looking at someone they loved beyond measure. Harry's throat closed. More figures materialized. Behind James, an older man with Harry's jawline, a grandfather, maybe. Behind Lily, a woman with her cheekbones. An entire family, spreading out behind his reflection like branches of a tree he'd never known existed. Generations of Potters, standing together, smiling, whole and unbroken and alive. But that wasn't what broke him. What broke him was what was missing. In the mirror's reflection, Harry's eyes were green. Just green. No crimson. No vertical slits. No demon lurking behind the iris. In the mirror's version of Harry, there was no enhanced hearing, no supernatural strength, no demon blood humming in his veins. The scar was gone. The Horcrux was gone. The 11 years of Muzan's training, the isolation, the underground chambers, the killed demons and the broken bones and the relentless, grinding crucible of being shaped into a weapon, gone. All of it. Gone. The mirror showed him a Harry Potter who had grown up with his parents. Who had been loved. Who had eaten breakfast at a family table and been tucked into bed at night and learned to fly on a toy broomstick in a garden while his mother pretended to scold his father for encouraging dangerous behavior. A Harry who was just a boy. Nothing more. Nothing less. Nothing monstrous. Harry stood in front of the mirror of Eriste for 3 hours. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't breathe more than his demon biology required. He just stood and stared at the family he'd never had and the person he'd never been and the life that had been ripped away from him when he was 1 year old by a man in a white suit who smelled like death and walked like a god. Tears ran down his face. He didn't wipe them. Didn't try to stop them. His demon-controlled composure, the armor that Muzan had spent 11 years forging, shattered like glass, and underneath it was just a child. A child standing in the dark, looking at his parents, wishing with every cell in his hybrid body that he could step through the glass and be the boy in the reflection. Why did you take me? The question wasn't directed at anyone. Or maybe it was directed at everyone, Voldemort for killing his parents, Muzan for stealing him, Dumbledore for losing him, the universe for letting it all happen. Why didn't anyone save me? The mirror had no answer. It just showed him the life he'd lost, patient and relentless, and Harry stood there and looked at it and broke and broke and broke. He went back the next night. And the night after that. And the night after that. Each time, Harry told himself it would be the last. Each time, the mirror pulled him back with the irresistible gravity of the only thing in the world that could show him his parents' faces. His demon discipline, his training, his mission parameters, none of it mattered. The mirror was stronger than all of it. On the 4th night, he wasn't alone. It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live. Harry spun around. The invisibility cloak was over him, hiding him from sight, but Dumbledore was standing in the doorway as if he could see right through it. Which, Harry realized with a start, he probably could. The headmaster stepped into the room. He was wearing a long dressing gown in a shade of purple that should have looked ridiculous but somehow looked regal, and his blue eyes, bright, ancient, carrying the weight of 100 years of wisdom and regret, were focused on Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. "How did you know I was here?" Harry asked, letting the cloak drop. "I didn't need to know where you were. I needed only to know where the mirror was." Dumbledore walked to the mirror and stood beside it, not looking at the glass. Looking at Harry. The mirror of Eriste shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. It is a remarkably insidious piece of magic. Many have wasted their lives in front of it. "What do you see?" Harry asked. "When you look in it?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The moonlight caught his half-moon spectacles and made them glow. "I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have too many socks." Harry's demon senses caught it, the lie. The slight elevation in heart rate, the microdilation of pupils, the almost imperceptible shift in body temperature. Dumbledore was lying, and he was lying well, well enough to fool any normal observer, but Harry was not a normal observer. He didn't call it out. Everyone was entitled to their secrets. Harry, of all people, understood that. "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow," Dumbledore said. "And I must ask you not to go looking for it again. It offers neither knowledge nor truth. It shows us only what we want, and what we want is not always what we need." "I know what it shows me," Harry said quietly. "I know it's not real." Knowing a thing is not real and feeling it is not real are very different achievements. Dumbledore's voice was gentle now, genuinely gentle, not the performative kindness of a politician or the calculated warmth of a manipulator. Harry's senses confirmed it, sincerity. Actual, unfiltered sincerity. It was so unfamiliar that Harry didn't know what to do with it. "Professor," Harry said. "You've been watching me. Since I arrived." "Why?" Dumbledore didn't deny it. His blue eyes held Harry's, and in them, Harry saw something he'd never seen directed at himself before: guilt. "Because you were supposed to be safe," Dumbledore said. "I made arrangements. The night your parents died, I had a plan for where you would go. Who would raise you. I was going to ensure that you grew up loved, protected, away from the dangers of the wizarding world until you were old enough to face them." The old man's voice cracked, a hairline fracture in the calm, almost inaudible, but Harry heard it. "You were gone when I arrived. Someone else took you. And I spent 10 years searching, and I could not find you, and that failure," he stopped. Composed himself. "That failure is mine to bear," Dumbledore finished. "Whatever happened to you in those 10 years, wherever you were, whoever raised you, I am responsible for it, because I should have been there first." The room was silent. The mirror gleamed. Outside the window, snow fell in slow, fat flakes. Harry looked at Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard alive, the defeater of Grindelwald, the only man Voldemort feared, and saw an old man carrying a weight that was crushing him. The same weight that Harry carried, in a different form, the weight of things that should have been different. "You couldn't have known," Harry said. "I should have prepared for it." "Nobody prepares for," Harry stopped. "For what?" "For a 1,000-year-old demon stumbling across a magical explosion and deciding to steal a baby?" The absurdity of it, the sheer, impossible, cosmically unfair chain of events that had led to Harry being raised by Muzan Kibutsuji, was so vast that blame felt meaningless. It was like blaming someone for not predicting a meteorite. "I don't blame you," Harry said, and was surprised to realize he meant it. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. He blinked once, slowly, and the moisture was gone. "You are a remarkable young man, Harry. I'm a complicated one. The two are not mutually exclusive." Dumbledore turned toward the door, paused, and looked back. "Harry. The man who raised you. Is he someone I should be worried about?" The question hung in the air like a blade. Harry's instincts, Muzan's instincts, the survival protocols burned into his neural pathways, screamed at him to deflect. Deny. Redirect. Never, under any circumstances, reveal information about Muzan to a potential threat. But Harry looked at Dumbledore's eyes. Old eyes. Sad eyes. Eyes that had been carrying guilt for 10 years and would carry it for decades more. Eyes that, for all their brilliance and calculation, held something that Muzan's eyes had never held: love. Not for Harry specifically, but for children, for students, for the idea that every young person deserved better than what the world had given them. A generalized, fierce, protective love that burned behind the twinkle and the half-moon spectacles like a furnace behind stained glass. "Yes," Harry said. "He is." Dumbledore nodded. His expression didn't change, no surprise, no alarm, no visible shift. Just acceptance, as if he'd already known the answer and had been waiting for Harry to trust him enough to confirm it. "When you are ready to tell me more," Dumbledore said, "my door is always open. The password is currently Fizzing Wisby." He left. Harry stood alone in the empty classroom with the mirror of Eriste and his father's cloak and the echo of a conversation that had cracked something open in him, another fissure in the Muzan-built armor, another leak of warmth and trust, and the terrifying possibility that there were people in this world who genuinely cared about him. He looked at the mirror one last time. His parents smiled at him. The boy without the demon eyes smiled back. "I'm sorry," Harry told them. "I'm not who you wanted me to be." He threw the cloak over his shoulders and walked away. He didn't look back. Hermione returned on January 2nd with sunburned cheeks from a ski trip and a stack of books she'd bought during the holidays with her own pocket money. "Christmas reading," she said, dropping the stack on the library table with a thump that made Ron wince. "I found 3 more references to the Philosopher's Stone and a monograph on magical soul theory that I think might be relevant to." She stopped. Looked at Harry. Her eyes narrowed. "What happened while I was gone?" Harry blinked. "Nothing. Quidditch practice. Chess with Ron. Normal stuff. Hermione stared at him for 5 seconds. Harry held her gaze with the practiced composure of someone who'd been lying to the most perceptive predator on the planet for 11 years. "You're lying," Hermione said flatly. "I'm not," your left eye twitched. "It does that when you're not being honest. I've been cataloging your tells since October, Harry. You have very few, which in itself is abnormal for someone your age, but you do have them, and the left eye twitch is the most consistent." Ron looked between them with the expression of someone watching a duel fought with invisible weapons. Harry stared at Hermione. She stared back. Brown eyes versus green, analytical intensity versus demon composure, and the silence stretched and stretched until Harry felt something inside him give way, not with a crack, like the mirror encounter, but with a sigh. A surrender. The quiet, voluntary lowering of a wall that didn't need to be there. "I found a mirror," he said. He told them. Not everything, not the demon blood, not the Horcrux, not the way his eyes went red, but the mirror. What it showed. His parents, alive and smiling. The family he'd never known. The version of himself that was just a boy, nothing more. He told them about going back night after night. About standing in the dark for hours, unable to leave. About Dumbledore finding him and taking the mirror away and asking about the man who'd raised him. He told them all of it in a quiet, steady voice, and his demon composure held, and his eyes didn't shift, and he didn't cry, and the cost of not crying was so high that his hands shook under the table where they couldn't see. But Hermione could see. She always could. Her hand found his under the table, a quick, fierce grip, her warm fingers closing around his cold ones, and held on. "I'm sorry," she said. Simply. No analysis. No fix. Just the acknowledgement that something hurt, and the refusal to let him hurt alone. Ron's jaw was tight. His ears were red, not with embarrassment but with the suppressed fury that Harry was learning was Ron's response to injustice. "The people who raised you," Ron said carefully. Were they good to you?" Harry looked at his friend. At the red hair and the freckles and the hand-me-down robes and the fierce, loyal, protective anger burning behind blue eyes. Ron Weasley, who'd grown up in a house full of love and hand-knitted jumpers and corned beef sandwiches and siblings who teased him and parents who would have died for any of their children without a moment's hesitation. "No," Harry said. "They weren't." Ron's hands curled into fists on the tabletop. "Then I'm glad you're here," he said roughly. "And I swear to you, mate, whatever happens, whatever you're mixed up in, whatever you're not telling us, you've got us. Yeah. You've got us." Hermione's hand tightened around Harry's. Harry's throat closed. His eyes burned. The demon in him clawed at the edges of his composure, trying to reassert control, trying to rebuild the wall, screaming that vulnerability was weakness and weakness was death and Muzan isn't here. The thought was simple. Obvious. Revolutionary. Muzan isn't here. And these people are. "Yeah," Harry managed. "I've got you." Hermione held on. Ron's fists uncurled. The library hummed with the quiet magic of 10,000 books, and outside the windows, January snow fell on a castle that was becoming more of a home with every day that passed, and Harry sat between his two best friends and let himself be held, not physically, not dramatically, but in the way that mattered most. Emotionally. Deliberately. By two people who'd chosen him not because he was useful or powerful or relevant to their goals, but because he was Harry. Just Harry. It was enough. For the first time in his life, being himself was enough. The weeks after the holidays brought a shift in intensity. Not in the investigation, that continued at its steady, methodical pace, with Hermione compiling research, Ron mining Hagrid for information, and Harry monitoring Quirrell's nocturnal movements with the focused patience of a predator watching prey. The shift was in Harry. Something had loosened. The mirror encounter, Dumbledore's conversation, the moment in the library where he'd let Ron and Hermione see behind the armor, all of it had created cracks in the structure Muzan had built, and through those cracks, Harry was starting to grow. Like a plant finding light through concrete. Messy. Uncontrolled. Surprising in its persistence. He laughed more. Not the careful, calculated chuckle that served as social lubricant, but actual laughter, sudden, involuntary, occasionally snorting. Fred and George had a talent for provoking it, with their elaborate pranks and their refusal to take anything seriously, but the most reliable source was the intersection of Ron and Hermione. Watching them argue was, for Harry, a form of therapy he hadn't known he needed. You cannot put "because Slytherin is rubbish" as the conclusion of a potions essay, Ronald. Why not? It's accurate. It's not even tangentially related to the properties of Moonstone. Everything relates to Slytherin being rubbish if you think about it hard enough. I literally cannot believe I help you with homework. And yet, here you are. Hermione made a sound that was somewhere between a growl and a laugh, and Harry felt his own laughter bubble up, and the sound of it, the genuine, unpracticed, ungraceful sound of it, echoed off the common room walls, and for one perfect moment, he was just a kid. Not a weapon. Not a spy. Not a hybrid monster carrying a piece of a Dark Lord's soul and the blood of the Demon King. Just a kid, laughing at his friends, warm and safe and inexplicably, impossibly happy. The moment passed, as moments do. But it left a mark. And the marks were accumulating, building up like layers of paint on a canvas, slowly covering the cold gray of Muzan's foundation with something warmer. Then Muzan made contact, and the warmth evaporated. It happened on a Thursday night in late January. Harry was returning from Quidditch practice, late, exhausted in the pleasant way that physical exertion produced, muscles warm from flying, skin prickling from the fading daylight. He was crossing the castle grounds, heading for the entrance hall, when his demon senses detonated. Not the gradual escalation that accompanied approaching something unusual. A full, instant, 5-alarm detonation. Every cell in Harry's body went rigid. His senses expanded to maximum range. His eyes shifted without his permission, green to crimson, and his heartbeat dropped from its resting 42 to a combat-ready 30. Something was in the Forbidden Forest. Something that his demon blood recognized on a cellular level. Something that shared his nature. Something that was wrong in the same way that Muzan was wrong, fundamentally, irreducibly, at the molecular level. A demon. Harry's blood went cold. Not figuratively. His body temperature actually dropped 2 degrees as his demon physiology shifted into threat response mode, routing blood to his core, hardening his skin, priming his regeneration. He changed direction. Walked toward the forest. Every survival instinct he developed at Hogwarts, the new ones, the human ones, the ones that said go get help, tell Dumbledore, don't be stupid, was overridden by the older, deeper instinct that Muzan had hammered into him: when something from our world appears, you handle it. Alone. No witnesses. The forest swallowed him. The Forbidden Forest at night was a different universe from the castle. Dark. Primal. The canopy overhead blocked even starlight, and the trees pressed close with the suffocating intimacy of a crowd. Harry's demon vision cut through the darkness effortlessly. He could see every root, every branch, every pair of eyes reflecting from the undergrowth, animal eyes, watching him with the wary respect that prey showed a predator passing through. He followed the scent. Demon blood. Unmistakable. Like a signature written in a language only his cells could read. The clearing was 50 meters in. And in the center of the clearing, leaning against a tree with the casual posture of someone waiting for a bus, was a demon. Not a powerful one. Harry's senses categorized it instantly: lower moon class, maybe. Strong by human standards. Weak by Muzan's. It had the form of a young man, early 20s, dark hair, pleasant features that were marred by eyes that were pure crimson with no white, and hands that ended in elongated, claw-like fingers. The demon smiled when it saw Harry. "Young master." Harry's jaw tightened. "Who sent you? Who do you think?" "Muzan." The demon straightened up from the tree, and there was something in its movement, that fluid, predatory grace that all demons shared, that made Harry's own demon blood pulse in recognition. Two of a kind. Kin, in the most twisted, violent, parasitic sense of the word. "Lord Muzan requires an update," the demon said. "Your reports have been insufficient. My reports contain everything of relevance." Lord Muzan disagrees. The demon's smile widened. Too wide. Past the boundaries of a human face. He's noticed omissions. Gaps. Information that should be present and is not. Harry's blood went colder. Muzan knew. Not about the stone specifically, Harry was confident of that, because if Muzan knew about the stone, he wouldn't have sent a lower moon to ask questions. He would have come himself, and the conversation would be very different. But Muzan knew that Harry was holding back. That the reports were incomplete. That his weapon was, for the first time in 11 years, keeping secrets. "What does he want?" Harry asked. "A comprehensive assessment. The castle's defensive capabilities. Staff combat power. Any artifacts of significance." The demon paused. Let the last two words hang in the air like a blade. "You have 3 days. And if I don't?" The demon's smile disappeared. The pleasant facade dropped like a mask, and underneath it was the true face, the predator face, the thing that killed and consumed and existed only because Muzan's blood gave it purpose. "Lord Muzan does not give second deadlines," the demon said. "You know that better than anyone, young master." Harry knew. He knew because he'd seen what happened to demons who disappointed Muzan. He'd seen them disintegrate, not killed by external force but by Muzan's own blood, the blood that every demon carried, the blood that served as both gift and leash. Muzan could destroy any demon he'd created with a thought. A switch. One instant of will, and the demon cells would devour themselves from the inside out. Harry carried Muzan's blood. Harry could be destroyed the same way. He'd always known this. It was the foundational thread of his existence, the chain that kept him bound to Muzan even across continents, even through months of separation, even in a castle full of warmth and friendship and the intoxicating illusion of freedom. Muzan could kill him at any time, from any distance, with a single thought. The demon was watching Harry's face, reading it, cataloging the micro-expressions that years of training had almost but not quite eliminated. 3 days, it repeated. "And young master. Lord Muzan asked me to remind you, you are what he made you. Do not forget." The demon dissolved. Not dramatically, no puff of smoke, no flash of light. It simply disassembled, breaking apart into particles of darkness that scattered into the forest like leaves in wind. In seconds, the clearing was empty. Even the scent was fading. Harry stood alone in the forbidden forest, demon blood humming, human heart hammering, and the warmth he'd been building for months, the laughs and the library sessions and the hand under the table, felt suddenly, terrifyingly fragile. "You are what he made you." Harry clenched his fists. His claws, he had claws now, his demon nature fully surfaced, fingernails lengthened into black, razor-sharp points, dug into his palms. Blood welled. Healed. Welled again. "You are what he made you." No. The thought was small. Quiet. Defiant in the way that keeping a rabbit was defiant, an act of resistance so tiny that a 1,000-year-old demon lord might miss it entirely. "I'm what I choose to be." Harry retracted his claws. Forced his eyes back to green. Walked out of the forest, across the grounds, into the castle, up the stairs, through the portrait hole, and into the common room, where Ron was losing at chess against himself and Hermione was buried in a book about alchemical transmutation. "Where've you been?" Ron asked without looking up. "Lost track of time," Harry said. He sat down between them. Opened a textbook. Pretended to read. Under the table, his hands were still shaking. 3 days. Harry stared at his textbook and saw nothing, and the warmth of the common room wrapped around him, and the fire crackled, and Ron lost another game of chess against himself, and Hermione turned a page. 3 days to decide, obey Muzan and give the Demon King everything he needed to destroy this place, or defy Muzan and accept the consequences. 3 days to choose between the father who made him and the family he'd found. Day 1 was agony. Harry went through classes on autopilot. His body sat in transfiguration, in charms, in potions. His hands took notes. His mouth answered questions. But his mind was somewhere else entirely, caught in a loop that played the demon's words over and over, a record skipping on the same groove. You are what he made you. You are what he made you. You are what he made you. He could feel Muzan's blood in his veins. Not metaphorically. Actually feel it, a low, constant hum, the way you can feel electricity in a live wire if you hold it long enough. That blood was Muzan's leash. Muzan's kill switch. The physical manifestation of 10 years of ownership, coded into every demon cell in Harry's body. Muzan could sense through that blood. Not thoughts. Harry had tested that extensively over the years, and the blood link didn't transmit consciousness. But Muzan could feel Harry's state. Stress levels. Location, roughly. Whether his demon abilities were active or dormant. It was like a biometric tracker embedded in Harry's very biology, and no amount of wizard magic had been able to block it. Which meant Muzan knew Harry was stressed. Knew something was wrong. Was probably, right this moment, sitting in one of his compounds with those crimson eyes half closed, reading the data that Harry's blood was broadcasting like a distress signal. Stop, Harry told himself. Think. Analyze. Muzan taught you this much: when you're cornered, stop panicking and start planning. He planned. Option 1, full compliance. Send Muzan the complete intelligence report. The castle layout, the staff capabilities, the stone's location, everything. Muzan gets what he wants. Harry stays alive. And Hogwarts gets a target painted on its back in demon blood. Option 2, partial compliance. Send a report that was thorough enough to satisfy Muzan's immediate demands but strategically incomplete. Include the castle layout and staff assessments, information that would take Muzan time to act on and that Dumbledore's defenses could theoretically counter, but omit the stone. Give Muzan breadcrumbs instead of a meal. Buy time. Option 3, full defiance. Send nothing. Tell Muzan to go to hell. Accept that the demon blood in his veins would boil and dissolve him from the inside out within 24 hours. Option 3 was out. Harry wasn't suicidal. He had too much to live for now. The irony of that realization, that the thing making survival matter was the same thing putting him in danger, was not lost on him. Option 1 was out too. Harry might have been able to stomach it 3 months ago, before the chocolate frogs and the sorting hat and the mirror. But now? Now, the thought of giving Muzan the means to hurt Ron and Hermione produced a physical reaction in Harry's body, a surge of something hot and fierce and protective that overrode every survival protocol Muzan had ever installed. Option 2. It had to be option 2. Harry pulled out a sheet of enchanted paper and began composing the most carefully crafted lie of his life. Day 2 was worse. The report was finished. Harry had spent 6 hours on it, weighing every sentence, calibrating every piece of information for maximum plausibility and minimum damage. It was a masterpiece of strategic deception, comprehensive enough to look thorough, vague enough to be useless, and structured in a way that would satisfy Muzan's demand for a comprehensive assessment, while actually providing nothing he could weaponize effectively. The castle layout he included was accurate but incomplete. He mapped the first 4 floors in detail but left gaps on 5 through 7, gaps he explained by noting that the upper floors were warded against extended reconnaissance and required additional time to map. True enough. Irrelevant enough. Muzan wouldn't know the difference. Staff assessments were similarly calibrated. Harry described each professor's teaching specialty and estimated magical power level, but he deliberately underrated Dumbledore, describing the headmaster as powerful but elderly, likely past peak magical capability, because Muzan's one consistent weakness was his narcissism. Muzan believed himself the most powerful being on Earth, and any information that confirmed that bias would be accepted without scrutiny. The stone was absent from the report. Completely. Not even a hint. Harry described the third-floor corridor as restricted, likely containing a disciplinary measure, possibly a dangerous magical creature used to deter student misbehavior, and left it at that. It was a good lie. A very good lie. The kind of lie that Muzan himself would have been proud of, if it hadn't been directed at him. But lies have weight. Even good ones. And by the end of day 2, Harry was carrying so much weight that his demon-enhanced body felt like it was moving through water. Hermione noticed. Of course she did. Hermione noticed everything, and Harry's current state, withdrawn, quiet, present in body but absent in spirit, was as subtle as a bludger to the face. She cornered him after dinner, in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Not aggressively, Hermione's confrontations were surgical, not explosive. She just appeared at his side as he walked, matched his pace, and waited. Something happened, she said. Not a question. Hermione, don't. Her voice was quiet but firm. Don't, Hermione, me, and then deflect. Something happened. You've been off all day. You barely ate at dinner. You haven't voluntarily spoken in 6 hours, which is actually normal for some people but not for you, not anymore, not since, she paused. Reorganized. Not since you started actually being yourself around us. Harry stopped walking. They were in a corridor on the second floor, the one with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. Torchlight threw long shadows. The corridor was empty, most students were at dinner or in their common rooms. You're right, Harry said. Something happened. Hermione waited. Patient. Steady. Her brown eyes fixed on his with an intensity that was simultaneously terrifying and grounding. I can't tell you what, Harry continued. Not yet. Not because I don't trust you, I do. But because knowing would put you in danger, and his voice hitched. Just a fraction. A crack in the composure so small that a normal person wouldn't have caught it. But Hermione wasn't normal. I can't be the reason you get hurt. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Her expression cycled through several emotions, frustration, concern, determination, before settling on something that Harry had never seen directed at him from anyone except the Sorting Hat. Understanding. Okay, she said. I won't push. But I need you to hear something, Harry. She stepped closer. Not much, 6 inches, maybe, but enough that Harry's demon senses flooded with data about her. Her heartbeat, 78 BPM, slightly elevated. Her temperature, 98.6, standard. Her scent, parchment, ink, the vanilla and honey shampoo she used, and underneath all of it, the warm, clean, distinctly Hermione smell that Harry's brain had categorized and filed away without his conscious permission. You are not alone, Hermione said. Each word was deliberate. Measured. Weighted with the kind of conviction that came from genuine belief, not performance. Whatever this is, whoever you're afraid of, you are not alone in it. Do you understand me? Harry looked at her. At this fierce, brilliant, stubborn, compassionate girl who had decided, for reasons he would never fully comprehend, that he was worth fighting for. That the boy with the demon eyes and the secret past and the walls built by a monster deserved someone standing on his side. I understand, he said. Good. Hermione held his gaze for one more beat, long enough to seal the promise, short enough to maintain dignity, then turned and walked back toward the Great Hall. Harry watched her go. The weight on his shoulders didn't disappear. The deadline didn't extend. The danger didn't diminish. But the weight was easier to carry when someone else knew it existed. And the fact that Hermione Granger, 11 years old, Muggle-born, without a single demon cell or combat enhancement to her name, had just looked into the eyes of a creature that could tear a troll apart with his bare hands and said, "You are not alone," with absolute, unshakable conviction. That was braver than anything Harry had ever done. Braver than the troll. Braver than Quidditch. Braver than standing in front of Muzan and keeping a rabbit alive. Hermione Granger was the bravest person Harry had ever met, and she didn't even know it. Day 3. Harry sent the report at midnight. Placed the enchanted paper in the transport pouch, watched it vanish, and felt something in his chest constrict, not with fear, but with the grim certainty that a line had been crossed. He'd lied to Muzan. Deliberately, comprehensively, strategically. He'd withheld the single most important piece of intelligence in his possession, the existence of an object that could potentially help Muzan achieve his millennia-old goal, and replaced it with crafted disinformation. If Muzan discovered the lie, Harry would die. Not might. Would. The demon blood in his veins would answer Muzan's kill command, and Harry would disintegrate from the inside out, and the last thing he'd feel would be the blood that had made him strong turning against him. Harry lay in bed and listened to Ron snoring and Neville's mumbling and the deep, ancient heartbeat of the castle around him, and he waited. An hour passed. 2. 3. No kill signal came. No surge of demon blood, no boiling in his veins, no punishment broadcast through the biological leash that connected him to his creator. Just silence. Just the castle breathing. Just 5 boys sleeping in a tower, unaware of the war being fought in the veins of the one who wasn't sleeping. At 4 a.m., Harry exhaled. The report had been accepted. The lie had held. Muzan was satisfied, for now. Harry closed his eyes and let his body shift into its shallow, watchful rest. The demon in him settled. The Horcrux in his scar murmured in its sleep. And the boy underneath both of them, the boy who'd kept a rabbit alive and stood in front of a mirror and let a girl hold his hand under a table, breathed in the dark and thought about the future. He couldn't keep this up forever. The lies would compound. Muzan's demands would escalate. Eventually, the Demon King would send someone stronger than a lower moon. Eventually, Muzan would come himself. And when that happened, Harry would need to be ready. Not just physically, he was already stronger than most of Muzan's creations, and his hybrid abilities were growing every day. But emotionally. Mentally. He would need to know who he was and what he was willing to fight for and what he was willing to sacrifice, because the coming confrontation wouldn't be won with demon speed or wizard magic. It would be won, or lost, in the space between what Muzan had made him and what he'd chosen to become. Harry opened his eyes. Stared at the scarlet canopy of his 4-poster bed. I choose this, he thought. I choose the castle and the common room and the messy, chaotic, beautiful people in it. I choose the boy who shares chocolate and the girl who never gives up. I choose the laughter and the arguments and the hand under the table. I choose home. The thought was quiet. Small. Made in the dark, alone, with no one watching. And it changed everything. The next morning, Harry walked into the great hall for breakfast, sat down between Ron and Hermione, and smiled. Not the practiced smile. Not the strategic one. The real one, the one that started deep and worked its way up, the one that reached his eyes and softened the sharp edges that 11 years of Muzan had carved into his face. Morning, he said. Ron grunted through a mouthful of sausage. Hermione looked at him over the rim of her pumpkin juice. Studied his face with those analytical brown eyes. Saw the smile, the real one. Saw whatever had been weighing him down for 3 days beginning to lift. Better? She asked softly. Getting there, Harry said. Hermione nodded. Returned to her toast. But her foot, under the table, found his and pressed against it, a brief, secret, completely deliberate contact that sent a jolt of warmth from Harry's ankle to his chest. He didn't pull away. The clock on the wall ticked forward. The countdown was over. The crisis had passed. And Harry sat in the great hall of Hogwarts with sunlight streaming through enchanted windows, still burned, but he was used to it now, and ate breakfast with his friends and planned for the war that was coming. Because it was coming. The stone was still under the castle. Quirrell was still prowling the third-floor corridor at night. Voldemort's whispers were still audible to Harry's demon ears. And somewhere across an ocean, Muzan Kibutsuji was reading a report full of lies and calculating his next move. The board was set. The pieces were moving. And the Demon King of Hogwarts, for all his fear and conflict and the weight of a double life, had made his choice. He chose the light. Now he just had to survive it. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Demon Beneath the Stone. February came in like a fist. Not the weather, though Scotland in February was its own special brand of misery, all horizontal rain and wind that cut through robes like they were made of tissue paper. No, what hit Harry like a fist was the realization that he was running out of time. Quirrell was getting bolder. Harry's demon hearing had been tracking the man's nocturnal movements for months now, cataloguing every footstep, every whispered conversation, every trip to the third-floor corridor. In November and December, Quirrell's pattern had been cautious, short visits, quick retreats, the behavior of a predator testing the perimeter of a territory it wasn't sure it could claim. But since January, the pattern had shifted. The visits were longer. The whispers were louder. And twice, Harry had heard the high, cold voice behind the turban speak with an urgency that bordered on desperation. The stone, Quirrell. I must have the stone. I grow weaker. Voldemort was dying. Or whatever the technical term was for a soul fragment that had been clinging to existence for 10 years through sheer malice and was finally running out of fuel. The specter behind Quirrell's turban was fading, and it knew that the Philosopher's Stone was its last chance at resurrection. Which meant the clock wasn't just ticking for Harry anymore. It was ticking for everyone. He's going to make a move soon, Harry told Ron and Hermione in their library corner on a Wednesday afternoon. The February rain was hammering the windows so hard that normal conversation was difficult. Harry's demon hearing cut through the noise effortlessly, but he kept his voice low anyway. Habit. Quirrell's visits to the third floor have tripled in the last 2 weeks. He's probing the defenses. Testing them. Hermione had her research spread across the table, a sprawling web of notes, cross-references, and diagrams that mapped every known protection on the stone. He still has to get past Fluffy, she said. And we don't know how he plans to do that. Even with Voldemort's knowledge, a three-headed dog isn't something you can just. Music, Ron said. They both looked at him. Ron's ears went pink. Hagrid told me. Last visit. I brought him treacle tart, the good stuff, from the kitchens, not the cafeteria, and he was going on about how Fluffy's actually a big softy once you know the trick. Just play him a bit of music and he'll fall right asleep. His exact words. Hermione's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Hagrid told you the key to bypassing the first line of defense over treacle tart. To be fair, it was really good treacle tart. Ronald Weasley, I could kiss you. Ron's entire face went the color of his hair. Harry's demon hearing caught the spike in Ron's heartbeat, from 72 to 106 in under a second, and something about the reaction made him file it away in a mental category he hadn't known he was building. So Quirrell knows about the music, Harry said, steering the conversation back to operational territory before Ron's cardiovascular system failed. Which means Fluffy isn't a real obstacle for him. What's next? Hermione consulted her notes. Based on what Hagrid told Ron and what I've been able to piece together from the staff's areas of expertise, after Fluffy, there should be protections from Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell himself, Snape, and Dumbledore. Sprout would use plants, probably something dangerous. Flitwick would use charms, likely enchanted obstacles. McGonagall would use transfiguration, some kind of animated challenge. Quirrell. She trailed off. Quirrell knows his own protection, Harry finished. He can bypass it. That leaves Snape and Dumbledore. The two people most likely to have created the hardest obstacles, Hermione said grimly. So the question is, can Quirrell, or Voldemort, get past Snape's and Dumbledore's protections? Silence. The rain hammered. Ron chewed his quill. Hermione stared at her notes with the furious concentration of someone trying to solve an equation with too many unknowns. We need to know what those protections are, Harry said. Specifically. Not guesses. Actual intelligence. And how exactly do you propose we get that? Hermione asked. Walk up to Snape and say, "Excuse me, Professor, could you describe in detail the lethal obstacle you've placed between a Dark Lord and an Immortality Stone?" I was thinking something less direct. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry. I'll go through the trapdoor. The silence that followed was different from the previous one. Heavier. Charged. Ron's quill stopped mid-chew. Hermione's hand went still on her notes. No, Hermione said. I need to see the protections firsthand. My senses can analyze magical constructs in ways that research can't. I can feel the structure of an enchantment, smell the ingredients in a potion trap, hear the frequency of a charm ward. If I go through, I can map the entire gauntlet and, no, Hermione repeated, and this time her voice had an edge that Harry's demon instincts recognized as genuine anger, the real kind, the kind that came from fear for someone you cared about, compressed and heated into something sharp. You are not going through a series of protections designed by 6 of the most powerful wizards in Britain as some kind of reconnaissance mission. That is insane. Hermione, it's insane and it's reckless and it's exactly the kind of thing you would do because you think you're indestructible, and you're not, Harry, you're not indestructible, no matter what. She caught herself. Glanced at Ron. Back at Harry. Lowered her voice. No matter what you are. The words hung between them. No matter what you are. The closest Hermione had come to directly acknowledging that Harry wasn't entirely human. She hadn't said the word, hadn't said demon, because she didn't have that word yet, didn't know it existed in the context she needed it, but the meaning was clear. Harry looked at her. Brown eyes blazing. Jaw set. Every line of her body radiating the particular stubbornness that he'd come to recognize as the Hermione Granger version of love, fierce, protective, unyielding, and willing to fight the person she was trying to protect if that's what it took. Okay, Harry said. Not yet. We plan first. Hermione exhaled. Some of the tension left her shoulders, but not all of it. She knew him well enough by now to know that not yet was not the same as never. We plan, she agreed. Together. Planning with Hermione was like going to war with a supercomputer that also had strong opinions about proper citation formats. Over the next 2 weeks, the trio assembled the most comprehensive threat assessment that any 3 11-year-olds had ever produced. Hermione's research was the foundation, meticulous, exhaustive, cross-referenced to within an inch of its life. Ron's intelligence from Hagrid provided the raw data, protection types, staff involvement, the order of the obstacles. And Harry's analysis, his demon-enhanced ability to read people, detect magical signatures, and process sensory information at superhuman speeds, filled in the gaps. They mapped the gauntlet as best they could. Obstacle 1, Fluffy. 3-headed dog. Neutralized by music. Threat level, low, if prepared. Obstacle 2, Professor Sprout's contribution. Almost certainly a plant-based trap. Hermione's research suggested Devil's Snare, a light-sensitive, constricting vine that tightened when you struggled and relaxed when you went limp. Or when you hit it with fire or bright light, Hermione noted, underlining the word fire 3 times. Obstacle 3, Professor Flitwick's contribution. Enchanted objects, possibly flying keys, based on Flitwick's known expertise in animation charms and the fact that Harry's demon hearing had detected the faint buzz of hundreds of small, winged objects through the third-floor ceiling during one of his late-night passes. Obstacle 4, Professor McGonagall's contribution. Transfiguration-based. Ron suggested animated chess pieces. McGonagall's a champion chess player, everyone knows that, and the theory was strong enough that Hermione dedicated an entire sub-dossier to Wizard's chess strategy. Obstacle 5, Quirrell's contribution. Unknown but irrelevant, Quirrell would bypass his own protection. Obstacle 6, Snape's contribution. Completely unknown. Harry had tried to analyze Snape's magical signature for clues, but the potion's master was too guarded, too controlled, too aware of being watched. Snape's protection remained a black box. Obstacle 7, Dumbledore's contribution. The final defense. The one that everyone agreed would be the most formidable and the most unpredictable. Dumbledore's magical capabilities were essentially limitless. The man had defeated Grindelwald, was the only wizard Voldemort feared, and had been alive long enough to have forgotten more magic than most wizards ever learned. So the plan is, get past 6 known obstacles and 1 total mystery, avoid being killed by any of them, reach the stone before Quirrell does, and then, what? Ron asked, staring at the dossier. Ask it nicely to not be stolen. If we can get to the stone first, we can protect it, Harry said. Move it. Hide it. Destroy it if we have to. Destroy a philosopher's stone. Ron's voice was flat. An artifact that the greatest alchemist in history spent decades creating. We're going to destroy it. If the alternative is Voldemort getting it? Yes. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at both of them and saw what he always saw when they were on the edge of something dangerous. Fear, yes, but underneath it, something harder and brighter. Resolve. All right, Ron said, straightening up. When do we go? Not yet, Harry and Hermione said simultaneously, and the synchronization made Ron snort and Harry's lips twitch and the tension in the room break just enough to be survivable. The Norbert situation almost ruined everything. It started in early March, when Hagrid, dear, well-meaning, catastrophically irresponsible Hagrid, acquired a dragon egg from a stranger in a pub. Harry found out because his demon senses detected the anomaly from 50 meters away. He was walking across the grounds toward Hagrid's hut for a routine intelligence visit when the smell hit him, sulfur, charcoal, and a metabolic heat signature that was so far above baseline that his brain flagged it as active volcanic vent. Hagrid, Harry said, standing in the doorway of the hut and staring at the large, dark egg sitting in a cauldron over the fire. Is that a dragon egg? Hagrid beamed. The man had the poker face of a golden retriever, every emotion broadcast in real time across his massive, bearded face. Right now, he was radiating the particular joy of a lifelong dream being fulfilled. Norwegian Ridgeback. Won him off a stranger in the pub last night. Can ya believe it? Harry could believe it. He could also believe that the stranger was not random, because his demon senses were picking up a residual magical signature on the egg that was familiar in a way that made his scar twitch. Hagrid. What did the stranger look like? Oh, I dunno, he kept his hood up. Bit odd, but lots of folks are private, aren't they? We talked Abu, Fluffy, actually, he was dead interested in what kind o' animals I look after. Harry's blood went cold. You told him about Fluffy? Well, yeah, I mean, it came up, didn't it? He asked how I handle dangerous creatures, and I told him Fluffy's easy if you know the trick, just play him some music and, Hagrid. Harry's voice was very calm. Very controlled. The kind of calm that preceded violence, if you knew what to listen for. The stranger asked you specifically how to get past Fluffy? Hagrid's beam faded. Confusion crept across his face like a cloud crossing the sun, and then, slowly, painfully, comprehension. Blimey. You don't think, he wouldn't have, but who would want to, Quirrell, Harry said. Or someone working with Quirrell. Hagrid's face went through an elaborate emotional journey, confusion to disbelief to horror to guilt, all visible, all broadcast, all completely genuine. The man was incapable of deception, which was why he was the worst person in Hogwarts to have trusted with any piece of the stone's security. Hagrid, you need to tell Dumbledore. I can, if Dumbledore finds out I told someone about Fluffy, he'll, Hagrid. And Norbert, he can know about Norbert, dragon breeding's illegal, Hagrid. The gamekeeper flinched. Not because Harry had raised his voice, he hadn't, not really, but because something in the way Harry said his name carried the same subsonic weight that had made Malfoy step back and the troll flinch. The frequency of a predator who was done negotiating. Tell. Dumbledore. Hagrid's lip trembled. His massive shoulders sagged. All right, he mumbled. All right, I'll tell him. The dragon situation resolved itself over the next week, thanks to Ron's brother Charlie arranging an illegal midnight pickup on the astronomy tower. Harry, Ron, and Hermione lost 50 points from Gryffindor and earned a month of detention for being caught out of bed during the extraction, a consequence that felt cosmically unfair given that they'd been trying to prevent a baby dragon from burning down the castle and a half-giant from accidentally betraying the wizarding world's most powerful magical artifact to Lord Voldemort. But the dragon situation wasn't what shook Harry. What shook him was the detention. The Forbidden Forest. Again. Professor McGonagall had assigned their detention to Hagrid, who, still guilt-stricken, still radiating sorry puppy energy, had been tasked with investigating something in the forest. Something was killing unicorns. Drinking their blood. Leaving beautiful, silver-blooded carcasses scattered through the ancient trees like discarded jewelry. Harry knew what killed unicorns. Not intellectually, although he knew that too, from Muzan's library, but instinctively. The demon in him recognized predator behavior. Something was feeding, and it was desperate, and the forest stank of it. They split up. Hagrid took Hermione and Ron along one path. Harry was paired with Neville and Malfoy along another, following a trail of silver unicorn blood that glowed in the moonlight like mercury. Malfoy was terrified. Trying to hide it and failing spectacularly, his aristocratic composure had crumbled within 5 minutes of entering the forest, replaced by the wide-eyed, jumpy anxiety of a house cat dropped in the wilderness. He kept close to Harry, which was ironic given their adversarial relationship, but fear had a way of recalibrating priorities. Neville was terrified too, but differently. Where Malfoy's fear was loud and performative, Neville's was quiet and controlled, the fear of someone who was intimately familiar with being afraid and had learned to function through it. Harry's respect for the round-faced boy ticked up another notch. They followed the blood trail deeper into the forest. The canopy closed overhead. The moonlight dimmed. Harry's demon senses expanded to fill the void, painting the darkness in thermal signatures and scent profiles and the subtle vibrations of living things moving through undergrowth. Something was ahead. Harry held up a hand. Malfoy and Neville stopped. In a clearing, maybe 30 meters ahead, a unicorn lay on its side. Dead. Its silver blood pooled beneath it like liquid starlight, and crouched over it, drinking, was a figure in a dark cloak. The figure was humanoid. Hooded. Moving with a frantic, desperate intensity that spoke of addiction more than hunger, drinking the unicorn blood not because it wanted to but because it had to, because whatever was under that hood was dying and this was the only thing keeping it alive. Harry's scar erupted. Not a sting. Not a throb. An eruption, white-hot agony that split his skull like an axe, so intense that his vision went white and his demon composure shattered and he staggered, one hand flying to his forehead, a gasp escaping his lips before he could clamp down on it. The figure heard. It rose from the unicorn. Turned. The hood fell back and Harry saw, nothing. And everything. A face that wasn't a face, ruined, spectral, barely human, smeared with silver blood that glowed against skin so pale and thin that you could see the outlines of bone beneath. And eyes, dark, burning, desperate eyes that locked onto Harry with a recognition so fierce that it went beyond sight, beyond magic, beyond the physical world entirely. The Horcrux in Harry's scar screamed. Not in pain. In joy. The fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in Harry's forehead recognized its parent, the larger soul, the broken original, the spectre that had been haunting Quirrell and killing unicorns and clinging to existence with the tenacity of a cockroach surviving a nuclear blast. The Horcrux surged toward it like a compass needle finding north, and Harry felt the pull, felt his feet want to move forward, felt his body want to bridge the gap between the fragment and the whole, felt the parasitic urge to reunite. His demon blood fought back. It was instinct. Pure, animal, territorial instinct, the same instinct that made a body's immune system attack a foreign organism. Muzan's blood in Harry's veins surged in response to the Horcrux's activation, flooding Harry's system with demonic energy that collided with Voldemort's soul magic in a biochemical war that played out in milliseconds across every cell in Harry's body. The clash was invisible to the outside world but apocalyptic inside Harry. His vision fractured. His senses overloaded. For one eternal, suspended moment, he was three beings in one body, the boy, the demon, and the parasite, and all three were screaming. Voldemort's spectre recoiled. Not from Harry's demon blood specifically, Voldemort didn't know what that was, couldn't identify it, but from the resistance. From the fact that the boy's body was fighting the soul connection with a biological ferocity that Voldemort had never encountered. The spectre hissed, a sound of fury and confusion and thwarted desire, and fled. Dissolved into the forest shadows, moving with a speed that should have been impossible for something so weakened. Harry dropped to his knees. The scar was bleeding. Thin lines of red running down his forehead, mixing with sweat. His demon healing was already working, closing the wound, repairing the tissue, but the Horcrux was still thrashing inside him, agitated, reaching for the connection that had been severed. Harry. Malfoy's voice, high and panicked. Harry, what was that? Harry couldn't answer. He was on his hands and knees in the dirt, breathing hard, fighting the three-way war in his body with everything he had. The demon blood was winning, it always won, because Muzan had designed it to be dominant, but the Horcrux was stronger than it had ever been, energized by the proximity to its source, and the battle was tearing Harry apart at the seams. A hand on his shoulder. Neville. Shaking, terrified, but there. "I'm getting Hagrid," Neville said, and his voice was steady despite the shaking, and Harry thought, "You beautiful, brave, terrified boy." "I'm fine," Harry managed. He threw up. Not human vomit, something darker, thicker, streaked with red and black. Demon blood and wizard blood and the toxic residue of a Horcrux having a tantrum, all expelled from his body in one violent rejection. The soil where it landed hissed and smoked. Malfoy stared at the smoking ground with an expression of undiluted horror. "What the actual, don't touch it," Harry said sharply. "Don't go near it." He pushed himself to his feet. Wiped his mouth. Forced his demon composure back into place, locking down the internal war with the same brute force willpower that had kept him alive through a decade of Muzan's training. The scar ache faded to a dull throb. The Horcrux settled, sulking, defeated by the demon blood's territorial dominance but not destroyed. Never destroyed. Just, waiting. Hagrid arrived with Ron and Hermione in tow. Hermione took one look at Harry, the pallor, the blood on his forehead, the dark stain on the ground that was still smoking, and her face went white. "I'm fine," Harry said for the third time. "You are not fine," Hermione said, and her voice cracked on the last word. "Harry, your scar is bleeding, there's something wrong, I know what's in the forest." Harry's voice was steady now. The demon had won the internal war. He was back in control. "It's Voldemort. The thing drinking the unicorn blood, it's Voldemort. He's here, at Hogwarts, inside Quirrell, and he's keeping himself alive by drinking unicorn blood while he figures out how to get the stone." Silence. The forest breathed around them. Somewhere in the darkness, the dead unicorn's blood continued to glow. "We have to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said immediately. Tell Dumbledore what? That we think a professor is possessed. We have no proof. Dumbledore already suspects, I know he does, but he's waiting. For something. Harry's jaw tightened. We can't wait anymore. Quirrell knows how to get past Fluffy. He's been probing the other defenses for months. The only thing stopping him is Dumbledore's presence in the castle, and if Dumbledore leaves, Hermione finished, Quirrell goes for the stone. Tonight? Ron's voice was tight. Controlled. Not panicked. Ron didn't panic in the way most people did. His fear was productive, channeled, translated immediately into action. It was, Harry reflected, the Weasley version of bravery, being scared out of your mind and doing the thing anyway. Not tonight. But soon. Days, maybe. A week at most. Harry looked at his friends. At Ron, freckled and frightened and standing firm. At Hermione, pale and scared and already calculating. At Neville, hovering behind them, still shaking but still present. At Malfoy, who had backed away but hadn't run. We need to be ready, Harry said. They were ready. They just didn't know it yet. The following days were a pressure cooker. Harry barely slept, even by his demon standards. He spent his nights monitoring Quirrell's movements with obsessive focus, tracking every footstep, every whispered conversation, every shift in the double heartbeat that confirmed Voldemort's presence. The pattern was escalating. Quirrell was visiting the third-floor corridor every night now. The whispers were louder. The desperation was palpable. During the day, Harry maintained his cover. Attended classes. Played Quidditch. Joked with Ron. Studied with Hermione. But underneath the normalcy, every cell in his body was coiled, ready, waiting for the trigger. It was during one of these outwardly normal evenings, a Thursday, late, the common room nearly empty, that the thing Harry had been dreading and hoping for in equal measure finally happened. Hermione asked the question. They were alone. Ron had gone to bed an hour ago, driven upstairs by a transfiguration essay that had defeated him so thoroughly he'd surrendered with a dramatic, I'll just fail, it's fine, failing builds character. The fire was dying. The common room was warm and dark and quiet. Hermione was sitting in the armchair across from Harry, legs tucked under her, a book open in her lap that she wasn't reading. Her eyes were on Harry, and they'd been on him for the past 15 minutes, and Harry had been pretending not to notice because acknowledging her stare would have meant acknowledging the conversation that was about to happen. Harry. Yeah. Tell me. 2 words. No context needed. They both knew what she was asking. They'd been circling it for months, the eye changes, the photosensitivity, the impossible strength, the inhuman reflexes. Every hint and deflection and almost truth had led to this moment, and the moment was here, and Harry couldn't dodge it anymore. He didn't want to dodge it anymore. If I tell you, he said carefully, you can't unknow it. And what I tell you, it's not just strange, Hermione. It's dangerous. The kind of dangerous where knowing could put you at risk. I'm already at risk. I've been at risk since the troll. Possibly since the train. Hermione's voice was steady, but her heartbeat, Harry's demon hearing tracked it involuntarily, was elevated. 82 BPM. Not fear. Anticipation. Tell me. Harry looked at the fire. The embers glowed orange and red, and the heat washed over his face, and he thought about the rabbit. About the ventilation shaft. About the choice to keep something alive instead of killing it. I'm not entirely human, he said. The words dropped into the silent common room like stones into still water. Hermione didn't flinch. Didn't gasp. Her heartbeat ticked up to 87, but her face remained composed. The man who raised me, the one Dumbledore asked about, he's. Harry searched for the right word and found that none of the right words existed in any language he spoke. He's a demon. Not metaphorically. Literally. He's a being called Muzan Kibutsuji, and he's been alive for over 1,000 years, and he's the progenitor of an entire race of supernatural creatures. He found me the night my parents died. He took me. Raised me. And when I was 3, he introduced his blood into my system. Hermione's breath caught. Just slightly. Just for a moment. Then it steadied. His blood changed me. Not completely, I'm not a full demon. I'm a hybrid. Part wizard, part demon. The first and only one in history. Harry held out his hand. Focused. And let his eyes shift, slowly, deliberately, for the first time voluntarily showing someone what he really was. Green bled into crimson. His pupils narrowed to vertical slits. And in the firelight, his eyes burned like 2 embers, and the boy in the armchair looked, for just a moment, like the predator he'd been designed to be. Hermione stared into those red eyes. She didn't run. She didn't scream. She didn't reach for her wand. She sat in her armchair and looked at the demon in Harry's eyes, and her heartbeat, 87, 88, 89, climbed, and her hands gripped the armrests of her chair, and her breath came a little faster. But she didn't look away. The photosensitivity, she said quietly. Sunlight weakens demons. Yes. The healing. The strength. The reflexes. The hearing. All demon traits. Yes. And the eyes. When your emotions spike, the demon biology surfaces. Yes. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. The fire crackled. The clock ticked. Somewhere above them, Ron snored with the enthusiasm of a man untroubled by existential revelations. Is he controlling you? Hermione asked, and the question was so precise, so targeted, so exactly the right question to ask that Harry wanted to laugh and cry simultaneously. He wants to. I'm supposed to be a spy. He sent me here to gather intelligence on the wizarding world, the castle's defenses, magical knowledge, anything that might help him achieve his goal. Which is conquering the sun. Demons are destroyed by sunlight. Muzan has spent 1,000 years trying to find a way to overcome that weakness. He thought wizard magic might hold the key. And you've been reporting to him. It wasn't a question. Hermione was connecting dots, and the picture they formed was clear enough. I was, Harry said. I sent reports. But I've been editing them. Leaving things out. Lying about what I've found. The stone. Muzan doesn't know about the stone. If he did, Harry stopped. His jaw worked. If he did, everyone in this castle would be dead. Hermione absorbed this. Processed it. Harry could almost see the gears turning behind those brown eyes, evaluating, categorizing, integrating this new information into her existing framework with the methodical precision that defined her. Can he hurt you? She asked. Remotely. From wherever he is. Yes. The demon blood in my veins, it's his creation. He can destroy it. Destroy me. From any distance. At any time. Hermione's heartbeat spiked. 94. Not fear for herself, fear for him. The distinction was visible in her face, in the way her eyes widened and her hands tightened and her body leaned forward instead of back. And you defied him anyway, she said. You lied to a being who can kill you with a thought. You withheld information that he sent you here to collect. You risked your life, your actual, literal life, to protect this school. To protect us. Harry didn't know what to say to that. The way Hermione framed it, like it was brave, like it was noble, didn't match how it felt from the inside. From the inside, it felt like barely holding together. Like a dam cracking. Like a boy trying to be something other than what he'd been made to be and having no idea if he was succeeding. Why? Hermione asked. Why what? Why protect us? You don't owe anyone here anything. Dumbledore lost you. The wizarding world forgot you. You could have given Muzan everything and walked away. Why didn't you? The question cut to the core of everything Harry had been struggling with since September. The war between Muzan's programming and his own emerging identity. The tension between what he'd been made for and what he was choosing instead. The impossible, terrifying, exhilarating act of defining himself. Because of chocolate frogs, Harry said. Hermione blinked. What? The first day on the train. Ron offered me chocolate frogs. He didn't know me. Didn't know anything about me. He just shared. Because that's what you do with someone sitting across from you. And then you walked in and asked me what I thought about a book, and nobody had ever, his voice caught. The demon composure cracked. Nobody had ever asked me what I thought about anything. Muzan told me what to think. What to do. What to be. And you asked me what I thought, like my opinion mattered, like I was a person instead of a tool. Hermione's eyes were bright. Not with tears, with something fiercer. Something that burned. You're not a tool, she said. I know that now. I didn't know it in September. You're not a demon, either. You're Harry. She unfolded herself from the chair, crossed the space between them, and sat down on the arm of his chair. Close enough that her shoulder brushed his. Close enough that her warmth, human warmth, 98.6 degrees of fierce, stubborn, brilliant compassion, pressed against his demon-cold skin. You're Harry, she repeated. And nothing that was done to you changes that. Harry's eyes were still red. He could feel it, the burn of the demon behind his irises, the predator staring out from behind the boy. Hermione was sitting 6 inches from something that could kill her in a heartbeat, and she knew it now, fully understood it for the first time, and she hadn't moved. She'd moved closer. You're insane, Harry whispered. You know that, right? You caught a troll club with your bare hand for me. I think we're both a bit insane. The laugh that escaped Harry was raw and uncontrolled and nothing like the practiced sounds he'd been producing for months. It was ugly and honest, and it came from somewhere so deep that it scraped the bottom of him on the way out. Hermione's hand found his. Her warm fingers wrapped around his cold ones. And the demon in his eyes, the crimson, the vertical slits, the predator, slowly faded back to green. Thank you for telling me, she said. Thank you for staying. They sat like that for a long time. The fire died. The common room went dark. And somewhere inside Harry Potter, underneath the demon blood and the Horcrux and the scar and the mission and the lies, something that had been frozen since he was 1 year old began, finally, to thaw. Everything accelerated after that. Hermione didn't treat Harry differently, which was both impressive and exactly what he should have expected. She adjusted her mental model, half-demon hybrid with kill-switch blood, was slotted into the existing framework alongside brilliant at transfiguration and terrible at accepting compliments, and carried on. If anything, understanding what Harry was made her more effective, because she could now ask direct questions about his abilities instead of dancing around implications. Can your hearing detect changes in Quirrell's heartbeat patterns that might indicate when Voldemort is more active? Yes. The secondary heartbeat strengthens at night and weakens in daylight. Can your regeneration handle magical damage the same way it handles physical damage? Slower. Magical injuries take minutes instead of seconds. Can your sense of smell detect specific potion ingredients from a distance? Within about 50 meters, depending on concentration and ventilation. Fascinating. Hermione scribbled notes. She'd started a new research file, not the detective dossier she'd been building since October, but something different. A tactical assessment. Strengths, weaknesses, optimal deployment strategies for a demon-wizard hybrid in a combat scenario. She was preparing for war. The Hermione Granger way. Ron's reaction, when Harry told him, with Hermione present, because she'd insisted, correctly, that Ron deserved to know, was so perfectly Ron that Harry almost cried. So you're part demon? Yeah. The eyes thing? Yeah. And the troll throwing? Yeah. Ron was quiet for about 4 seconds. Cool. Cool. I mean, it's mental. Completely mental. But also cool. Ron leaned back and crossed his arms. Right, so, are there any other secret demon things I should know about? Can you fly without a broom? Turn invisible? Breathe fire? I can't breathe fire. Shame. That would have been wicked in Quidditch. Harry stared at his best friend. At this ridiculous, brave, impossible boy who had just been told that the person he shared a dormitory with was part supernatural killing machine and whose primary concern was whether it conferred useful Quidditch abilities. You're not scared of me, Harry said. Not a question. His senses confirmed it. Ron's heartbeat was normal. Cortisol was baseline. No fear response at all. Mate, I've got 6 siblings. Fred and George once turned my teddy bear into a spider the size of a dinner plate when I was 3. A bit of demon blood isn't going to break me. Ron grinned. That easy, open, sunshine grin that had no strategy behind it, no calculation, no ulterior motive. Besides, you saved Hermione from a troll. Evil demons don't save people from trolls. Some might argue, nobody who matters would argue that, Ron said firmly, and the conversation was over, and Harry had 2 people in the world who knew what he was and chose to stand beside him anyway. 2 people. After 11 years of having 0. The math shouldn't have felt so monumental, but it did. The day Harry had been waiting for came in June. He was sitting in the great hall at breakfast, eating toast that he wasn't tasting, when his demon senses detected the anomaly. A shift in the castle's magical atmosphere, subtle, like a change in air pressure before a storm. He extended his hearing, scanning, and caught it. Dumbledore was leaving. The headmaster was in the entrance hall, speaking with McGonagall. Harry's hearing isolated the conversation from the background noise of 300 students eating breakfast. Urgent owl from the ministry. I must go to London immediately, but the stone, Albus, I trust Severus to maintain the protections. I shall return by morning. Harry's fork stopped midway to his mouth. Dumbledore was leaving the castle. Tonight. The one person whose presence kept Quirrell at bay would be gone. Harry looked across the great hall at the staff table. Quirrell was there, eating breakfast with the usual trembling and stammering performance. But Harry's demon hearing caught something beneath the performance, a sound that normal ears couldn't have detected. A second heartbeat. Accelerating. With excitement. Quirrell knew. Somehow, he knew that Dumbledore was leaving. And tonight, while the most powerful wizard in Britain was in London and the castle's defenses relied on a potions master and 6 magical obstacles, Quirrell was going to make his move. It's tonight, Harry told Ron and Hermione in their library corner, 20 minutes later. His voice was calm. His heartbeat was steady. The demon in him was already shifting to combat mode, senses sharpening, reflexes priming, the predator waking up. Hermione's face went pale but her jaw set. Ron's ears went red but his fists clenched. Then we go tonight, Hermione said. Hermione, you don't have to, don't you dare finish that sentence. Her brown eyes blazed with a fire that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the fundamental, unshakable core of who Hermione Granger was. We're coming with you. Both of us. End of discussion. Ron nodded. No hesitation. No quip. Just a nod, short, sharp, absolute. Harry looked at his friends and felt the demon blood pulse and the human heart ache and the impossible, beautiful, terrifying weight of being loved by people who knew exactly what he was. Thank you, he said. Save it for after we survive, Ron said. And despite everything, despite the danger, the fear, the knowledge that tonight would determine the fate of a philosopher's stone and possibly the entire wizarding world, Harry almost smiled. Almost. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. Through the trapdoor the common room emptied slowly, the way water drains from a bathtub, a gradual thinning of bodies and voices until the last stragglers yawned their way upstairs and the fire settled into its late-night murmur. Harry sat in his usual armchair and watched them go. Seamus and Dean arguing about football. Neville clutching Trevor the Toad like a security blanket. The Weasley twins, for once subdued, heading up with quiet goodnights that suggested even Fred and George could sense the tension in the air. Or maybe they couldn't. Maybe the tension was entirely inside Harry, a coiled spring in his chest, tightening with every minute that brought them closer to midnight. Hermione was beside him, pretending to read. She'd been on the same page of Hogwarts, a history for 45 minutes, and the fact that Hermione Granger could stare at a page of text for 45 minutes without absorbing it was, in its own way, the most alarming indicator of the night's gravity. Ron was across from them, playing chess against himself. Losing, somehow. His knight kept trying to desert. Percy's gone up, Ron said quietly, watching the portrait hole. That's the last prefect. Harry nodded. Extended his hearing through the tower. Footsteps above, settling, slowing, the rhythm of people getting into bed. Heartbeats, dozens of them, each one decelerating toward sleep. Within 20 minutes, the entire Gryffindor tower would be unconscious. They waited. At 11:45, Harry stood. Time. Hermione closed her book with a decisive snap. Ron swept his chess pieces into his pocket, for luck, he muttered, though Harry suspected the real reason was that Ron couldn't bear to leave them behind, the way a soldier couldn't leave their sidearm. They moved through the portrait hole in single file. The fat lady was snoring in her frame, a half-empty bottle of painted wine dangling from her fingers. She didn't stir. The castle at midnight was Harry's natural habitat, and he moved through it with a fluid confidence that he could see reassuring his friends in small, subconscious ways. Ron's shoulders loosened fractionally. Hermione's breathing steadied. They followed him the way prey follows a predator that's decided to protect them, with a trust that went beyond logic into something instinctive. Harry's senses were at full extension. Every corridor, every classroom, every hidden passage within a 100-meter radius was mapped in his mind in real time. He tracked every heartbeat in the castle, sleeping students, prowling cats, the distant thunder of Hagrid snoring from his hut, and filtered them, searching for the one signature that mattered. Quirrell. There. 3rd floor. Already moving. The double heartbeat, Quirrell's nervous stutter and Voldemort's cold, steady pulse, was heading toward Fluffy's door with the purposeful stride of someone who'd been waiting months for this moment. He's already there, Harry murmured. 3rd floor. Moving fast. Then we need to move faster, Hermione said, and the steel in her voice would have made McGonagall proud. They ran. The first obstacle they hit wasn't Fluffy. It was Neville. The round-faced boy was standing in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, wearing pajamas and a dressing gown and an expression of terrified determination that reminded Harry, with a pang, of himself at 5 years old, facing something bigger than him and refusing to back down. "You're sneaking out again," Neville said, and his voice trembled but didn't break. "You can't. You'll lose more points. I won't let you." Ron groaned. Hermione's face softened with guilt. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, brave, scared, standing in a corridor in his pajamas trying to stop 3 people from doing exactly the kind of reckless thing that Gryffindors were supposed to do, and felt a swell of respect so intense it was almost physical. "Neville," Harry said gently. "I'm sorry about this." He pulled his wand. Hermione was faster. Petrificus totalis. Neville's arms snapped to his sides. His legs locked together. He toppled like a felled tree, and Harry caught him, demon reflexes making the catch look effortless, and lowered him gently to the carpet. "I'm really, really sorry," Hermione whispered, her face stricken. "We'll explain everything later." "He'll be fine," Harry said. The spell wears off in a couple of hours. He looked down at Neville's frozen face, eyes wide, still carrying that stubborn defiance even in paralysis, and added, quietly, "You're braver than you know, Neville." They left him on the corridor floor and ran for the third floor. Fluffy was already asleep. Harry smelled the magic before they reached the door, the sweet, soporific energy of an enchanted musical instrument, playing by itself in the corner of Fluffy's chamber. A harp. Golden, ornate, its strings plucking a soft, repeating melody that filled the room with warmth and drowsiness. Quirrell had been here. The harp was his work, or Voldemort's, channeled through Quirrell's hands. The massive three-headed dog was sprawled across the floor like a furry mountain range, all three heads resting on enormous paws, all six eyes closed. A stalactite of drool hung from the middle head's jowl, inches from the open trapdoor. Ron stared at the sleeping Cerberus. "That thing is the size of my house." "Don't wake it up," Hermione whispered. Harry crossed the chamber in 3 quick strides, his demon stealth making him silent even on stone. He crouched beside the trapdoor and extended his senses downward. Darkness. Depth. And magic, layers of it, stacked like geological strata, each one carrying a different signature. He could feel Sprout's earthy enchantment. Flitwick's sharp, precise charm work. McGonagall's elegant transfiguration. Snape's cold, methodical potion magic. And deeper still, at the very bottom, something vast and warm and impossibly complex. Dumbledore's protection. The final barrier. "Quirrell's already through the first layer," Harry said. "I can feel the disruption in the magical fields. He's moving fast." "Then let's go," Ron said, peering into the trapdoor. "What's down there?" "Only one way to find out." Harry swung his legs over the edge. The darkness below was absolute, but his demon vision cut through it like a blade, and he could see the landing, soft, organic, a cushion of, "It's a plant," he said. "A big one. Devil's snare, probably. It'll catch our fall." "Probably." Ron's voice cracked. Harry dropped. The fall was maybe 20 feet. He landed on something soft, springy, and immediately hostile. The devil's snare reacted to his weight instantly, tendrils snaking around his ankles, his wrists, his waist, tightening with the methodical patience of a boa constrictor. Within seconds, his lower body was immobilized. Harry didn't struggle. His demon senses had already identified the plant, catalogued its weaknesses, and formulated a response. Devil's snare tightened when you fought and relaxed when you went limp. It was also sensitive to light and heat, 2 things that, ironically, Harry had strong feelings about. "Jump," he called up. "It's soft. Don't struggle when you land." 2 thumps. Ron and Hermione landed on either side of him, and the plant immediately went to work on them too. Tendrils wrapped around Ron's chest. Hermione's legs were pulled under. Ron panicked. That was the wrong word. Ron didn't panic the way a civilian panicked. He reacted with the frantic, instinctive energy of someone whose body had decided on fight or flight before his brain caught up. He thrashed, twisted, and the devil's snare responded by doubling down, tightening its grip until Harry could hear Ron's breathing constrict. "Stop moving!" Hermione shouted. She'd gone limp immediately, textbook response, theory applied perfectly under pressure, and the tendrils around her were already loosening. "It tightens when you struggle. Relax. Relax." "Hermione, I'm being eaten by a plant, Ron. Stop." Something in Hermione's voice, command authority, the voice of someone who'd made a decision and would not be argued with, cut through Ron's panic. He forced himself still. The tendrils hesitated. Loosened. Not enough. Harry assessed the situation in the space between heartbeats. Hermione was almost free, the plant was releasing her, responding to her stillness. Ron was trapped but stable. Harry himself was immobilized from the waist down, but his arms were free, and his demon strength meant the tendrils around his legs were an inconvenience, not a prison. But they were losing time. Quirrell was ahead of them, moving through the gauntlet, and every second they spent wrestling vegetation was a second closer to Voldemort reaching the stone. Harry raised his wand. His wizard magic surged, clean, bright, hot, and a jet of blue-white fire erupted from the tip, not aimed at the plant directly but at the air above it. The chamber flooded with light and heat. The devil's snare screamed, a high, keening sound that only Harry's demon ears could hear, and recoiled, tendrils whipping back, releasing all three of them simultaneously. They dropped through the loosened plant and landed on solid stone below. "Thanks," Ron gasped, rubbing his ribs. "Remind me to send Professor Sprout a strongly worded letter." Hermione was already moving toward the next door, her wand out, her face set. "Come on. We're behind." The key room was beautiful in the way that deadly things often are. Hundreds of them. Hundreds of small, jewel-bright, winged keys, filling the chamber like a cloud of metallic butterflies. They darted and swooped and shimmered in the torchlight, and the sound of them, a constant, high-pitched buzzing that normal ears would have found pleasant but Harry's demon hearing isolated into individual wing beats, was like standing inside a hive. On the far side of the room, a door. Heavy, oak, iron-banded. Locked. Beside the door, 3 broomsticks, hovering at waist height. "We need to catch the right key," Hermione said, scanning the swarm. "It'll be old, probably silver, to match the lock." Harry's demon vision did the work in under 2 seconds. Every key in the swarm was catalogued simultaneously: color, size, shape, speed, trajectory. His enhanced processing power turned the chaotic cloud into a 3-dimensional map, and the outlier was immediately obvious: a large, silver key with a bent wing, moving slower than the others, favoring its damaged side. "There," Harry said, pointing. "Silver. Bent wing. Already damaged." Quirrell caught it and it's still recovering. "Show off," Ron muttered, mounting a broomstick. Harry didn't take a broom. He didn't need one. He jumped. 20 feet straight up, a vertical leap that should have been impossible, that violated every law of human biomechanics, and his hand closed around the damaged silver key at the apex of his ascent. The other keys swarmed, attacking, their sharp metal bodies pelting his skin like hail. Harry's demon skin absorbed the impacts without damage, and he landed in a crouch beside the locked door, key in hand, barely breathing hard. Ron, who had been in the process of mounting his broomstick, stared. "Right," Ron said slowly. "The demon thing." Forgot about the demon thing for a second. Harry unlocked the door. They moved through. The chess room was Ron's moment. Harry knew it the second they stepped through the doorway and saw the board. A full-sized wizard's chess set, pieces standing 7 feet tall, carved from black and white stone that gleamed in the torchlight like polished bone. The black pieces were on the near side, still and silent and waiting. The white pieces were on the far side, facing them, and their stone faces carried expressions that were not friendly. "McGonagall," Hermione breathed. Ron stepped forward. His eyes, which had been tight with fear since the devil's snare, suddenly went calm. Clear. Focused. The same transformation Harry had seen in Muzan's best fighters when they entered the zone, the narrowing of attention, the stripping away of everything irrelevant, the emergence of pure, distilled competence. Ron Weasley was a lot of things: loud, insecure, perpetually hungry, allergic to homework. But at chess, Ron Weasley was a genius. Not the academic kind. The intuitive kind. The kind that saw patterns in chaos and possibilities in positions and could think 15 moves ahead while simultaneously processing the emotional state of every piece on the board. "We have to play our way across," Ron said. "Not a question." He was already analyzing the board, his eyes moving in that rapid, darting pattern that Harry's demon perception recognized as accelerated cognitive processing. "I'll be a knight." "Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, take the rook. They took their positions. The white pieces moved first, a pawn, advancing 2 squares. Ron responded immediately. And the game began. Harry had played chess with Ron dozens of times. He'd won once. The memory of that single victory, Ron's surprised bark of laughter, the grudging respect, the way Ron had immediately demanded a rematch, was filed alongside chocolate frogs and jumpers and all the other moments that had become the foundation of Harry's new life. But watching Ron play life-size chess, with real stakes, against an enchanted set designed by a transfiguration master, that was something else entirely. Ron was magnificent. He moved them around the board with the calm authority of a general commanding troops. Every move was purposeful, every sacrifice calculated, every position optimized. Harry followed Ron's instructions without question, not because he was accustomed to following orders, but that wasn't the reason, but because he trusted Ron's judgment the way Ron trusted Harry's instincts. Completely. Without reservation. Hermione played her part perfectly, moving when Ron directed, holding position when he needed her still. Her face was pale, her hands were shaking, but she followed Ron's lead with the same trust Harry showed, and the 3 of them functioned as a unit, a single organism with 3 bodies, each one compensating for the other's weaknesses. The game lasted 11 minutes. In chess terms, that was blisteringly fast. Ron played with an aggression that bordered on reckless, sacrificing pieces with abandon, trading material for position, creating threats that forced the white pieces into increasingly desperate defensive configurations. But chess is a game of sacrifice, and the biggest sacrifice was still coming. Knight to h3, Ron said, and his voice was different now. Quieter. Heavier. The voice of someone who'd seen the endgame and didn't like what it showed him. Harry looked at the board. His demon-enhanced cognitive processing ran the analysis in parallel with his emotional response, and both arrived at the same conclusion simultaneously. Ron was sacrificing himself. Ron, Harry started. Don't. Ron didn't look at him. His eyes were on the board, on the white queen who would take him on the next move, on the diagonal that his sacrifice would open for Harry to reach the opposing king. It's the only way. After the queen takes me, you're free to checkmate. That's the game. There has to be another, there isn't. Ron's voice cracked, just for a second, and underneath the crack was fear, real, genuine, 11-year-old fear of being smashed to pieces by a 7-foot stone chess queen. But over the fear, holding it down, keeping it contained, was the same thing that had made Ron share chocolate frogs with a stranger and stand beside a demon without flinching. Courage. The Ron Weasley kind. Messy, scared, doing it anyway courage. Harry. Ron finally looked at him. Blue eyes meeting green across a chessboard that had become a battlefield. After you win, go. Stop quarrel. Save the bloody world, yeah. Ron, and if I die, Ron's attempt at humor was so thin it was transparent. Tell Mum it wasn't the twins' fault for once. She'll believe you. Ron stepped forward. The White Queen turned her stone head toward him. Her blank eyes locked onto the small, red-headed boy who had just offered himself as a sacrifice. She struck. The impact was enormous. The stone arm swung like a wrecking ball, catching Ron across the shoulder and chest, and the sound, stone against flesh, the crack of something breaking, a short, sharp cry that was cut off mid-breath, filled the chamber and echoed off the walls. Ron flew backward. Hit the floor. Slid. Went still. Ron! Hermione screamed. Harry was already moving. Demon speed carried him to Ron's side in a heartbeat, and his senses, expanded, desperate, scanning for the worst, catalogued the damage in microseconds. Unconscious. Shoulder dislocated. 2 ribs cracked. Mild concussion. Breathing steady. Heart rate elevated but stable. Alive. Alive. The relief was so intense that Harry's vision blurred, and for one terrible second, he thought his eyes had shifted, but no, they were wet. Just wet. A human response to a human fear for a human friend. He's alive, Harry said. Unconscious, injured, but alive. Hermione was beside them, tears streaming, hands hovering over Ron's body as if she could heal him through sheer willpower. We can't leave him, we have to. The words tasted like ash. Hermione, Quirrell is ahead of us. If we don't stop him, I know. Hermione's voice was raw, torn between the boy bleeding on the floor and the mission that couldn't wait. She pressed her hand against Ron's cheek, a gesture so tender and unconscious that Harry doubted she knew she was doing it, and stood up. I know, she repeated, softer. Let's go. Harry stepped onto the square Ron had vacated. Moved his bishop to the killing diagonal. Checkmate. The White King dropped his crown. The pieces parted. The door ahead opened. Harry looked back at Ron one more time. The redhead was motionless on the black and white stone, his Weasley jumper vivid against the monochrome, a splash of color in a world that had gone very, very gray. I'm going to fix this, Harry thought, and the thought had the weight of a blood oath. I'm going to stop Quirrell and come back and make sure you're okay, because you threw yourself in front of a stone queen for me, you absolute idiot, and that is the bravest thing I've ever seen. He turned and walked through the door, and Hermione walked beside him, and Ron's sacrifice hung over them like a flag. The troll was already down. Quirrell's work, presumably. An even larger troll than the one from Halloween lay unconscious on the floor of the next chamber, its club beside it, a lump on its head the size of a watermelon. The stench was incredible, Harry's demon senses recoiled, and even Hermione gagged. They stepped over the troll and moved to the next obstacle. Snape's protection. The chamber was narrow, stone-walled, with a table in the center bearing 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes. The moment they crossed the threshold, purple fire erupted behind them, blocking retreat. Black fire erupted ahead, blocking progress. They were trapped. Potions, Hermione said, her voice shifting immediately into analytical mode. The fear was still there, Harry could hear it in her heartbeat, smell it on her skin, but she'd compartmentalized it, locked it away, channeled everything into the problem at hand. This is a logic puzzle. Not magic. Logic. A roll of parchment lay beside the bottles. Hermione snatched it up and read aloud, danger lies before you, while safety lies behind, 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find, 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead, another will transport the drinker back instead, 2 among our number hold only nettle wine, 3 of us are killers, waiting bided in line. Harry's demon brain processed the riddle in parallel with his sensory analysis. His enhanced smell was already categorizing the contents of each bottle, he could detect chemical compositions through glass, identify active ingredients by their volatile compounds, distinguish poison from potion from wine with the casual ease of a sommelier at a tasting. But he let Hermione work. Not because he was being generous, though that was part of it. But because watching Hermione solve a logic puzzle was like watching someone speak their native language. The furrow of concentration between her brows, the rapid movements of her lips as she worked through the variables, the way her hands moved in small, decisive gestures as she eliminated possibilities, it was fluency. She was fluent in logic the way Harry was fluent in violence, and there was something beautiful in that contrast. Got it. Hermione's voice was triumphant and grim simultaneously. She pointed to the smallest bottle on the table, tiny, barely holding a mouthful. That one goes forward. She pointed to a round bottle at the right end. That one goes back. Harry looked at the smallest bottle. 1 swallow. Maybe 2. Enough for 1 person. Hermione reached the same conclusion at the same time. Her face went through the realization like watching a door close, the moment of understanding, followed by the hard, necessary acceptance of what it meant. There's only enough for 1, she said. I know. Harry, you need to go back. His voice was gentle but absolute, carrying the particular weight of a decision that had already been made. Go back through the fire. Get Ron. Get him to the hospital wing. Then send an owl to Dumbledore, a school owl, as fast as possible. Tell him everything. And you'll go forward. Alone. Against Quirrell and Voldemort. The words left Hermione's mouth flat and furious, not a question but an accusation. I'm the only one who can. Harry met her eyes. You know that. You know what I am. My demon healing, my strength, my resistance to magic, I have the best chance of surviving whatever's ahead. If you go, you die. If I go, I might die. The math is clear. Don't you dare reduce this to math. Hermione's voice broke. Actually broke, the composure shattering like glass, and underneath it was something raw and bleeding and more honest than anything Harry had ever heard from her. This isn't a probability calculation, Harry. This is you walking into a room with the most dangerous wizard who ever lived and I can't. She stopped. Pressed her lips together. Her eyes were bright with tears she was refusing to shed. I can't lose you, she said quietly. Do you understand that? After everything, after the train and the troll and the mirror and you telling me what you are and me deciding that it doesn't matter, after all of that, I cannot lose you. Harry looked at Hermione Granger. 11 years old. Bushy hair wild from running and fighting and crawling through a trapdoor. Tear tracks on her cheeks that she hadn't bothered to wipe. Standing in a room of purple fire and poison and logic, shaking with fear, not for herself, never for herself, but for him. The demon in him was quiet. Completely, utterly quiet. As if even the ancient, predatory thing in his blood recognized this moment for what it was and had the decency to step aside. You won't lose me, Harry said. You can't promise that. I'm promising it anyway. Hermione let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. That's not how promises work. It's how my promises work. She stared at him. He stared back. Green eyes and brown, separated by 3 feet of stone floor and a gap between wizard and demon that had never felt smaller than it did right now. Hermione moved first. She crossed those 3 feet, grabbed the front of Harry's robes, and pulled him into a hug so fierce that his demon-enhanced body actually registered the pressure. Her arms locked around his neck. Her face pressed against his shoulder. And she held him like he was something precious, something worth keeping, something that mattered, with a strength that had nothing to do with muscle and everything to do with the thing she'd been building between them since a train compartment and a question about spell intent integration. Harry's arms came up. Slowly. As if learning a new movement, a new form, the form of holding someone who was holding you back. His hands settled on her back. His chin rested on top of her head. Her hair smelled like parchment and vanilla and the acrid bite of magical fire, and underneath all of it, that warm, clean, Hermione scent that his demon brain had catalogued months ago and filed under a category he was only now beginning to name. They held each other in a room full of fire and poison, and the flames reflected off the potion bottles, and the clock was ticking, and Voldemort was waiting, and none of it mattered for exactly 4 seconds. 4 seconds. The same amount of time James Potter had bought for his family. Sometimes, 4 seconds is everything. Hermione pulled back. Her eyes were wet but her jaw was set. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, a practical, no-nonsense gesture that was so perfectly Hermione that Harry almost smiled. Come back, she said. I will. I mean it. You come back, Harry Potter. You come back or I swear I will find whatever afterlife you end up in and drag you out of it by your ears. Harry's laugh was short, rough, and entirely genuine. I believe you. Hermione picked up the round bottle. Looked at it. Looked at Harry. Drank. The effect was immediate, her body shimmered, the purple fire parted, and she stepped through. On the other side, she turned back. Her eyes found his through the flames. I'll send word to Dumbledore, she said. All business now. All Hermione. The tears were gone, replaced by the fierce, organizational competence that would have made her a terrifying general in another life. 20 minutes. Maybe less. Then I have 20 minutes. Harry. One last pause. One last look through purple fire. You're more than what he made you. You know that, right? He did know. For the first time, truly, fully, without reservation, he knew. Yeah, he said. I do. Hermione turned and ran. Her footsteps faded. The purple fire closed behind her. Harry picked up the smallest bottle. The liquid inside was dark and cold and smelled, to his demon senses, like ice and iron. He drank it in one swallow. Cold washed through him. Not the cold of demon blood or winter air or Muzan's compound, a magical cold, tingling, like being wrapped in frost that meant no harm. His body temperature dropped 3 degrees. His demon cells contracted, confused by the unfamiliar sensation. The black fire ahead flickered. Dimmed. Opened like a curtain. Harry stepped through. The final chamber was nothing like what he'd expected. No traps. No puzzles. No enchanted guardians or logic riddles or hostile vegetation. Just a room, large, circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with a steady, warm light. And in the center of the room, standing on a raised dais, was a mirror. The mirror of Eriste. Harry's breath caught. The same mirror. The same ornate gold frame, the same inscription, I show not your face but your heart's desire, the same glass that had shown him his parents and broken him open in a December classroom that felt like a lifetime ago. Standing before the mirror, turbaned slightly askew, was Professor Quirrell. No stammer. No trembling. No performance. The man standing with his back to Harry was straight-backed, still, and radiating a cold confidence that the classroom version of Quirrell had never shown. The double heartbeat was loud in Harry's demon ears, Quirrell's own and the second one, the parasite, beating in a rhythm that felt like hunger. I was wondering when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. His voice was different too, smooth, controlled, absent the theatrical stutter. I could feel you coming. Through the scar. Harry didn't respond. His demon instincts were fully engaged, senses at maximum, muscles primed, eyes cataloging every detail of the room with the cold efficiency of a predator assessing a kill zone. Exits. 1. The way he'd come in. Threats. Quirrell, whatever was under the turban, and the Horcrux in Harry's own forehead, which was now pulsing with an intensity that made his vision pulse with it. The stone is in the mirror, Quirrell continued, still facing the glass. Dumbledore's final protection. Clever old man. I can see the stone, I can see myself presenting it to my master, but I cannot reach it. He turned, and his face was pale and drawn and furious. The mirror shows me what I desire, but it won't give it to me. Harry said nothing. He was processing, analyzing, running scenarios at demon speed. Quirrell couldn't get the stone out of the mirror. That was important. That changed the tactical calculus significantly. Perhaps, said a voice that didn't come from Quirrell's mouth, the boy can help. The voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. From underneath the turban. High, cold, thin as a razor, a voice that Harry had been hearing in whispered fragments for months, and now, heard at full volume, at close range, it triggered a cascade of responses in Harry's body that were nearly overwhelming. The Horcrux erupted. It was like the forest all over again, but 1,000 times worse. The soul fragment in Harry's scar surged toward the voice, toward its origin, its parent, the broken hole from which it had been torn, with a force that was almost physical. Harry felt himself pulled forward, felt his feet take an involuntary step, felt the Horcrux trying to puppeteer his body toward reunion with the thing behind the turban. His demon blood fought back. Surging in response, flooding his system with the territorial, possessive energy of Muzan's creation defending its host against a foreign invader. The two forces, Horcrux and demon, collided inside Harry like tectonic plates, and the earthquake was not metaphorical. Harry's scar split open. Blood ran down his face. His eyes went crimson without his consent, and the pain, was a white-hot lance driven through his skull. Interesting, the voice said. There is something else inside the boy. Something unexpected. Quirrell was staring at Harry now. At the bleeding scar, the crimson eyes, the blood that was darker than it should be, darker and thicker, tinged with the black of demon cells mixing with wizard red. His expression was a mixture of fascination and revulsion. Use the boy, the voice commanded. Let him look in the mirror. He may succeed where you have failed. Master, I don't think, do it. Quirrell flinched. The command was absolute, carrying a weight of dark magic that pressed against the air like a physical force. He stepped aside, gesturing Harry toward the mirror. Harry's mind raced. The mirror showed your heart's desire. Quirrell saw himself presenting the stone to Voldemort, but the mirror wouldn't give it to him because Quirrell wanted the stone for someone else. The mirror was designed to show desire, not fulfill orders. Which meant the mirror would only give the stone to someone who wanted it for themselves, who wanted it without intending to use it. Someone who wanted to find it, not use it. Harry stepped toward the mirror. His demon senses screamed warnings: threat behind you, hostile magic, soul parasite actively destabilizing, blood pressure dropping, pain levels critical, but he forced himself forward, 1 step, 2, 3, until he was standing in front of the glass. He looked. The mirror showed him. Just him. Not his parents this time. The mirror's magic was reading a different desire now, a more immediate one. Harry saw himself, pale and bleeding and red-eyed, standing in this room. And as he watched, his reflection reached into its pocket and pulled out a red stone, small, roughly cut, glowing with an internal light that pulsed like a heartbeat. His reflection smiled. Winked. And slipped the stone back into its pocket. Harry felt weight appear in his real pocket. Solid, warm, unmistakable. The philosopher's stone. He had it. Well? Quirrell demanded. What do you see? Harry turned from the mirror. His face was a mask, demon-controlled, giving nothing away. The stone was a warm weight against his thigh, and every ounce of his training, every lesson Muzan had ever taught him about deception and control and the art of the convincing lie, was bent toward one singular purpose: not reacting. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, Harry said. I've won Gryffindor the House Cup. He lies, the voice hissed. He lies. Let me speak to him. Face to face. Something changed in Quirrell's expression. The confidence drained. The smooth facade cracked, replaced by genuine fear, not of Harry, but of the thing riding him. The parasite that had consumed his life, his will, his identity. For one brief moment, Harry saw the real Quirinus Quirrell, a weak, frightened man who had gone looking for power in the wrong place and found something that ate him alive. Master, do it. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding the turban. Harry watched the purple fabric unravel and felt the Horcrux inside him build toward a crescendo. The demon blood countered, surging harder, and the war inside him escalated, two parasitic forces fighting for control of a body that was struggling to contain both. The turban came off. Harry had seen horror. He'd been raised by a 1,000-year-old demon. He'd trained against creatures that would give most adults nightmares. He'd lived in a world of blood and darkness and violence since before he could form memories. Nothing had prepared him for the face on the back of Quirrell's head. It was barely a face. More like a face-shaped wound, chalk-white skin stretched over a skull that seemed to press outward from inside Quirrell's own, red eyes burning like embers, a nose that was 2 flat slits, and a mouth that moved when it spoke with a horrible, boneless fluidity. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The Horcrux in Harry's scar detonated. Not surged. Not pulsed. Detonated, An explosion of dark magic so intense that Harry's vision went black and the pain went beyond pain into a realm where language had no purchase. The soul fragment, inches from its source, screamed with the need to reunite, and it pulled at Harry's consciousness like a riptide, dragging him under, trying to dissolve the barriers between the fragment and the whole, trying to make Harry's body a bridge. And the demon blood answered. It rose like a tsunami. Muzan's creation, coded into every cell in Harry's body, surged through his veins with a force that was protective and possessive and absolutely, fundamentally territorial. This body belonged to Muzan Kibutsuji. This blood was Muzan's property. And no fragment of a lesser predator, no broken wizard soul, no parasitic specter, was going to stake a claim. The collision happened in the space between heartbeats. Inside Harry's body, inside his blood, his cells, his very biology, two forces that should never have met went to war. The Horcrux, powered by the darkest magic in the wizarding world, pushed outward, trying to expand, trying to take over, trying to use Harry's body as a conduit to reach Voldemort. And Muzan's blood pushed inward, trying to contain, trying to isolate, trying to crush the foreign invader with the biological equivalent of a fist. Harry screamed. The sound was not human. It was not demon. It was something new, something that combined the agony of a boy, the fury of a monster, and the desperation of a soul fighting for survival against two forces that both wanted to consume it. The sound shattered the torches. Cracked the stone walls. Made Quirrell stagger backward with his hands over his ears, both of his ears, one set belonging to his own face and one set belonging to the thing on the back of his head. Seize him! Voldemort screamed. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat. And then something happened that none of them, not Harry, not Quirrell, not Voldemort, had anticipated. Quirrell's hands burned. Not metaphorically. Not with magic. His skin blistered, cracked, disintegrated on contact with Harry's, and the pain, Quirrell's pain, not Harry's, was immediate, overwhelming, and absolute. Quirrell screamed and let go, staring at his hands in horror. The flesh was red, raw, smoking, the surface layer destroyed as if it had been pressed against a hot stove. Harry stared at his own skin. Unmarked. Unburned. What? Quirrell gasped. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked. Kill him now. Quirrell lunged again, and Harry's instincts, all of them, wizard and demon and human, activated simultaneously. He caught Quirrell's hands. Grabbed them. Held them. And pushed. The contact was devastating. Quirrell's flesh dissolved under Harry's grip, not from demon strength, not from blood demon art, but from something older and deeper and more powerful than either. Lily Potter's love protection, the ancient magic that had lived in Harry's skin since the night his mother died, amplified by 11 years of coexistence with demon blood that had never extinguished it, only fed it, fueled it, made it stronger, erupted through every point of contact. Quirrell screamed. The sound was inhuman, the sound of a body rejecting its own existence, of flesh unmade, of a possessed man discovering that the vessel he'd given to darkness couldn't survive contact with love. Harry held on. His eyes were burning, crimson and green simultaneously, the two natures blending, the demon and the wizard merging into something that neither Muzan nor Voldemort had accounted for. His scar was blazing. The Horcrux was thrashing. And underneath it all, underneath the demon blood and the dark magic and the pain, a warmth. His mother's warmth. The last gift Lily Potter had given her son, woven into his skin, his blood, his very existence. A love so fierce that not even 1,000-year-old demon's blood could erase it. A love that burned everything it touched that was evil, and protected everything it touched that was good, and right now, in this moment, it was touching a possessed man's hands and burning him alive. Quirrell crumbled. Not gradually. Not in stages. He crumbled the way old buildings crumble when the last support gives way, all at once, completely, a total structural failure that left nothing standing. His body collapsed into ashen robes, and from the wreckage, something dark and smoky and screaming erupted, Voldemort's spirit, torn free from its host, a wraith of pure malice and fury that swirled through the chamber like a hurricane. The wraith hit Harry. Not physically, it passed through him, through his body, through his blood, and for one agonizing moment, Harry felt Voldemort's consciousness brush against his own. Rage. Desperation. A hunger for life so consuming that it had become its own form of death. And underneath it all, a question, confused, furious, terrified, directed at the thing in Harry's blood that Voldemort had never encountered. What are you? Then the wraith was gone. Out through the wall, through the castle, through the wards, fleeing into the night with the desperate speed of something that had just lost everything and was too broken to do anything but run. Harry stood in the empty chamber. Quirrell's remains were ash on the floor. The mirror gleamed behind him. The stone was warm in his pocket. His scar was bleeding. His eyes were shifting, green, red, the two natures fighting for dominance in the aftermath of the collision. The Horcrux was silent. Not gone. Harry could feel it, diminished, weakened, driven deep into its hiding place by the demon blood's territorial assault and the love protection's purifying fire. But still there. Still alive. Still waiting. Harry's legs gave out. He hit the floor hard. The stone was cold against his hands. His vision was tunneling, gray at the edges, the room shrinking, his body finally acknowledging the cost of what it had just endured. The three-way war, Horcrux, demon blood, and love protection, had torn through him like a hurricane through a house, and the structural damage was significant. His regeneration was working overtime, healing internal tears and ruptures and cellular damage that would have killed a normal human 10 times over. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the mirror of Eriste. His reflection looked back at him. Green eyes. Just green. No crimson. No slits. And behind his reflection, standing with their hands on his shoulders, were James and Lily Potter. They were smiling. Harry smiled back. Then the world went dark. He dreamed. Not the shallow, watchful rest of his demon sleep. A real dream, deep, vivid, the kind that humans had and demons didn't, the kind that meant your brain was processing something too big for consciousness to handle. He dreamed he was in the compound. Underground. The training chamber, vast and cold, the reinforced walls pressing in like the inside of a fist. Muzan was there, standing on the far side, immaculate as always, crimson eyes watching. You failed, Muzan said. I chose, Harry corrected. Dream Muzan tilted his head. The movement was so accurate, so perfectly Muzan, that precise, reptilian tilt that preceded either insight or violence, that Harry's dream body produced a real physiological fear response. Choice is an illusion, Muzan said. You are what I made you. My blood. My design. My weapon. Your blood, Harry agreed. Your design. But not your weapon. Not anymore. Dream Muzan smiled. It was the most terrifying thing Harry had ever seen, more terrifying than the troll, than Voldemort's face, than the wraith passing through his body, because Muzan's smile was the smile of someone who had been alive for 1,000 years and had seen every possible form of defiance and found them all, eventually, manageable. We'll see, Muzan said. The dream shifted. The compound dissolved. Harry was standing in the Gryffindor common room, and Ron was there, and Hermione was there, and the fire was crackling, and someone was calling his name from very far away, Harry. Harry. The dream shattered. Light. Pain. A ceiling, white, arched, unfamiliar. The smell of antiseptic potions and clean linen and lemon drops. Lemon drops and ancient magic and the warm, concerned presence of a very old, very powerful wizard. Welcome back, Harry, said Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The boy who chose the hospital wing was white and quiet and smelled like the opposite of everything Harry had ever known. Clean linen. Healing potions. Sunlight, diffuse, filtered through tall windows, still burning his demon cells but gently, like a whisper instead of a shout. The bed beneath him was soft in a way that felt almost aggressive, as if the mattress was personally offended by Harry's history of sleeping on thin cots in underground chambers and was determined to make up for 11 years of neglect in one aggressive campaign of comfort. Harry lay still and catalogued his body's status with the clinical detachment of long practice. Scar, throbbing, but dully. The Horcrux was quiet, not gone, he could still feel its weight behind his forehead like a stone lodged in mud, but diminished. Dormant. Retreated to whatever corner of his soul it called home, licking wounds that the demon blood and the love protection had inflicted during the battle. Demon cells, functional but sluggish. His regeneration was working, he could feel it, the slow knitting of internal damage, the repair of tissue tears and cellular rupture that the three-way war had caused, but it was operating at maybe 60% of normal capacity. The fight had cost him more than any training session Muzan had ever devised. Wizard magic, intact. Humming quietly in his core like a furnace with the damper closed. Ready when he needed it. Human body, exhausted. Genuinely, deeply, profoundly exhausted, in a way that his demon biology usually prevented. Every muscle ached. Every joint complained. His eyelids felt like they'd been weighted with lead. He'd been unconscious for 3 days. He knew this because his internal clock, demon precise, accurate to the second, had continued running even while his conscious mind was offline, and the gap between collapsed in front of the mirror of Erist, and woke up to Dumbledore's face was exactly 71 hours, 14 minutes, and 32 seconds. 3 days. The longest Harry had been unconscious in his life. Muzan would have been furious. Muzan would have called it weakness. Muzan wasn't here. The thought landed differently now. Not with the desperate, revolutionary weight it had carried in the common room months ago, but with a quiet certainty. A settled fact. Muzan wasn't here, and the people who were here, the ones who'd left tokens on his bedside table that his demon senses catalogued without him even needing to turn his head, were a different category of presence entirely. Chocolate frogs. A stack of them, wrapped in their distinctive purple and gold packaging, balanced in a precarious tower that could only have been Ron's work. The structural engineering was questionable but the intent was unmistakable. A book. Advanced Defensive Theory, Counter Curses and Protective Enchantments, Volume 2. A yellow sticky note on the cover in handwriting he could have identified blindfolded, for when you're feeling better. Which you will be. H.G. A hand-drawn card from Neville Longbottom. A lopsided get-well wish decorated with what appeared to be a cactus wearing a party hat. Harry didn't know what it meant. He loved it. A card from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, signed by everyone. Oliver Wood had written, "Get better soon, we have a cup to win," in letters so large they took up half the card. The Weasley twins had drawn a cartoon of Harry catching a snitch while riding a troll, which was anatomically improbable but artistically ambitious. And flowers. Small ones. Yellow and white. In a conjured vase that had Hermione's magical signature all over it, precise, warm, meticulously constructed. The kind of vase that a girl who did everything with total commitment would create for someone Harry looked away from the flowers. Looked at the ceiling. Breathed. "You've been staring at those flowers for a long time," said Dumbledore. Harry turned his head. The headmaster was seated in a chair beside the bed, wearing robes of deep midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, his half-moon spectacles perched on his long nose, his blue eyes bright and warm and, Harry's senses confirmed, genuinely relieved. "How long have you been sitting there?" Harry asked. His voice was rough, scratchy, the voice of someone whose throat had been used for screaming and then left unused for 3 days. "A little while. Madame Pomfrey has been guarding your bedside like a particularly protective dragon. I had to wait until she went for tea." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I have found, over a long life, that the most effective way to bypass an immovable obstacle is to wait for it to need a cup of Earl Grey. Harry almost smiled. What happened? After you defeated Professor Quirrell, destroyed the vessel carrying Voldemort's spirit, and collapsed from the magical and physical toll of hosting a three-way battle between forces that have no business coexisting in a single human body. Dumbledore paused. You fell unconscious. Hermione's message reached me within minutes, a school owl, as you instructed, very efficient. I returned from London immediately and found you on the floor of the chamber. Ron, Mr. Weasley is recovering in the bed across the ward. Broken shoulder, 2 cracked ribs, and a concussion. Madame Pomfrey has mended the bones and cleared the concussion. He's been awake since yesterday, eating his weight in chocolate and demanding to be allowed to visit you. Dumbledore's expression softened. He is a remarkably loyal young man. Harry turned his head. Across the hospital wing, separated by a row of empty beds, Ron was indeed present, asleep, his red hair vivid against the white pillow, his repaired shoulder tucked under a blanket. Someone had placed a chess set on his bedside table. The pieces were moving on their own, playing a game against themselves that, knowing Ron, was probably being conducted according to his strategic instructions even while he slept. And Hermione? Harry asked, and he heard the shift in his own voice, the slight tightening, the involuntary emphasis, and knew that Dumbledore heard it too. Miss Granger has been here every day. She leaves only for classes, and I suspect she would skip those too if she thought she could get away with it. I had to physically escort her to her dormitory last night when I found her asleep in the chair you're looking at. Harry looked at the chair beside his bed. A blanket was folded neatly on the seat. Hermione's blanket. He could smell her on it, parchment, vanilla, determination. Something in his chest expanded. Not the warm click of the train or the settling of the library. Something bigger. Something that took up more space and demanded more oxygen and made his demon-enhanced cardiovascular system work harder than a 12-foot troll ever had. Professor, Harry said, looking back at Dumbledore. We need to talk. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. We do. The conversation lasted 2 hours. Harry told Dumbledore everything. Not the edited version. Not the strategic summary. Not the carefully calibrated intelligence report he'd been feeding Muzan. Everything. The full, uncensored, probably terrifying truth, starting with the night at Godric's Hollow and ending with the dream in the hospital wing. He told Dumbledore about Muzan. About the demon blood, the transformation, the 11 years of training in underground compounds. About the nature of demons, what they were, how they were created, what they could do, what destroyed them. About Muzan's goal, conquering the sun, and Harry's role in that goal. He told Dumbledore about the mission. The intelligence reports. The lies he'd sent. The stone he'd hidden. The demon emissary in the Forbidden Forest and the 3-day ultimatum and the choice he'd made in the dark of the common room. He told Dumbledore about the Horcrux. That was the part where Dumbledore's composure cracked. Not dramatically, the old wizard was too experienced, too controlled, too skilled at absorbing terrible information with grace. But Harry's demon senses caught the micro-reactions, the dilation of pupils, the spike in heart rate, the almost imperceptible tightening of the muscles around Dumbledore's mouth. A piece of Voldemort's soul, Dumbledore repeated quietly. In your scar. I've had it since the night he died. It's been, coexisting with my demon blood. They fight each other. The demon blood is territorial, it treats the Horcrux as a foreign invader and tries to suppress it. The Horcrux pushes back when it's near Voldemort or when my emotions spike. It's a constant war, and I'm the battlefield. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. The hospital wing hummed with the quiet magic of healing potions and monitoring charms. Sunlight moved across the floor in slow golden patches. Harry, Dumbledore said finally. I owe you an apology. You've already, not for losing you. For underestimating you. The old wizard's blue eyes were luminous, not with the habitual twinkle but with something deeper, something that looked, to Harry's senses, like the magical equivalent of a man reassessing every assumption he'd ever made. When you arrived at Hogwarts, I detected the darkness in you immediately. The demonic presence, the Horcrux, the layers of dark magic woven into your very biology. I was alarmed. I was watching you as a potential threat, monitoring your movements, testing your intentions, trying to determine whether you were a weapon aimed at this school or a child in need of protection. Dumbledore paused. I should have known it was both. It was neither, Harry said. I'm not a weapon. And I'm not a child who needs protecting. No. You are something far more remarkable. You are a young man who was forged in darkness and chose the light, not because it was easy, not because someone showed him the way, but because he decided, on his own, that the light was worth choosing. Dumbledore leaned forward. Do you understand how rare that is, Harry? How extraordinary. I didn't do it on my own. Harry's eyes drifted, involuntarily, to the blanket on the chair. The flowers. The chocolate frogs. I had help. Yes. You did. And that, too, is a choice. Accepting help. Letting people in. For someone raised as you were, trained to see vulnerability as weakness, connection as liability, the decision to trust is perhaps the bravest thing you've done. Harry thought about that. About the train and the troll and the mirror and the common room. About Hermione's hand under the table and Ron's chocolate and Mrs. Weasley's jumper. About every small, terrifying, revolutionary act of openness that had cracked the armor Muzan had built. There's more you should know, Dumbledore said, and something in his tone shifted, a gravity settling into his voice that Harry's senses recognized as the prelude to difficult news. The stone. Yes. Nicholas and I have discussed the situation at length, and we have reached a decision. The stone will be destroyed. Harry blinked. Destroyed? It has served its purpose, and it has become too dangerous to maintain. Voldemort's attempt to steal it, your confrontation with Quirrell, the security breach, these events have made it clear that the stone's continued existence poses an unacceptable risk. Dumbledore's expression was serene, but his heartbeat, Harry's senses tracked it involuntarily, carried a note of sadness. Nicholas and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order, and then, they will die. After nearly 7 centuries. They will, finally, rest. Harry absorbed this. The weight of it, the idea that 2 people had chosen to die rather than allow their creation to endanger others, settled into him alongside the weight of everything else he'd learned this year. It was heavy. It was also, in a way he couldn't quite articulate, beautiful. You're surprised, Dumbledore observed. I'm surprised someone would choose death when they had the option of living forever. Death is not the opposite of life, Harry. It is a part of it. The natural next step. To a well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, warm and slightly sad. Nicholas understands this. As, I think, does a part of you. Harry thought about Muzan. About 1,000 years of obsessive, single-minded pursuit of immortality. About a being who had turned murder into a lifestyle and created an entire race of slaves in his quest to outrun death. About the fundamental, irreducible terror that drove every decision Muzan had ever made, the fear of ending. Muzan doesn't, Harry said quietly. He would destroy the entire world to avoid dying. Yes. And that is precisely why he is dangerous. Dumbledore held Harry's gaze with an intensity that felt like being X-rayed. Harry, I must ask you something, and I need you to be entirely honest with me. Okay. This summer. When term ends. Where will you go? The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. Ripples spreading outward, touching everything. Harry had been avoiding this question for weeks. Months. The entire year, really, since the moment he'd arrived at Hogwarts and realized that this castle was more of a home than any underground compound had ever been. He'd pushed it away, buried it under classes and Quidditch and the investigation and the comfortable illusion that September through June was the only timeline that mattered. But June was coming. The term was ending. The train would leave Hogsmeade Station, and the students would return to their families, and Harry would return to Muzan. "I don't have a choice," Harry said, and the words tasted like the compound, cold, stone, chemical. "Muzan's blood is in my veins. He can find me anywhere. If I don't go back, he'll come looking. And if he comes looking," he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The implication hung in the air like smoke: if Muzan came looking, people would die. "There may be protections," Dumbledore said carefully. "Wards. Enchantments. Ways to shield you from, you don't understand." Harry's voice was harder now. Not angry, just unflinching. The voice of someone who had lived with Muzan for 11 years and understood the Demon King's capabilities the way a weatherman understands storms. "Muzan isn't a wizard. Your wards, your enchantments, they're designed to protect against magical threats. Muzan is biological. His blood, his power, his ability to find and destroy his creations, it operates on a completely different system. Wizard magic can slow him down. It can't stop him. And if he discovers that you've betrayed him, he'll kill me. Remotely. Through the blood. And then he'll come here anyway, because the betrayal will tell him that Hogwarts has something worth protecting." Harry's jaw tightened. "The safest thing for everyone, for you, for the school, for Ron and Hermione, is for me to go back. Maintain the cover. Keep him satisfied. Buy time. Time for what? For me to get stronger. To learn more magic. To find a way to break the blood link or neutralize his control or—" Harry stopped. The words were running ahead of his thoughts, tumbling out with an urgency that he hadn't planned and couldn't control. "I'll find a way. I don't know how yet. But I have 6 more years at Hogwarts, and this place, the magic here, the knowledge, he almost said, the people, but caught himself. Not because it wasn't true but because saying it out loud would make it heavier, and it was already heavy enough. "I'll find a way." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The sunlight shifted. Ron mumbled something in his sleep across the ward. A healing potion on Harry's bedside table bubbled softly. "I cannot force you to stay," Dumbledore said finally. "But I want you to know that Hogwarts will always be here for you. This school is not just a building, Harry. It is a sanctuary. And its doors will always, always, be open to you." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm going back to Muzan. Because if I stay, he'll come here. And I won't let him touch this place." The declaration was quiet. Calm. Delivered with the absolute, unwavering certainty of someone who had made a decision in the dark of a common room and reinforced it in the fire of a 3-way battle and tempered it in the silence of a hospital wing surrounded by chocolate frogs and flowers. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, part wizard, part demon, part vessel for a Dark Lord's soul, and saw, with the clarity of 100 years of wisdom, exactly what the Sorting Hat had seen: Lily Potter's courage. Unbroken. Unbreakable. "Then I will do everything in my power to ensure that you have the tools you need," Dumbledore said. "Every year you return, I will teach you. Personally. Magic that is not in any textbook. Knowledge that will help you build the weapon you need, not against Muzan's body, but against his hold on you. You do that? My dear boy." Dumbledore's eyes were bright with something that was not quite tears and not quite magic and was perhaps, Harry thought, the visual manifestation of what the mirror of Eriste would show an old man who had spent his entire life trying to protect children and had failed the one who needed it most. "It is the least, the very least, that I can do." Ron woke up that afternoon. Harry was sitting in the chair beside Ron's bed when the redhead's eyes fluttered open, unfocused, blinking in the hospital wing light like a confused owl. Ron stared at the ceiling for about 3 seconds. Then his head turned, and he saw Harry, and his face did something complicated and wonderful, a sequence of expressions that went from confusion to recognition to relief to joy so quickly that they blurred together like watercolors. "You're alive," Ron said. "Yeah. Brilliant." Ron's grin was lopsided and groggy and possibly the best thing Harry had ever seen. "Did we win?" Harry laughed. That real laugh, the ugly honest one that scraped the bottom of him. "Yeah, Ron. We won. The stone. Safe. Being destroyed. Quirrell. Gone. The you-know-who bit. Gone too. For now. Not permanently." Ron processed this with a series of slow blinks. Then, "So we beat a Dark Lord, survived a giant chess game, and I missed the whole climax because I got knocked out by a stone queen. Basically. Typical." Ron shifted on his pillow, winced as his mended shoulder protested, and pointed at Harry with the intensity of someone delivering a verdict. "Next time, and there will be a next time, because apparently this is our lives now, I want to be there for the big fight. Deal? Deal. Excellent. Now, is there any chocolate left? I'm starving." Harry passed him the chocolate frogs. Ron tore into them with one hand, his other arm still tender, and between mouthfuls of enchanted confectionery, he told Harry about the aftermath from his perspective, waking up in the chess chamber with McGonagall and Dumbledore standing over him, being levitated to the hospital wing, demanding to know where Harry was, being told to rest, demanding louder, being sedated by Madame Pomfrey. "She's terrifying, that woman," Ron said with genuine respect. "I'd rather face another troll." "She's protective," Harry said. "She's a dictator in a nursing cap." Ron paused mid-chew. "Harry. Yeah. The chess game." Ron's voice was different now, quieter, stripped of the usual bluster, carrying a weight that didn't match his 11 years. "When I made the sacrifice. I was scared. I know. Like, properly scared. Not funny scared, not adventure scared. Scared. I thought I was going to die." "I know, Ron." Ron looked at him. Blue eyes searching green. "Was it worth it?" Harry held his gaze. "You saved our lives. You gave us the path to stop Voldemort. You were the bravest person in that room, Ron. Braver than me, braver than Hermione, braver than anyone. Braver than you. You caught a troll club with your bare hand. That was reflexes. Reflexes aren't bravery. Bravery is knowing you're going to get hit and stepping forward anyway." Harry's voice was steady, certain, carrying the weight of someone who had spent his entire life around predators and had finally learned to recognize a different kind of strength. "You're the bravest person I know." Ron's ears went red. His eyes went bright. He looked down at his chocolate frog and blinked rapidly several times. "Well," he said thickly. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, mate." They sat in comfortable silence while Ron demolished 3 more chocolate frogs, and the afternoon sunlight moved across the hospital wing floor, and the chess pieces on Ron's bedside table played out a game that the White King was losing badly. Hermione came after dinner. Harry heard her approaching from 3 corridors away, the particular rhythm of her footsteps, quick and purposeful, the sound of someone who always walked like she was late for something important even when she wasn't. His demon senses tracked her through the castle like a compass tracking north, and by the time the hospital wing doors opened, his heartbeat had done something that no amount of training could prevent. It accelerated. Not much. Not dangerously. Just a tick, from 42 to 48, the demon biology equivalent of a normal human's heart doing a backflip. But Harry noticed it, and the noticing made it worse, and by the time Hermione appeared in the doorway, he was at 52 and climbing. She was still in her school robes. Her hair was bushier than usual, as if she'd been running her hands through it, a stress habit that Harry had catalogued in October and filed under, things that make her look like she's been in a wind tunnel. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Her jaw was set. She stood in the doorway for exactly 2 seconds. Scanning. Finding Harry. Confirming, visually, viscerally, with the desperate thoroughness of someone who'd been imagining the worst for 3 days, that he was alive, upright, present. Then she was across the room. Not running. Hermione didn't run. She walked with that fierce, purposeful stride, closing the distance between the doorway and Harry's bedside in 7 steps, and on the 8th step, she was sitting on the edge of his bed, and on the 9th, her arms were around him. It wasn't like the hug in the fire room. That had been desperate, a farewell wrapped in a prayer, 2 people holding each other against the possibility that they'd never get the chance again. This was different. This was the hug that comes after. The one that says, "You came back, you actually came back, I told you to come back and you did." Hermione's face was pressed against his shoulder. Her hands gripped the back of his hospital gown with a fierceness that his demon body registered as genuine physical force. She was shaking, fine, rapid tremors that ran through her body like aftershocks from an earthquake that had already passed. Harry's arms came up. Easier this time. Less hesitant. The muscle memory of the fire room was still there, and his body remembered the shape of holding Hermione Granger, the way she fit against his chest, the way her hair tickled his chin, the way her warmth pressed against his demon-cold skin and made the temperature differential feel like something beautiful instead of something wrong. "You came back," she said into his shoulder. "I promised. You almost didn't. 3 days, Harry. 3 days. Do you have any idea?" Her voice broke. Mended. Broke again. "Madame Pomfrey wouldn't tell me anything. Just, he's stable, he's healing, let him rest." And I couldn't, I didn't know if stable meant actually stable or just not actively dying, and the uncertainty was, "I'm here," Harry said quietly. "I'm here, Hermione." She pulled back. Not far, just enough to see his face. Her eyes were wet, and her cheeks were flushed, and her expression was a complicated landscape of relief and anger and something else, something that Harry's demon senses couldn't categorize because it didn't fit any of the emotional profiles Muzan had taught him to read. It was new. It was hers. And it made his heart do that thing again, the acceleration, the skip, the feeling of a muscle being used in a way it had never been used before. "Your eyes are green," she said. "They tend to be. They were red. When I left you in the fire room. They were red, and I was terrified that they'd stay that way. That whatever happened with Quirrell and Voldemort would push the demon part, past some point of no return and she stopped. Reorganized. Classic Hermione, emotions flooding in, logic stepping up to manage the flow. I did research while you were unconscious. On demonic transformation thresholds. There's almost nothing in the Hogwarts library, but I found fragments in 3 different texts on supernatural entities, and the consistent finding is that hybrid beings who experience extreme magical trauma can, Hermione. She stopped. "I'm okay," Harry said. "Really? The demon blood is stable. The Horcrux is suppressed. My wizard magic is intact. I'm me. Promise? Promise." She stared at him for a long moment. Searching. Her brown eyes moved across his face with the thoroughness of someone reading a particularly important document, checking every line, verifying every claim. Whatever she found must have satisfied her, because the tension in her shoulders released, not all of it, but enough, and her hands, which had been gripping his hospital gown, loosened their hold. She didn't let go entirely. Her fingers remained on his chest, resting against the thin fabric, and through it, Harry knew she could feel his heartbeat. 56 BPM now. Still elevated. Still doing things that 11 years of Muzan's discipline couldn't prevent. "I brought you something," Hermione said, reaching into her bag with her free hand. She pulled out a book, not the defensive theory text she'd left on his table, but something different. Smaller. Older. Leather-bound, with no title on the cover. What is it? A journal. Blank. She placed it on his bedside table beside the chocolate frogs and the flowers. I thought. You carry a lot, Harry. More than anyone should have to. And I thought it might help to write some of it down. Not for anyone else to read. Just for you. Harry looked at the journal. At the plain leather cover, the cream-colored pages visible at the edges, the simple brass clasp. It was unassuming. Ordinary. The kind of object that wouldn't have merited a second glance in Muzan's compound, where everything was optimized for function and nothing existed without strategic purpose. But it wasn't from Muzan's compound. It was from Hermione. And it existed for the sole purpose of giving Harry a space to be honest, with himself, about himself, for himself. Thank you, he said, and the words carried the same weight they'd carried after the troll. The weight of genuine gratitude from someone who was still learning what gratitude felt like. Hermione smiled. That full smile. The one that transformed her face and made his heart do things that no amount of demon blood could suppress. You're welcome, she said. They sat together on the hospital bed while the evening light faded and Ron snored across the ward and the healing potions bubbled and the castle settled into its nighttime rhythm around them. They didn't talk about Voldemort or Quirrell or the stone. They talked about exams. Hermione was concerned about the disruption to their revision schedule, because of course she was, and about Quidditch, and about whether Ron would be well enough for the end-of-year feast, and about summer plans. That last topic made Harry go quiet. You're going back to him, Hermione said. Not a question. She'd worked it out already, probably within minutes of learning about Muzan, because Hermione Granger's brain was a machine that took inputs and produced conclusions with terrifying efficiency. I have to. No, you don't. There are options. Dumbledore could. Dumbledore can't protect me from this. Not yet. The blood link doesn't care about wards. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. The voice of someone who had spent a long time thinking about this and had reached the only conclusion that kept everyone alive. If I don't go back, Muzan comes looking. And if Muzan comes looking, he finds Hogwarts. And if he finds Hogwarts, I know, Hermione whispered. I know what he'd do. They were quiet for a moment. The kind of quiet that holds everything that can't be said, fear and frustration and the ache of caring about someone whose life was a minefield. I'll write to you, Harry said. Over the summer. If I can. You'd better. Hermione's voice was fierce again. The fierceness that meant love, in the Hermione dialect. Every week. If I don't hear from you for more than 10 days, I'm coming to find you. Hermione, you can't, watch me. Harry looked at her. At this girl, this brilliant, stubborn, terrifyingly brave girl, who had just threatened to personally locate and infiltrate the compound of a 1,000-year-old demon lord because her friend hadn't written a letter on time. She meant it. That was the thing. She absolutely meant it. Every week, Harry agreed. I promise. The last week of term passed in a blur of sunlight and goodbyes. Harry's recovery was rapid, his demon regeneration, once it got back to full capacity, repaired the remaining damage in under 48 hours. By Monday, he was out of the hospital wing. By Tuesday, he was back in classes. By Wednesday, he'd played a pickup Quidditch match on the grounds that Oliver would later describe as the single greatest display of seeking in the modern era, but which Harry privately suspected was just his demon reflexes celebrating the fact that his body worked again. Ron recovered too, though more slowly. His shoulder was stiff for days, and Madame Pomfrey kept him on a regimen of bone-strengthening potions that tasted, according to Ron, like someone melted a gym sock and added lemon. But by Thursday, he was back in the common room, losing at chess against himself and eating his weight in end-of-term snacks. The end-of-year feast was the last night. The great hall was decorated in green and silver, Slytherin had won the House Cup, technically, thanks to the points Gryffindor had hemorrhaged over the Norbert incident. The Slytherin table was smug. The Gryffindor table was resigned. Malfoy was particularly insufferable, shooting looks at Harry across the hall that were equal parts triumph and something more complicated, something that Harry's demon senses read as respect, grudging and unwanted. Then Dumbledore stood up. "Before we begin our excellent feast," the headmaster said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall, "I have a few last-minute points to award." The hall went quiet. Harry's demon hearing caught the acceleration of heartbeats at every table, curiosity, anticipation, the collective held breath of 700 students. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, "For the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron went crimson from his freckles to his ears, and Percy was shaking his hand across the table, and the twins were chanting, "Ron! Ron! Ron!" with the kind of enthusiasm they usually reserved for their own achievements. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, "For the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands. Her shoulders were shaking, laughing or crying, Harry couldn't tell, probably both. The Gryffindor table's volume doubled. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, "For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The hall went nuclear. The noise level spiked so high that Harry had to physically dial down his demon hearing to prevent damage. Students were jumping on tables. The scoring banner overhead was shifting, green to red, silver to gold, and the Slytherin smugness was evaporating in real time, replaced by the dawning horror of a lead lost in 60 seconds. And finally, Dumbledore said, and his eyes found Neville Longbottom, sitting at the end of the Gryffindor table, small and round-faced and utterly bewildered, "It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Gryffindor won the House Cup." The explosion of celebration was so overwhelming that Harry's demon senses nearly shut down in self-defense. The hall was a wall of sound and emotion and magic, pure, uncontaminated, joyful magic, the kind that came from hundreds of happy people generating positive energy in a confined space. Harry had never felt anything like it. The compound had been cold and quiet and controlled. This was the opposite of all three, and it was magnificent. Ron grabbed Harry in a one-armed hug that was hampered by his still tender shoulder but made up for in enthusiasm. Hermione was crying openly, mascara she didn't normally wear running down her cheeks in black rivulets. Neville looked like he'd been hit with a stunning spell. Harry stood in the center of it all and let the noise wash over him and thought, "This is what I'm fighting for. Not the stone. Not the mission. This. These people. This feeling. This moment." Across the hall, Dumbledore caught his eye. The old wizard raised his goblet, a tiny, private toast, and smiled. Harry nodded. "I'll come back," the nod said. "Every year. As long as you'll have me." Dumbledore's smile deepened, and the twinkle in his eyes was not just light. The Hogwarts Express left Hogsmeade Station at 11 o'clock on a bright June morning. Harry sat in the same compartment where it had all started. The same worn cushions, the same window, the same rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks. Ron was beside him, already asleep. The boy could sleep anywhere, anytime, a talent that Harry envied with every fiber of his demon-enhanced being. Hermione was across from them, reading, not a textbook for once, but a novel, something with a blue cover that she was holding with the particular tenderness she reserved for books she loved. The countryside rolled past the window. Green fields, stone walls, sheep dotting hillsides like scattered cotton. The sun was shining, bright, warm, insistent, and Harry had positioned himself in the shadow of the window frame, out of the direct beam, his demon cells grumbling their usual complaints. He watched the landscape change as they moved south. Scotland giving way to England, the wild hills softening into cultivated farmland, the sky shifting from grey-blue to clear blue. Every mile was a mile closer to King's Cross. A mile closer to Muzan. You're thinking about it, Hermione said without looking up from her book. Yeah. Worrying. Planning. She looked up. Brown eyes over the top of her novel, sharp and warm and steady. What's the plan? Survive the summer. Learn what I can from Muzan without revealing how much has changed. Come back in September. That's not a plan. That's a to-do list. It's the best I've got. Hermione closed her book. Set it aside. Leaned forward with her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands, and the posture was so intensely, characteristically her, the thinking pose, the problem-solving pose, the I'm about to disassemble your argument and rebuild it better pose, that Harry's chest tightened with something that was dangerously close to the thing he still didn't have a name for. Here's what I think, Hermione said. You go back to Muzan. You maintain your cover. You do what you have to do to stay alive. But you also start building toward independence. Research the blood link. There has to be magical theory on breaking biological bonds, even cross-species ones. Study advanced defensive magic, not just what Hogwarts teaches, but the books Dumbledore promised to show you. And, she hesitated. Something flickered across her face, vulnerability, quickly masked. And you remember that you have people waiting for you. People who will be here when you get back. People who are going to spend the entire summer worrying about you and cross-referencing demon lore and probably driving their parents mad with unexplainable research requests. Harry smiled. The real one. Is that a plan? It's a better plan. Plans need goals, Harry. Your goal isn't just survival. Your goal is freedom. Freedom. The word sat in the air between them like a sunrise. Harry had never used that word in relation to himself. Freedom wasn't a concept that existed in Muzan's world. There was obedience, and there was punishment, and the space between them was very small and very dark and left no room for anything as expansive as freedom. But Hermione said it like it was possible. Like it was inevitable. Like it was just a matter of time and effort and the right combination of magical theory and stubborn determination. Like it was homework, and she'd already started the reading. Freedom, Harry repeated. Freedom, Hermione confirmed. And for the record, I've already started a research file. Blood magic bonds and methods of dissolution. It's 14 pages so far. I'll send you a copy. Harry's laugh surprised him. It was warm and full and sounded, for just a moment, like something a normal boy would produce. A boy without demon blood or a Dark Lord's soul or a 1,000-year-old monster waiting at the end of a train ride. 14 pages, he said. In how long? 3 days. Hermione's chin lifted with the particular pride of someone who knew exactly how impressive they were. I'll have 30 by July. I don't doubt it. They looked at each other. Across the compartment, across the space that separated them, across the vast and complicated distance between a demon-wizard hybrid and the muggle-born girl who had decided to fight for him. I'm going to be okay, Harry said. I know. Not because of the demon's strength or the regeneration or any of that. I know. Because of you. And Ron. He looked at the sleeping redhead, who had started drooling on his own shoulder. Because of all of it. Everything that happened this year. Hermione's eyes were bright. She blinked once, quickly, and her jaw set, and Harry recognized the expression, the face of Hermione Granger refusing to cry because crying would interfere with the point she was making. You changed too, you know, she said. Not just, what happened to you. You changed us. Ron is braver than he was in September. She paused. Searched. I'm less afraid of the things that don't fit in books. And Neville, you should see Neville now, Harry, he's standing up to Malfoy in the corridors, he's volunteering in herbology, he's a completely different person. That's not me. That's him. It's both. That's how it works. People change each other. That's not weakness. She stopped. Smiled. That's the whole point. The train rocked gently. The countryside blurred. Ron snored. And Harry Potter sat in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express and let the words settle into him. People change each other, that's the whole point, and felt them take root in the soil that this year had turned over inside him. He wasn't the same person who'd boarded this train in September. That person had been a weapon with a mission, a creation with a creator, a boy with no name for the hollow ache in his chest. This person, the person sitting here, watching the light play across Hermione's face, listening to Ron's peaceful breathing, carrying a blank journal and a Weasley jumper and a memory of parents smiling in a magic mirror, this person was something else. Something new. Something that shouldn't exist but did. Something that combined demon and wizard and human and the leftover love of two dead parents into a configuration that had no precedent and no name and no guarantee of survival. But it was his. All of it. Every contradictory, impossible, terrifying piece of it. His. King's Cross Station was loud and bright and full of families. Platform 9 3/4 disgorged its passengers into the Muggle station like a river joining a sea. Students hugged goodbye. Parents waved. Trunks crashed into each other with the inevitable chaos of 300 teenagers trying to fit through one portal simultaneously. Harry stepped through the barrier and into the Muggle world, and the sensory shift was immediate, no ambient magic, no moving portraits, no ancient wards pressing against his skin. Just concrete and fluorescent lights and the mundane hum of a busy London train station. The Weasleys were waiting near the exit. Mrs. Weasley, round, red-haired, radiating maternal energy with the power of a small sun, spotted Ron and immediately pulled him into a hug that looked like it might crack his newly mended ribs. "Oh, Ron, darling, are you all right? Dumbledore sent an owl, he said you were injured, your shoulder, Mum." "Mum. I'm fine." "Mum, you're crushing me," Mrs. Weasley released Ron and turned to Harry. And the look on her face, the warm, fierce, "I have adopted you whether you like it not" look, hit Harry with a force that his demon biology was completely unequipped to handle. "Harry, dear." She pulled him into a hug. Firm. Warm. Smelling like the jumper, wool and home cooking and love. "You come visit this summer, you hear me? The burrow's always open." "Always." Harry's throat closed. He hugged her back, carefully, mindful of his strength, and the embrace lasted exactly long enough to burn itself into his memory alongside chocolate frogs and sorting hats and the sound of Hermione's laugh. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," he said, and his voice was steady, and his eyes were green, and the emotion underneath was deeper than any demon sense could measure. Ron clapped him on the back. "See you in September, mate. Don't do anything stupid without me. No promises." Ron grinned. Harry grinned back. And underneath the grins, between the lines of casual farewell, was something that didn't need to be said because it had been proven on a chess board with blood and sacrifice: "I'd do it again. For you. Every time." Then it was Hermione. She was standing a few feet away, her parents, a tall man and a woman with Hermione's cheekbones, hovering near the exit, looking around the station with the particular bewilderment of muggles who'd just watched their daughter emerge from a solid brick wall. Hermione walked up to Harry. Stopped. Stood close. Not touching, but close, close enough that his demon senses catalogued every detail of her one more time, building the sensory profile that would have to sustain him through a summer of underground compounds and demon training and the cold, clinical presence of Muzan Kibutsuji. "Every week," she said. "Every week. And the journal. Write in it." "I will. And the research, I'll send you the blood magic file as soon as it's done, Hermione." She stopped. Harry looked at her. 11 years old. Bushy hair. 2 large teeth. Fierce brown eyes that had stared into his crimson ones without flinching, that had seen the demon and the weapon and the broken boy underneath and chosen to stay. Eyes that had watched him walk into fire and waited for him to come back and promised to find him in the afterlife if he didn't. He wanted to say something. Something that captured the enormity of what she meant to him, the train and the troll and the common room and the hug and the flowers and the way she made the demon go quiet. He wanted to find the word that had been building in him all year, the feeling he'd been circling without naming, the thing that was bigger than gratitude and deeper than friendship and more terrifying than anything Muzan had ever put him through. He didn't find the word. Not yet. He was 11, and the word was vast, and some things need time to grow into their proper shape. But he found something. "You're the bravest person I've ever met," Harry said. "And I've met some very scary people." Hermione's laugh was sudden and bright and wet, tears and joy and the particular absurdity of being compared favorably to demons by someone who was part demon. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "You're the strangest compliment giver I've ever met," she said. "And I've read a lot of books about rhetoric." "Is that a compliment back?" "Take it however you want." They stood there. In the middle of King's Cross Station, surrounded by muggles and wizards and the chaotic intersection of two worlds, with everything unsaid hanging between them like a bridge they'd spend years building. Hermione stepped forward. Rose on her toes. And kissed him on the cheek. Brief. Light. Warm. Over in a second. And in that second, Harry's demon senses recorded everything, the pressure of her lips, the scent of her hair, the sound of her heartbeat spiking to 93, the way her breath caught just before contact, and filed it all in a category that was no longer unnamed. Important, the category said. But it was lying. It meant something much bigger. Hermione stepped back. Her cheeks were pink. Her jaw was set. "September," she said. "September," he agreed. She turned and walked to her parents. Didn't look back. Harry watched her go and felt the kiss on his cheek, warm, still warm, impossibly warm against his demon-cold skin, and thought, "I will remember this. I will carry this through whatever comes. This is mine, and no one, not Muzan, not Voldemort, not anyone, can take it." Hermione reached her parents. Her mother said something. Hermione looked back, just for a second, just a glance over her shoulder, and their eyes met across the crowded platform. She smiled. Harry smiled back. And then the crowd closed between them, and Hermione was gone, and Harry was alone. He stood in the station for a full minute. Letting the noise wash over him. Letting the sunlight from the glass ceiling burn his skin, gently, painfully, beautifully. Letting the last traces of Hogwarts magic fade from his awareness, replaced by the flat, grey mundanity of the Muggle world. Then he felt it. A presence. Behind him. 20 feet away. Impossible to mistake for anything else, because no other presence in Harry's experience carried this particular signature, the absolute, suffocating, reality-warping weight of the most powerful demon on Earth. Muzan Kibutsuji was standing near the station exit. He was in his human disguise, the tall, elegant man with dark hair and pleasant features, the face that made people look and then look away, the predator in person-shaped packaging. He was wearing a dark suit. His hands were in his pockets. His posture was relaxed, casual, the posture of a man waiting to pick up a relative from the train. The disguise was perfect. No one around him sensed anything wrong. To every human eye, he was just a man. But Harry's eyes were not entirely human. And what Harry saw behind the disguise, the crimson eyes, the coiled tension, the vast and terrible patience of something that had been alive for a millennium, made his demon blood sing with the familiar, awful harmony of creation recognizing Creator. Harry walked toward Muzan. Each step was deliberate. Measured. The walk of someone who was not being summoned but was choosing to approach. A difference that was invisible to anyone watching but enormous to the two beings involved. He stopped in front of Muzan. Father and son. Creator and creation. The demon king and the boy who was learning to be something else. Muzan looked down at Harry. Those disguised eyes, pleasant brown on the surface, crimson beneath, studied his creation with the clinical thoroughness that Harry had been subjected to for 11 years. "You look different," Muzan said. "Do I? Older? But that's not what I mean." Muzan's head tilted, that precise, reptilian movement. "Something has changed." Harry met his gaze. Green eyes. Steady. Calm. No shift. No crimson. Just green, Lily's green, the green that Muzan had never been able to alter, the color that belonged to a dead woman's love and a living boy's defiance. "Nothing's changed," Harry said. "I'm exactly what you made me." The lie was perfect. Muzan taught, Muzan tested, delivered with the composure of a weapon that had been programmed for deception since birth. Every micro-expression controlled. Every physiological tell suppressed. Every ounce of the truth, the chocolate frogs and the chess game and the fireroom hug and the kiss on the cheek and the word he couldn't say yet, locked away behind walls so thick that even a 1,000-year-old demon couldn't breach them. Muzan studied him for 3 seconds. 5. 7. "Good," Muzan said. "We have work to do." He turned and walked toward the exit, and Harry followed, because that was what Harry did. That was what Harry had always done. But something was different this time. The distance between them was the same. 2 meters. The same gap that had existed since Harry was old enough to walk. Creator in front, creation behind, the geometry of ownership unchanged. But inside Harry, in the space between the demon blood and the wizard magic and the Horcrux and the scar and the love protection and the memory of a kiss that was still warm on his cheek, something was different. Something was new. He was carrying Hogwarts with him. Not the castle. Not the magic. Not the moving staircases or the enchanted ceiling or the 3-headed dog. He was carrying the feeling of it, the warmth and the belonging and the fierce, stubborn, impossible love of 2 people who knew exactly what he was and chose him anyway. He was carrying a journal full of blank pages waiting to be filled. He was carrying a jumper knitted by a woman who'd never met him and loved him anyway. He was carrying the memory of his parents smiling in a mirror. He was carrying a promise, every week, spoken by a girl with brown eyes and courage that put demons to shame. And he was carrying a choice. The choice he'd made in the dark of a common room on a January night, when the walls were closing in and the deadline was ticking and the weight of a double life was crushing him. "I choose the light." Muzan walked. Harry followed. The distance didn't change. But the boy inside the weapon was wider now. Deeper. More. He'd spent a year filling himself with things that Muzan had never given him, laughter, trust, connection, the particular ache of caring about someone so much that your demon-enhanced heart forgot how to beat at 42 BPM, and those things were not going away. They were not going to be trained out of him or beaten out of him or scared out of him. They were his. The way the green eyes were his. The way the courage was his. Muzan had made Harry Potter into a demon. Hogwarts had made him into something more. And the war between those 2 identities, the war that would define the next 6 years, the war that would determine the fate of the wizarding world and the demon world and the fragile, beautiful space between them, had only just begun. Harry stepped out of King's Cross Station into the June sunlight. It burned. It always burned. But today, for the first time, he didn't flinch. The Demon King of Hogwarts will return. Chapter 6 End.